harmful things can be held to account. By the way, that requires international cooperation because the internet is global in scope, and all of you know that the packets that flow through the internet are insensitive to international boundaries. It was designed that way deliberately, which means that victims can be in one jurisdiction and the perpetrators could be in another. And we need international cooperation again to achieve accountability. By agency, I simply mean that we as users should have the ability to protect ourselves and to call for help if we need it. And so those two things, accountability and agency, are very important elements. On top of all that, especially for the non-commercial users, affordability is a very important item. Because we're non-commercial, that means that we don't always have the same facility to pay for access to the internet and its applications. And so that's an important element that needs to be part of our consideration. Some of you will have heard my story that I sometimes think we should invent an internet driver's license. I don't really mean that you have to be issued a license to use the internet, but many of you will know that before we give young people keys to the car, in most countries there's some training that's required so that these young people can show us that they understand the rules of the road. And in a sense, we should be training people to know what the rules of the internet road are and be assured that they know how to behave properly and safely in an online environment. And that the analogy here is an internet driver's license. The broader objective for us, of course, is human rights protection in the online space as well as in the physical space. Those two protections should be essentially the same. We should protect human rights wherever they are potentially threatened. Among the things that can help us achieve these objectives, I would say that strong authentication and provenance are two very important elements. So what do I mean by that? We need to be able to authenticate sources. We need to be able to authenticate parties in a strong way so that we know with whom we are dealing, so that we know where information has come from. That helps us evaluate its quality and its utility. So tools that allow us to achieve strong authentication and provenance would be very helpful in the context of non-commercial user access to the internet. There are technologies that can help us in this mission. The Hypertext Transport Protocol Secure Version, HTTPS, the Domain Name System Security Mechanism, DNSSEC, the Border Gateway Protocol Security, BGPSEC, are among the various mechanisms that can help us achieve more safe and secure environments. By the way, I'd like to draw a distinction between security and safety. Just because something is secure doesn't necessarily mean it's safe. A classic example of this would be a highly secure electronic mail system, which encrypts the traffic while it's in transit. It gets decrypted at the end, and there's a phishing message waiting for you to trap you. So we need to attend to both of them, both privacy and security, as well as safety. One of the ways to make ourselves safer is to take account of where software comes from. After all, this entire system is based on software. And people who are building products and services, whether it's IoT, Internet of Things devices, or an application on the World Wide Web, will often turn to open source software. For one reason, it's inexpensive. It's essentially free. And that makes it convenient to use. The problem is that sometimes open source software is not very well supported. There might be just one individual who's contributed his or her software, but isn't in a position to maintain it over a long period of time. Why is that an issue? Well, often the fact that it's open source doesn't necessarily mean that it's bug-free. And in fact, often open source has vulnerabilities in it. And so one of the things that we need to remember is that when we're using open source, we should scrutinize it for potential vulnerabilities and evaluate it with that in mind. Let us not use open source blindly. Let's use it with some degree of care. With regard to the general utility of the internet and assessing its utility, yesterday I participated in a UNESCO meeting here at the IGF, and they drew attention to what they call the Internet Universality Indicators, or IUIs. They started out with a quite lengthy list of metrics that could be applied to the internet to assess its utility. And they have compressed that number of metrics to a smaller number to make it a little easier for countries or parties to evaluate internet access. I would say that the non-commercial users group should look to those internet utility or universality indicators and consider exercising them to evaluate the internet service that we are all getting. I can't overemphasize reliability as an element of utility in the internet. Any of you who are heavy users of the internet will know that when it doesn't work, you have potential cascade failures. For example, you want to log in to get to your email, but your mobile has to give you a second factor for authentication. That's security at work. Except your mobile isn't working because the battery is dead or it's broken, or maybe you didn't get a signal. So you can't get logged into your email, and that means you can't get the message that you needed in order to keep your company going, and suddenly you go bankrupt. That's an extreme case of cascade failure, but you should all be aware that we are increasingly dependent on internet services for our daily work and living, and reliability becomes increasingly important. Finally, I just came away from the Policy Network on Meaningful Access, and I would like to urge the non-commercial users to participate with and collaborate with the PNMA. Their work goes on during the course of the year, and I think it's very important for IGF to have a continued activity during the course of the year leading up to the annual meetings and leading up to the national and regional meetings. So let me stop there. I hope I haven't bored you to death. I just want to emphasize how important your work is to all of us who care about internet as a useful tool for our daily living and working. So Pedro, I return the floor to you, I think.
Thanks, Vince. Just let me check here with, I would first of all, thanks for this overview on the safety issues and priorities that the non-commercials should have as a group and as a stakeholder group mostly. I think as to maintain the alternation between online and on-site audience, we can speakers. Sorry, we can go back to Bruna Santos. Bruna, would you like to take up the mic?
Yes, Pedro, thank you. Just as a note, I'm joining this session as part of the GNSO community, right? And as a member of the NCSG, but also a member of the MAG. And together with Vint, we have been working for this year's IGF and shaping some messages around, the broader and the next steps around the WSIS Plus 20 review, IGF mandate renewal, and many other things. But going to the first question, I think I would start by saying that the main role of non-commercial entities or speakers is to make noise, right? As good advocates for topics and themes, I do believe that we are looking at a stakeholder group that, unfortunately, sometimes we need to shout even louder to be heard, and we need to shout in a very precise and direct way about what are the harms, what are the issues affecting us, and so on. And that's because we don't hold business interests. We don't hold original competence for policy making. We are participants in the process, right? And the shouting loud part, it also entails convincing governments to hear, to civil society voices. It entails that we need to talk to business and the private sector about our concerns around product development and some issues that might arise from the implementation of new technologies. and we need to keep on doing that just so that the problems continue to be solved and so on. So I do think that besides shouting loud, I do see civil society or non-commercial entities with a very good and relevant oversight role, right, in which we do help each and every stakeholder to keep in checks with their mission and to make sure that no product or policy developed in this space, and especially for ensuring a safe internet, would result in human rights violations, would result in internet fragmentation or fragmentation of the user experience in general, right? So I'll stop now, but just so for us to keep continuing the panel and so on, but just to summarize in that way, shouting loud and like making sure every single stakeholder is in check with their mission. Thanks.
Thank you, Vent, for your speech, and thank you, Bruna, for your comments. Our next speaker is Dr. Manal Abdussamad, a distinguished leader with over 27 years of expertise in public policy, governance, and digital transformation. Dr. Manal served as Lebanon Minister of Information, where she led effort to enhance transparency, digitize public resource. Dr. Manal also held the senior role at Lebanese Ministry of Finance. Her contribution extends to Saudi Arabia, where she implemented advanced automated systems to improve governance and sustainability. Dr. Manal's dedication make her a vital voice in today's digital transformation. The speech for you.
Thank you, Amin, and I'm glad to speak here at the IGF and to participate. And thank you for the invitation. I'll start where Vint Cerf has ended. He mentioned about the internet driver's license. I like the idea about human rights protection and reliability and mainly accountability. The main issue is that every one of us is accountable of what we receive and what we share, because sharing is also a responsibility, not only writing our own posts. The new business model has changed, and it's not about receiving content like TV, like newspaper, like radio. Now we are participating in the content. We are creating value in the content. So everything definitely will influence the community and will influence the internet world. So new readers now interact, they put likes, they put comments, they put reviews, and this definitely can influence a program, a journalist, an idea, a media outlet. They can influence also the visibility of these outlets. Drawing from my experience as Minister of Information in Lebanon, I have witnessed transformative power of the digital technology in advancing some of the most pressing challenges of our time. And I think by that time we had the major crises that hit Lebanon. We had COVID-19, we had the Beirut explosion, and we had the economic crisis, and these were unprecedented events and crises. In these moments, we turned to digital platforms. What we couldn't do in decades, we managed to do in few months, and this is also very important. We fostered public participation, transparency, and we tried to deliver wide information to citizens. Also, this is very interesting, in collaboration with the UNDP, also I partnered with UNDP, WHO, UNICEF, and we tried to create some awareness to the public by, we had a hashtag, take care before you share. Take care before you share. This is by UNDP, and this is mainly draws the importance of being accountable not only by receiving the content, but also by spreading the content. And we all know that we are all influencers. So if anyone shares, for example, a message, a WhatsApp to someone else, these people will trust the message because it's coming from you, not because they read it even. So sometimes they share the message from you without reading it, and here we definitely can create some issues if we are not responsible. I believe I will conclude with 3 critical areas where users, and here I'm talking about non-commercial users, they should engage meaningfully in the world of internet. First of all, awareness and education. knowledge is power. So users must educate themselves on safety, on digital rights, on impact of misinformation and disinformation. And definitely you should know the difference between misinformation, which is unintentional behavior, and disinformation when we manipulate news, so it's intentional. And also the second point where users or non-commercial users engage is the advocacy and collective action. Communities can unite to advocate for stronger policies and protecting privacy, combating cyber threats, ensuring net neutrality. And here we all know about the lobbying that we have by, for example, digital petitions or grassroots campaigns. These also can amplify the voice of non-commercial users. The third critical issue where users are engaged is the participation in governance. So, basically we have the governance from one side, from the government, from the cabinet, from the parliament. Nobody is engaged. Now we believe that people, they have the power to be engaged in public policy, so they can contribute to policy discussion. They can ensure digital policies reflect diverse needs, not just those of the government or those of the commercial entities. And beyond Lebanon, I have Giga projects experience where also I will share later if we have time. Let me conclude by emphasizing that a safe and empowering internet requires that active participation of everyone is needed, especially non-commercial users, because these ones, as I mentioned, are very accountable and responsible nowadays. Their voices and actions are critical in championing an internet that is secure, that is inclusive, and here we mean mainly the vulnerable people. We have to protect them by some digital literacy, and definitely bridging the digital gap. And internet, in this case, can ensure the good for everybody of us. Thank you again for this opportunity. Thank you, Amin, and back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Manal, for your speech. And our next speaker is Farzan Abadi. Additionally, she's founder of Digital Medusa. I don't know what to say about Farzana. Farzana have a lot of active thing in digital right and policy and of internet policy. I follow her in many working group. We do it together in ICANN and other part. I will give you to the speech, Farzana, to tell us about.
Thank you, Amin. Thank you so much for the invitation. And so, as Amin mentioned, I have been involved with internet infrastructure and the governance aspect of it, as well as human rights and digital rights for the past, for over 15 years. But also I have worked a lot on issues such as digital trust and safety. And I can call myself an ICANN veteran now. I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing, but I've been involved with the processes since I was young, and a member of the non-commercial stakeholder group and non-commercial users constituency. And I can tell you a little bit about the evolution of how the non-commercial users' interest and participation was affected, how they were empowered or how they were disempowered during these processes, and why it's so important to have this voice in, especially in multi-stakeholder processes. And I really appreciate Dr. Manal and also Vint and Bruna's interventions, and it is very refreshing to hear about the importance of digital literacy these days, that we are just going down the lane of regulation after regulation and leaving people behind. So we argue that the internet is for everyone. So should be safety. So when we provide meaningful connectivity for people, we should also keep them safe online. And that is, of course, challenging. But also the means that we use in order to keep them safe should not affect and diminish their online presence. It should not affect their human rights. We should not, in order to keep them safe, we should not get rid of encryption. In order to keep them safe, we should not have unaccountable processes. And one of the role that non-commercial users have, they have a very multifaceted approach to safety and access to the internet. They use various frameworks in order to provide like that advocacy. Like, for example, they use human rights approaches to evaluate whether governance processes on the internet work, and whether that affects safety and accessibility of the internet. They also, unlike governments and nation states, civil society's work is usually global and it transcends borders. So it doesn't matter if you're a user sitting in Kabul or in Brussels. Your safety and your access to the internet is a matter of importance to the non-commercial users. And non-commercial users, I should have mentioned this, non-commercial users usually consist of civil society organizations, but we also have technical operators that truly care about human rights and meaningful connectivity, and they are not for profit, and they join us in these efforts. Also, any process that claims to be multi-stakeholder must have the non-commercial and civil society organization in its processes, because otherwise it won't be that much different from bilateral and multilateral processes or public-private partnerships. And to some extent, civil society organizations and non-commercial users might not use the tried and tested punitive measures that law enforcement agencies and others used in order to bring public safety, but affected many human rights. And punitive measures that can have devastating effects on various aspects of digital governance, including access to the internet, including security and safety of the internet. And I can tell you a little bit about what NCUC does and what we do at NCSG and our successes, but I think that could feed into your final question. So I just stop now. We can discuss that later.
Thank you, Farzana. And we will move now to our next speaker, Dr. Milad Sabali. He's managing director of global learning and the Middle East leader in e-learning solution. He has played a key role in shaping the face of virtual education, as we know it today in the Middle East. As an international figure in the area of AI, robotics, and automation, and digital transformation and technology-enabled learning. And the fingerprint of Dr. Milad was and continue in different sides in our region, in Saudi Arabia, and in all the region and internationally. I will give you the speech, Doctor.
Thank you very much, and good morning for everyone. In addition to what has been covered by the colleagues, I would like to shed a light on the local aspects of this global trend of policy development by various people. As my Farzana just mentioned, that the policies that are developed globally can benefit other people in other places, but it's not always the case. And there are three aspects that I would like to highlight based on our actual problems in the past 25 years in implementing solutions that are relying on the internet, specifically in education and human resource development or professional upskilling and reskilling and so on in different areas, covering types of non-commercial uses, including marginalized people or even refugees. And we had to face a lot of issues in the past 15 years probably or more in different Arab countries, and the tendency was that underprivileged people should not have a solution that's based on technology. And our hypothesis since more than 20 years is that technology is not only for rich people or for advanced countries, but it can also provide efficient solutions in different, including places with war or whatever. So the three areas I would like to highlight based on this, and later we can go into more details, are some of them have been covered, but I would like to talk about them from a different angle. Privacy, for example, privacy, equity, and accountability. Accountability covered from a certain angle. I would like to cover from a private as well as governmental for different areas. But first, let me start with privacy, where of course we need advocacy for stronger privacy policies. We've been governments jumping into all kinds of new technologies and regulations without having the right policies in place. Many times some policies have been copied pasted. Can you hear me, or it's
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so okay, so maybe now this is better. So strong privacy laws in different countries are badly needed. There are some international standards like GDPR or others, but we don't have such things in different places in the world, and we have to take into consideration the local cultural sensitivities when we do that. Also, privacy tools and different types of available tools, as it was mentioned before, many people would go for open source because of affordability, but many times this is not 100% safe. Also, surveillance. I mean, we have seen a lot of surveillance efforts in the region by governments or even by internet providers, and those all the way to using tools like Pegasus spyware to see what people are doing and so on. And this is affecting human rights and freedom of speech sometimes. Also, as Dr. Manal mentioned, we need to educate people about their digital rights. Sometimes we take it for granted that people know what they want, and therefore we ask for non-commercial users to be to have a major role in developing policies or drafting new policies or whatever, while they are way behind. Many people, especially in underprivileged places and in different countries, they are way behind what we expect them to be doing. So capacity building and education is a major point. Another very important point is equity. And this is, again, digital divide is not only about accessibility of the internet, which is still a very important point, especially in areas like war areas or refugees. In the region, we had millions of refugees. When we started talking about educating refugees, the only method that UNICEF and other international organizations know is to bring them to physical places and teach them in conventional ways. When we said, let's go for some kind of blended or online or AI-based modern technology to reach out to these people and to have this kind of individualized solutions for them, it was very new even for international organizations. And so many times the local development or innovation is by far more advanced and flexible than archaic international solutions that are repeated everywhere, copied and pasted from one region to another. And this is another area when we talk about policy, you have to take into consideration that it's not what has been decided in advanced countries that this is the policy that goes everywhere. So local is more important in many other areas, especially that when we go to some kind of multilingual access or even freedom of expression and so on, we have to, and the access of the end user, even students or other underprivileged people to different types of content. It's not only to block some kind of content for cultural sensitivities, but also to allow, as Dr. Manal said, to amplify the opinion and innovation or creativity that is done at the local level by such non-commercial users. At the accountability, I'll just highlight a few things. One is that transparency reports are lacking in many in many corporations or governments in the region. How data is collected, where is it stored, and how it is shared, and who has the access to share, who has the right to access it. There is a lack of independent audits, and the policies, sometimes they mention, sometimes they don't mention this. And nowadays, in the last 2-3 years, when AI became a major tool in the digital transformation, and even digital literacy is now more of an AI literacy as well. So there is a need for local AI ethics frameworks, not just copy the UNESCO framework, which means nothing in many of our countries. And you need to develop some local flavor, taking into consideration cultural sensitivities as well as the actual situation on the ground in terms of infrastructure, access, and all this stuff. And finally, there is a need for surveillance accountability by corporates or by governments who do different types of surveillance that we don't know what they're doing. And suddenly we discover after some time that millions, hundreds of millions of dollars have been spent to control what people say or to gauge what people say on social media and so on. So this is a brief of our experience. I can talk more about the educational part or our other practical experience if we have time.
Thank you, Dr. Milad. When Bruna started to talk, we don't introduce her very well, I think, but we work together with Bruna on several sides, and as she mentioned, she's ICANN JNSO counselor, and she's also an IGF MAG member, and also Bruna have a lot of active work in internet policy, and I have a question for Bruna. It's about how can the NCOC and its partner advocate for equitable and inclusive internet governance that respect freedom and expression while countering the overreach of both state and non-state actors in cyberspace? Please.
Thank you. And I'm a bit appalled by the conversation in the chat on how civil society can undermine efforts. I don't think that's the case, to be fair, but I just wanted to put this on the record. Going back to the question, I think I'd like to start maybe by stating that we really live in unprecedented times, right? Where just not the discussions about internet governance, but also our spaces, the IGF, ICANN, some of our spaces have been challenged by governments, their interest in this conversation, other stakeholders, and also other processes taking place around the globe. In 2024, we have seen challenging processes like elections in more than 80 countries, and also some threats regarding the duplication or fragmentation of spaces where internet governance discussions take place. And this has all been shifting towards different approaches or different ideas about what's the ideal approach to internet regulation, what's the ideal approach to internet policy making, and I think that's one of the main challenges we need to tackle, and I'm very glad to hear some of the interventions about these points. In light of that, I think that some of the challenges are things in CUC and in NCSG can also help work on and POC too. would be, first of all, promoting multi-stakeholder governance framework, right? It's our key role to engage in these spaces and make sure that all voices are heard in this space. And I'm not just talking about ICANN, I'm talking about Net Mundial Plus 10 with its guidelines. I'm talking about engaging in IETF, ITU, and any kind of space that addresses internet governance by any mean or in any kind of surface way. And by doing so, I do believe that non-commercial users, they need to also advocate for more transparency and accountability, and that our participation in this for us is at the same kind of level or in some acknowledgeable level to other stakeholders. What we saw in the GDC process with the sidetracking of the technical community, civil society voices was definitely concerning, but that happened despite our complaints and despite our points about the process. Another thing I think non-commercial users can do, and NCUC has been doing a lot, is to challenge overreach in content regulation. We are really strong advocates. Farzani is one of them at ICANN mostly, where every single time that stakeholder groups within the space try to advocate for more content regulation, we are kind of the ones that keep like raising the flag of we don't do content in the space. But besides ICANN, it's just really relevant that any sort of policy approach is human-centered, transparent, and applicable. Besides all, and that we also have proportional state actions and proportional state actions that have civil society and academia concerns in mind. Other than that, I would say that advocating for corporate accountability is something that's really high and should continue to happen. And by that, I mean pressuring private intermediaries and our registries and registrars colleagues within ICANN to adopt due process mechanisms, human rights-based approach, human rights impact assessments, or anything that can help assess the type of policymaking they can do. That comes aligned with defending freedom of expression in the DNS ecosystem. That's something we have been really keen on. But also going back to the points addressed by other panelists, I'd say that supporting digital inclusion and equity and also educating and empowering stakeholders is a key and a core aspect of our mission, because there is a lot of capacity building civil society folks and groups can do, and also to provide for more spaces for other organizations to come in and other organizations to also be more well experienced within ICANN. And I would maybe just close by saying that there's definitely not a one-size-fits-all kind of measures for this question, as we still face a lot of discrepancies on how states approach the broader idea of safeguarding users and ensuring human rights online. Unfortunately, we don't live yet in a world where we can simply ask for regulations, because it goes both ways, right? In my country, Brazil, it can come in order to safeguard human rights and make sure everyone has access to the internet. But unfortunately, in some regions of the world, it also talks about using transparency regulations to surveil users or to ask for companies to share data with governments under like unlawful or a little bit abusive requests on that sense. But I do believe that the power of advocacy and civil society can be a main tool for making sure we reach a safer online space and in hearing the voices of users. But this conversation doesn't go anywhere if we don't address the voices of the victims, and that these are the ones who gets their rights violated. These are the ones who have, their private lives shared on social media, are victims of deepfakes or anything like that. So I do believe we have a lot of work to do in including more and more voices. But above all, the victims are also relevant in this conversation. So I'll stop here. Thanks.
Thank you, Bruna. I will give the turn now to Pedro to if there are someone online or any comment. I see comments now.
We don't have exactly a comment. We have a conversation going on about encryption, privacy, and the possibility of attenuating privacy mechanisms, encryption mechanisms, as to make it easier to prosecute some citizen or other crimes online. And I think, considering that Farzana is participating in the conversation, if she would like to talk a little bit about this issue regarding lower or higher levels of encryptions and how non-commercial interests are involved in this kind of conversation. So please, Faraz, you have the floor.
Pedro, that's a very this is a topic that we've been discussing for a very long time, and I think that's I don't think time would allow. But let me tell you a little bit about what we do for privacy at non-commercial users constituency. So as you know, non-commercial users constituency is a part of ICANN governance. And for a long time, we had the domain name registrant, sensitive and private data out in the public. And anybody could have an access through WHOIS to the domain name registrant's data. And one of the, so as NCUC, we were advocating for privacy, but we were not advocating for just redacting the data or not collecting the data. We were saying that don't make this public. If you need access, have accountable disclosure policy processes in place in order to have access to it. So, and this is, and we were not too successful in bringing privacy to domain name registrants until GDPR happened. And then after that, we managed to advocate for privacy for every domain name registrant in the world, which to some extent happened. And we claim that as a win for us and as a success. But another thing that we should be cognizant of is that when, like, many of our members, many of the non-commercial users, many of the organizations work on these safety issues. They work on online safety. It doesn't mean when they advocate for privacy, when they advocate for freedom of expression, when they advocate for strong encryption, it does not mean that they don't work on trust and safety, the problems that that information integrity and other issues are being raised online. So, but we are of a, like, we have a position that we need privacy globally for everybody. We need a strong encryption. And when we want to bring safety, those principles should not be undermined, because then we are not bringing safety to the internet and internet users. I'm sorry, I didn't address the whole encryption thing. But I think that can be a segue to talking about how can we actually not undermine privacy and security of the users online, but bring safety as well. And I think one way is by coming up with alternative solutions. Alternative solutions, not to encryption, but alternative solutions to how are we going to combat CSAM? How are we going to combat content moderation issues? Thank you.
Amin, want me to take back the floor? We have a question of Ran Mohan to, I think, our panelists. He made a question about if you panelists would consider that greater encryption is a leading cause of a less safe internet. I would also like, if you are interested in contribution to that discussion, since I'm seeing that there are comments in the chat, Vint, about the encryption challenges and other challenges regarding non-commercial interests that may arise globally that we need to halt or we need to deal with to ensure safe internet. We would like to hear your contribution on that issues as well, be it encryption or other challenges that we're facing nowadays that are important on a global level. So, Vint, I would like to give the floor back to you.
Well, thank you. I've just been trying to track the conversation in the chat as well as the online audible discussion. It seems to me that encryption is a really important tool, and for people and organizations that need to protect information, I think we can't escape from the utility and value of cryptography. At the same time, though, I think we also have to remember that sometimes we have to be able to pierce the veil of anonymity, if you like, in order to assure accountability. I would observe that law enforcement, although some members of that community say that encryption is somehow harmful to safety, many of them seem to have found ways of dealing with bad behaviors despite the existence of cryptography. And so I would encourage an argument along the lines of alternatives to things like backdoors and so on in order to deal with accountability and law enforcement. Sometimes cooperation helps. Sometimes, frankly, penetration of some of the groups that are doing harmful things online, like ransomware, turns out to be more effective than trying to eliminate cryptography, which has all kinds of side effects with regard to safety and security. I think there are others who are online right now that might speak to this as well, but I leave that to your discretion.
I will get back to you. I would just like to read two comments, one comment and one question from Benjamin. Benjamin concurred with Dr. Millar's views on the need to have local flavor internet digital governance frameworks and about the necessity of having local approaches in different countries, which may enter in contradiction to global frameworks sometimes. And there was a specific question on how do we have meaningful non-commercial participants if we have limited capacity in the non-commercial community. But before going back to you, I see that Farzi has her hands up, so I would like to get the floor back to her and then going back on site.
Thank you, Sarah Pedro. I just wanted to quickly mention that. So anonymity is very important for some vulnerable communities. This is how they got their voice heard. In the beginning, when the internet was this place that they could, without having to mention their religion, their identity, their name, they could join online communities. And I truly believe that the pioneers of the internet, including Vint, had this vision of everyone, for everyone to have access to the internet, regardless of where they are from. And that's what made the internet this powerful tool. And and I believe that we should still preserve anonymity. And in our accountability conversations, we have to focus on, instead of looking at identification of users, I think that we should also look at holding law enforcement accountable. Sometimes law enforcement is a human rights violator. And one of the things that I wanted to tell you that briefly about NCUC and NCSG, what we have done, and it's a small role, but we have actually worked with the Government Advisory Committee to discuss how we can come up with authentication for law enforcement, and also how we can report on the request for access to people's registration data, how we can bring that transparency so that we can actually provide some sort of accountability for law enforcement as well. This is why the voice of non-commercial is so important, because they can bring these nuances that, yes, law enforcement is great, but some law enforcement agencies are actually intend to violate human rights. Thank you, and I see Vince's hand is up. I was not trying to misframe anything, Vince, just to be clear.
Look, it's Vint again. Look, there are lots of arguments on either side of this equation. Absolute anonymity, however, feels to me like overreach. I absolutely understand and agree with the points made that for some people, being able to speak and to be anonymous in that speech is necessary, because without that, they face potential serious consequences. However, I believe we still have to maintain that the veil of anonymity has to be pierceable under the right circumstances. Without that capacity, we have a great difficulty dealing with accountability. You'll notice that in some reporting mechanisms where anonymous reports are accepted, sometimes the party to whom that report is made needs to know whether or not the reporting party is legitimate or not, but is held to account to protect the anonymity of that reporting party. You'll find reporters, for example, who even go to jail in order to protect their sources. But in order for them to know whether the source is legitimate, sometimes they have to know who that source is. This is not a trivial matter, and it's not an easy matter, and there are tensions in both directions. But I am now finding myself leaning towards accountability, because in its absence, I don't know how to protect people from harm.
Thanks, Paris and Vin, for the interaction. I mean, there is the question about Benjamin, about just let me get back here, about the participation of non-commercial. There isn't enough space, there's the limited capacity by the non-commercial community in the governance spaces, but I would believe that this would be a question for on-site speakers, and it would also be nice to collect some questions from the on-site audience. So, I mean, back to you. Okay. To check with our speakers on site.
Okay. Thank you, Pedro. Before I come back to our speaker here, I will give. I see a lot of colleagues interesting to add their valuable input. I will start by Charles, please.
Thank you, Amin, and thank you for having us as commercial with you. Of course, I'm Charles Shaban from the International Trademark Association, and I liked what Farzana is laughing. Okay. I like to start with what Vint mentioned when he started talking. He talked that he's talking about all the internet users, and this is very important. And going back to Farzana, when she mentioned that it is important to have the privacy, I agree with her. But of course, I liked when she said we need a procedure to know who's behind it. As again, Dr. Manal and Vint mentioned it again, sometimes total anonymity is not really good, because you cannot know if it's someone, let's say, criminal behind it. Is it related to disinformation, as Dr. Manal mentioned? So this is why I think it's important to cover it from many sides, and especially when going to the ICANN, who is, for example, it was a good move to have let's say, the private information to be hidden, but I don't think it's important to hide, for example, who's the company around responsible for this domain or something. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is that it's a conversation for sure, needs a lot of talk, but in general, it needs the different views from all the stakeholders to be sure we reach, I think, what's needed for everyone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, please.
Hi, good morning. Thank you. My name is Andrew Campling. I'm sort of mainly in the tech community, but I'm also a trustee of the Internet Watch Foundation, which is in civil society. I think I completely agree with Vince's point about being able to pierce the veil on anonymity in appropriate circumstances, and dare I say, absolute anonymity, absolute privacy takes us to the dark web, and we only have to look there to see why we don't want to go there. That's not the right destination, but it seems to be the path that some of us have us set on if we're not careful. But if I may pose just two brief questions, how can we avoid continuing the weaponization of privacy, which in reality is mainly the privacy of adults, when it's a qualified right, overriding all of the human rights of children, leading to an explosion in child sex abuse material, sexploitation, etc. And how can we ensure, for example, that domain name registration data includes the details of real owners, which can be stored privately, only accessible in limited circumstances to law enforcement agencies. And data shows us that effective Know Your Customer efforts lead to significant reductions in DNS abuse. And so if we don't know who the owners of the domain name are, we do see significant abuse, DNS abuse arising from it. So I don't know if any of the panel would like to respond to either of those points. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I give
just a note? Bruna has her hands up.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Just very briefly, I think it's really dangerous to place the discussion about privacy as weaponization of privacy, especially when you have journalists getting arrested for exercising their, profession, when you have civil society and activists getting killed, getting murdered in a lot of parts of the world, when you have female journalists being attacked on X and many other social media platforms for simply reporting on elections. I come from Brazil. Brazil in the last years has been skyrocketing in terms of gender-based attacks to female journalists, female politicians, queer politicians, and in that sense. So I do see privacy as a core aspect of a safe internet and as a core aspect of these discussions. When we address privacy as a right, I'm not saying by any means that I want the criminals to have privacy, or I'm not saying by any means that I want the criminals to, use aliases on the internet. I'm just saying that a lot of users, they do rely on this as a tool to exercise their jobs, to feel safer online, or to simply, work on the details of a protest against Bolsonaro, because that's what happened in my country, right? And right to protest, right to, freedom of expressions, they both need to be aligned with the right to privacy, or the needs to fight crime, or the needs for law enforcement agencies to work. And it's not... one size is not more important than the other. We need to advocate for all of it more broadly, and not just for the law enforcement agents to work. I also need my rights to be able to go to a protest and feel safe, or to be able to go, anywhere and feel safe in that sense. So I just wanted to reply on that point, because I honestly, as a proper civil rights advocate, I dislike the idea of privacy weaponization.
Thank you. Can I next, please?
Hello. My name is Robert Carolina. I'm General Counsel with Internet Systems Consortium. We're a root server operator. In that capacity, I think there's really nothing of value I can add to the discussion. So instead, I'm going to shift to what I do with part of my time. I'm a senior teaching fellow in legal and regulatory aspects of cybersecurity with Royal Holloway University of London. I think there's been a great deal of ventilation about the tension between accountability and privacy, so I won't pile onto that as much as I would enjoy it. I think instead I'd like to ask a question about Vince Cerf's other key challenge that he led with, which is agency. Specifically, I'm wondering to what extent we can or should focus more on protecting vulnerable populations. And I think I should be, in this context, I should be much more clear what I mean by vulnerable populations. I'm not speaking here about people who are vulnerable by reason of their political or sexual or religious identity. I'm speaking here about people who have become vulnerable because of an ongoing diminishment of their ability to think clearly. I'm thinking here about aging population or people who have come under some type of mental cloud because of health issues. And what we've seen is an explosion of predation upon that type of vulnerable population through phishing campaigns and similar online crimes. And when thinking about that population, people who've had life savings stolen, who've had significant amounts of their retirement taken from them through criminal activity, I think it's extremely difficult to solve problems like that through the normal tools that we use to instill agency, such as better education. I think that's a false horizon. I'm wondering what else can be done to assist that group to reduce that kind of predation. And now I am going to be quite difficult by suggesting that whatever the answer is, I would suggest to you that the answer is not increased law enforcement cooperation on a multinational basis. And the reason I suggest that is because if we look at where the criminals are often located, asking the law enforcement officials of a, let's say, less developed economy whose primary job is to solve crimes that have local victims, I think it's unlikely that one could ever get the type of cooperation that would be effective at a mass level. So if that's off the table, and perhaps you'll disagree, then what else is there that we can do to assist or to try to interdict that kind of predation on that kind of vulnerable community?
So on the presumption that that question might have been aimed at me, among others, let me say that accountability does loom large in my mind as you describe that scenario. If we're unable to identify the source of a phishing attack, I don't quite know how we will deal with the bad behavior. At Google, as you might know, we try very hard to filter as much as we can of the incoming email if we can detect that it's a phishing attack or some other malicious content. Maybe it's got malware as an attachment, for instance. And the only reason we can do that is that we have such a large population of users that we can see a lot of the phishing content flowing into the system. We can identify it and try to filter it out into the spam folders. That's one kind of response, which is just to try to detect and remove it. But if you want to go after the parties who are generating these attacks, I don't know how you do that without some ability to pierce anonymity and to, frankly, try to get cooperation from which is what the Budapest Convention and the more recent cybercrime treaty, I think, have attempted to facilitate, which is cooperation. I don't disagree with your point, however, that it may not be effective if the law enforcement component doesn't have the capacity to respond. So I don't really have a comfortable answer to your question, not a pointed response. But I think that we have to keep thinking in the back of our minds that accountability is our only real tool for dealing with bad behavior.
Thank you, Robert. I think you raised a very important issue. It's about vulnerability and how we protect vulnerable people In my point of view, definitely technology should empower more than marginalize. So here, if we will not go international, let's go local. Locally, I think the major issue is to empower people, educate people so that they know what they are reading, how they are acting, and the main I think action that everybody should take, and specifically the policymakers, is to collaborate and cooperate. Collaborate not only with the regulators. The regulators should collaborate with operators, with Google, with Facebook, with every company or every organization that are engaged in the internet governance. We should collaborate also with NGOs to spread awareness. And this is what I did during my tenure as Minister of Information. I partnered with Twitter, with X, with Facebook, with every platform, so that we ensure that we talk in a language that is acceptable. And the most important issue, we have to spread awareness or literacy based on the country that we are working in, because different countries have different cultures, have different languages. So we have definitely to take in consideration the culture of the country. I have to tell Facebook and to tell Google and to tell these platforms that we have our own culture. You have to protect our culture by certain also standards, not only your own standards. So this is very important. The cooperation and collaboration and education comes on top. Thank you.
I would like to tell you a story that happened to me in one of the advanced Arab countries. And it's not about only specific type of users. Some international hackers have been and are still able to hack the digital identity of that country, which is usually used for the government to talk to citizens or to people with residency. And they contacted me and they started taking, they said, they impersonated the police. They said, we are from this police department and we would like to double check your KYC and identity and so on. And then at some point he said, what's your account number, bank account number? And I stopped there. And later on, 1 week, and I called the police and they said, did they take your money from the bank? I said, no. He said, it's okay, just forget it. The next week, 1 week after, a friend of mine in another country, in another city of the same country, lost around $150,000 from her account because she did not stop at that. She thought that, I mean, the government is asking her for some information to update her information. And she's a top manager level, but she's not well into technology. I think in addition to all what has been discussed, maybe at some point in time we need some kind of insurance or reinsurance on the data loss. Because if you want just to rely on centralized decision or police or international collaboration, it might not be sufficient. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Milad. We have few minutes before we close the session, and I'm very interested to listen and turn for our speaker as conclusion. I want to say something that time run, but we will not let this discussion run from us. We will continue and we build on this discussion. And this is the main reason why we think to make this session, because we don't want to focus about a problem we have as non-commercial user. More, this session is focusing about the rule we already make it as non-commercial user, especially in NCOC. And we are looking forward to this discussion to continue and to build on for continue the stability and security of the internet. I will make a turn from Dr. Manal to conclude this, and I want to thank all who attend with us in present or online. Your valuable input and your support is very countable for us. Thank you again.
Thank
Dr.
you,
Manal, please.
Amin, also for inviting me. I also want to emphasize that as we deliberate on the future of the internet governance, we must prioritize inclusivity, particularly for vulnerable populations, and here population also differs from country to country. This means bridging the digital divide, trying to enhance cybersecurity, trying to promote digital literacy. This is very important. Also, literacy is subjective, and ensuring that technology empowers rather than marginalizes. And I conclude also by emphasizing that a safe and empowering internet requires the active contribution and the active participation of everyone, including the non-commercial users. Their voices and their actions are critical in championing an internet that is secure, that is inclusive, and a force for good. Thank you.
Please, Bruna.
Yeah. I think maybe I'll start with Vince's point on the chat about the balance between safety and privacy not being a static matter. I do agree with that in general, because I think it's one of the things I was kind of referring to in the beginning, right? We do have different approaches to many of these issues we have discussed, whether it's encryption or, any other need for anonymity tools for anyone that feels threatened online to simply exist and perform their jobs. And we also have business interests and governmental interests, and each and every single one of those, it's initially legitimate, right? What's not legitimate in my mind, it's the abuse. And whether it's the abuse coming from governmental requests for access to data, or the abuse from law enforcement for further identification of users and so on. And I think the main challenge within this and any other internet governance discussion is to find the common point, right? What's the point we can compromise with, and that won't result in any violations to users' rights or violations to the way the internet is supposed to work or to the core aspects of the internet in that sense. So maybe I'll close with that and just adding a +1 to your point, Vint.
Thank you, Bruna. Turn to Vant, please.
Well, I've had more than my fair share of airtime. I will say, though, that this discussion has been very helpful to me because it sheds light on a variety of different situations that put this whole question of privacy and anonymity and accountability and agency into a kind of dynamic discourse. I have the feeling that we will never end up with an absolute solution to this problem, that we will find ourselves oscillating around some point that mostly seems to protect people from harm, but sometimes ends up in abuses that we failed to prevent. And I hate saying that, but I'm afraid that it's probably realistic to recognize that we will not achieve perfection. What we want to do, of course, is to minimize harm in all of its potential guises in this online environment. And there are a number of different tools that we can use to achieve that objective.
Thank you again, Vant. Now the turn to Dr. Milad.
Yes, I would like to close by highlighting again the importance of having a balance between what's local and what's global in terms of policy and solutions. And here I would like to highlight 3 levels. One is the infrastructure level in any country. All this discussion is highly affected by how advanced the infrastructure is, and therefore what are the plans to develop this in order to provide equity and access to all kinds of people. Second, the data. When we talk about privacy and the rights, and digital rights and so on, what about the access of the data? Where is the data hosted? For example, in many countries, the governments have policies not to host the data outside the country. and this creates additional threat. And the third level is the content, which sometimes we disregard, especially nowadays with the AI available tools that can create any kind of content. And in this sense, it's both ways. It's not only preventing people from voicing out certain opinions, but also what people, especially underprivileged or even younger generation and so on, can access from international available content. And this here there is a need for balance between some kind of surveillance and local cultural sensitivities. So we need to take these into consideration, and therefore, as Vince just said, there is no one size fits all, and there is a need for some local flavor into different types of policies that have a lot of things in common with the global level. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, Farda.
So I just I'm very chatty in chat, so I just believe that in order to bring safety as well as upholding those long-standing internet values such as open, free internet and keeping people safe, we need to discuss more about like whose accountability are we talking about? Is there a way to like what sort of safety issues are we tackling that needs an actual identification, and how do we actually go about that? Are we going to are we talking about getting like people asking people for their driver's licenses? Some people in some countries don't have driver's license. So these are the issues that we have to consider. And also, I don't think that, as I said in chat, I don't think that this kind of like balancing or trade-offs take us to the like yes, us closer to the solution. We have to say that, okay, so this is the policy that I have decided to come up with in a multi-stakeholder environment or however in a democratic way, and these are the implications of this policy. And then we will evaluate whether that policy is actually good for the public and for the global public, not just not just communities in certain countries. So with that, I just ended with we need safety for everyone, and we need internet for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Pedro, you can conclude from your side, please.
No, I mean, I think you can, considering the time we have, I think you can conclude science. But thanks.
Okay.
And thanks everyone for their presentations and their contributions to our discussion.
Thank you. The session is over, and we'll keep continue our effort together. Thank you. Bye.
Roxana or Berna. Do you want me to email them or do you want me to?
Roxana, can you hear me?
Hi, Jane. Yes, I can hear you very well.
Bravo. Okay.
Do you want me to email them or?
There's Dan.
Okay. Berna or
Hi.
Roxana. Okay.
We're all here.
Okay, so they're hearing it there. Okay, they're hearing me, but I don't hear me. Okay. Oh, I need to use this. Okay. All right. Hi.
Dan, we can hear you online. Hello.
Okay. Yes, I'm hearing you. So we're just getting things. What channel did they get? 4? Okay. Okay. So let's just see. Oh yeah. Okay. So Roxana, Berna, do you hear me now? Or
Yes.
okay. Now I hear you too. This is a magic thing here. Okay. So what's the order that we're going to be sharing slides in, or doing that? I know in the speaking order it had me first, followed by Berna, followed by Jane. Roxana, are you going to be showing any slides to begin the session or anything? Nope. Okay.
No slides, no.
Okay. So the first slides will be me, and then it will be Berna. Okay. And then is that Jane?
It is Jane. Jane doesn't have slides.
That's okay, Jane. You're looking very spooky there with your background.
It's
very
3
early,
a.m.
right? It's
Yeah.
2 a.m. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah. No, that's okay.
Huge
Okay.
dedication to the IGF.
Oh God, Jane. Yes, you're right. It's so late there. Thank you, Jane.
It's all right. It's normal.
Yeah. Okay. So then, all right. So then, yes, I'm talking to so I'll be the first one showing slides. And then when I'm done, we'll then go to Berna, who's on there, and she will then share some slides. Berna, could you try sharing now? Okay, there we see what's there.
Is it working?
Well,
I think it is.
we're seeing it on Zoom. He's just working to get it up on the
Okay.
main screen in the front. That's me, yes. After I'm there, yep, I'll just. No. So I'll just do my part and then I'll be done. Okay. All right, so then can that clicker work for me? Okay. Oh yeah, it needs to be in the back there. We're just getting a clicker set for me here. Yep, and then I just do that. Yep. Okay, and then it. Yep, it's working. Okay. All right, that works good.
Okay, so I stop sharing.
Yep. Okay. All right. So, Roxana, are you going to be introducing the session?
Yes, I'll be introducing the session, introducing the speakers, and then I'll give you the floor.
Okay, sounds good. I will let this
I
gentleman.
won't do a very long introduction, so feel free to add more details
perfect.
in your presentations if you want. I didn't want to preclude anything that you might want to say, but I'll tell them a little bit about the run of show, and then hopefully we have an engaging discussion towards the end.
Sounds good. And like I've done in past times when we've done this together with Berna, I've got some kind of setting the groundwork for what satellites, for the satellite situation and the pieces there, and then I'll kind of go through some of that. So in my allotted 10 minutes or whatever we're asking people to do.
Yeah,
Okay.
10 to 12 would be excellent.
I
But I think you can take maybe up to 15, no more than that.
Well, I will keep it to that.
Excellent.
I can adjust to whatever.
And Dan, can I ask kindly for your help with any questions from the room, because I won't be able to point to anybody.
Yep.
And for,
Yes,
for all of you, don't be surprised that I will give a disclaimer that I'm speaking in my public capacity, in my personal capacity, not in.
Okay.
I have to do that for ethics clearance.
Right. And Jane, I'll just introduce you as a seasoned expert and so on. I will not mention any affiliation. You can bring it in if you want, but it's up to you.
Yeah, they were keen that I didn't over highlight it, and I said, don't worry.
Fine. That's fine. All right.
I'm also new, so.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
no,
he
that's.
has to do that on channel 4. Okay.
This is a silent room. Hearing only with the headset.
Okay, good. All right, interesting. Little side detail, everybody here has to wear headsets because that's how they will hear you.
Frequency, is that right?
What?
Yeah, I think it might be the case.
Yeah.
The other sessions I attended had the same requirement, so yeah.
Yeah, it's a silent
There
room.
is an open ceiling, so
yeah, exactly.
a lot of background noise. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a silent room, and everybody has to wear headsets. So there we are, and I'm seeing people are listening because they're hearing our conversations right now.
Okay, let us know when we can get started. I think we're keen to start.
Oh, we can go. I guess
we can start.
Well, let me just see.
Wonderful.
Are you good to? Oh yeah, you can get going.
Oh, wonderful.
So,
good morning, everyone. Good morning and welcome to our session entitled Satellites, Data, Action, Transforming Tomorrow with Digital. My name is Roxana Radu, and I'm an Associate Professor of Digital Technologies and Public Policy at the Blavatnik School of Government at the University of Oxford. It's a great pleasure to moderate this roundtable on the role of low Earth orbit satellites, data governance and infrastructure governance, and we'll look at how this drives part of the social economic change and development that we're seeing, in particular in conflict areas. This session is closely aligned with the sub-theme of enhancing the digital contribution to peace, development, and sustainability, and benefits from the endorsement of the Global Academic Network on Internet Governance, GigaNet, and presents some of the results of 2 projects supported by Internet Society. It has been convened by Professor John Akulesha from the University of Łódź, the LOTS and the Łódź Cyber Hub, who will be joining us online as soon as she can. Unfortunately, she has a conflict in her schedule. That is why you will see me here instead of her. We'll discuss today some of the key challenges and opportunities associated with low Earth orbit or LEO satellite solutions, including the developmental angle as well as the data sovereignty angle. We have 3 objectives for this session. The first one is to facilitate a broader conversation around this emerging field and also the global implications based on multi-stakeholder perspectives. Second, to zoom in on the challenges and opportunities in conflict areas, promoting sustainable development and peace building with digital technologies. And thirdly, to sketch out a set of policy recommendations that can hopefully drive more of the dialogue in this space and support policymakers with some of their decisions at both the national and international levels. So we have the following plan for this session. We have 3 amazing speakers with us today, and we'll give them the floor very shortly to lead on a particular aspect that they want to focus on for about 12 minutes to lead a discussion on that, and then we'll take any clarification questions shortly after. We'll give everybody 1 or 2 minutes for immediate questions. Then we will open the conversation for an interactive discussion. We're hoping to get your inputs as well as other questions and comments from the speakers themselves. So we'll have this moderated discussion for the remaining time, and we're hoping to bring out not only regional experiences but also some of the global implications for these developments. Without further ado, I'll give the floor to our first speaker, to Dan York, who is on site. Luckily, he managed to do this trip to Riyadh. Unfortunately, some of us were not as lucky as he was, so we will be joining online. So Dan is a technology expert, an open internet advocate, author of many books on networking, security, IPv6, Linux, and we can go on. He is currently serving as senior advisor with the Internet Society, and he has been directly involved in leading a particular project back in 2022 on low Earth orbit satellites. So we'll give him the floor for the opening remarks, and then we'll move on to our two other speakers that are joining us online, one of them in London and the other one in the US. And I'll give you more details shortly. Then you have the floor.
Thank you, Roxana, and thank you, everybody. Oops, I'm loud. Oh, well, then I can't hear any comments that they make. Oh, and I'm falling apart. Okay, so my name is Dan York. I work for the Internet Society. And I'm going to kind of start by talking a little bit about what are low Earth orbit satellites and some terminology that we'll be using throughout the rest of the presentation that we have today. So if this works, let's see. It's not advancing here. Let's see. This did just work. Let's see. Sorry, folks, we're just experiencing a difficulty with the... It was just working when we tested it a minute ago. Right here is the... Okay, we're just going to try switching to a different machine. Okay, it did work here. It did work here just a minute ago. Okay. Oh, you know what? We might need to get to PowerPoint on here for PowerPoint to have focus. Okay, now let's try it. Oh, sorry, folks. We're just getting back to it. Okay, now let me try it. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Okay. All right. There we are. So I just wanted to begin by talking a little bit about the power that we see in low Earth orbit satellites, and whether it's Starlink or OneWeb or some of these different systems. There we go. So this was an example, a picture that I'm showing here from a community network that was built up in the Northwest Territories of Canada, far up in the Arctic area, where they had no capability to go and get any other kind of subsea cable or anything like that. And so what they did was they used a connection through Starlink to be able to connect in and be able to share that connection with everyone else that was there. In the United States, most recently, we had some large hurricanes that came through our area. And as part of the disaster response, organizations were using, again, in this case, Starlink, to be able to go and help coordinate disaster response and work with us. They also set up wireless charging stations. They did other things like this. Similarly, in that same area, they were using OneWeb, another constellation, to go and provide 5G connectivity to people in the local area. These are just some of the many examples around how this can be truly life-changing in so many different kinds of ways that people have. The subject we're talking about today is really around these low Earth orbit satellites, or LEOs. And I want to just put a couple of pieces of terminology in here. If you look at the Earth and the orbits that are out there, the traditional satellites that we've used for the last 50 years or so are all out way at the very end in something called geosynchronous orbit, which is abbreviated as GEO or sometimes GSO, and it is out at 36,000 kilometers away from the Earth. And that's where all the satellites are that do a lot of the broadcast TV, a lot of the communications broadcast. All of that is happening out there. And that's been the space where it all goes and has for so many years. The challenge is that it takes a really long time for a signal to get all the way out there and come back. It takes around 600 plus milliseconds, which would mean that we can't do a Zoom call over that kind of connection. It's a very long time. Things like video calls start to end around 150 milliseconds or so. So it takes a long time to get out there and get back. So this is why people have started to do stuff in what's called medium Earth orbit, which is in the middle, and low Earth orbit, which is what we're going to talk about here. Now, what happens though is that if you do something out at the geosynchronous area, you can use like 3 satellites to connect around to get global coverage. But when you start going in lower, you need more. There's a couple of providers that have about 20 satellites in the medium Earth orbit. And then as you get down into the low Earth orbit, which is under 2,000 kilometers, you get into needing hundreds to then thousands of satellites, as you have with Starlink right now. So there's 3 parts to a satellite system. One is the satellites, the constellation as we call it, of all the satellites that are there. There's also the user terminal, the antenna, the dish, the thing that you're using there. And then there's also the ground stations that connect these constellations to the rest of the internet. There are policy implications around all 3 of these different things, and they all come into play in different ways. So in a typical system, what happens is you go and you are connecting from your dish up to the satellite network and back down to a ground station and out to the public internet. And this is what a picture typically looks like. But because these satellites are moving so fast, you might only see one in the sky for about 5 minutes. It actually looks maybe a little bit more like this, where your signals are actually bouncing off multiple satellites as they're traveling around. And this is one of the innovations that happened in this space. But then there was even a little bit more of an innovation, which is that what if you're not near a ground station? You're not able to go and connect to one easily. This is where you might hear about space lasers and stuff like this. This is truly where we are connecting across the constellation to be able to go and have your traffic go across the constellation and then drop down to a ground station somewhere else. Again, though, this will have some policy implications as you start looking at this in terms of, well, where is that ground station located? Where is that? Who's got sovereignty over that? Who's got control over that? Where is it? You're going across different borders, different things like this. So this is all part of what we're seeing in this environment. As Roxana mentioned, back in 2022, the Internet Society created a document. You can get it at internetsociety.org/LEOS, LEOS. You can get this document, which outlines a lot of the issues and things that have happened. But a lot has happened in 2 years. It's amazing to think of what's going on. The biggest one is that right now there have been 7,500, and this number's actually probably wrong because it was from last week. And there's probably been a couple of Starlink launches since then. I actually haven't looked. But there's almost 7,000 satellites just by one company right now up in space that are operating in this kind of thing. Amazing just to see what is happening around this. We're also seeing a lot of innovation. I don't know if I was at a conference recently where somebody just pulled out one of these Starlink mini dishes, and he just had it in his backpack, just like like a laptop. He just pulled it out, set it up, and he had Starlink connectivity. Amazing the way that we've changed the dynamics of being able to get this kind of access. I'm a little bit too frugal to go and I don't want to spend the amount of money to the monthly subscription fee, but it's pretty cool. If somebody wanted to give me a gift, I'd love one. But it's like, that's not something I want to do, but it's very cool to see what's happening in this kind of space. There's also, people are using this for all sorts of roaming, off-grid capabilities. This, again, you're getting into some policy things because people are just able to go put this on their car, drive wherever, do whatever, and go into whatever jurisdiction, wherever they kind of are. They're, from a technical point of view, they could get connectivity anywhere in the world. We'll talk about some of the legal aspects of that in a few minutes that are there. There's also, we're seeing it now for in-flight connectivity. Many of the airlines are looking, they often have had contracts with the geosynchronous providers. And now, because of the higher speed and lower latency, because they're that much closer, to the Earth, you can have latency speeds of down like 50 milliseconds. So you can do Zoom calls, you can do streaming video, you can do all these kind of things. So increasingly, we're seeing airlines doing it. We're seeing new economic models. In some parts of the world, we're seeing people renting out Starlink dishes. They're renting out other kinds of things or doing other creative ways to get these in the hands of people in some form. We're resilience in the shape of disaster relief, in having additional connectivity. It doesn't necessarily have the same capacity as, for instance, a subsea cable does. Subsea cables are often in gigabits to terabits of capacity, and these are more in the hundreds of megabits connection that you'd have here. But you are seeing this kind of resilience that the people are looking for. So you're also seeing some people just going and buying a whole bunch of dishes. The state of Maine, which is near where I live in the United States, just went out and is buying a whole bunch of these dishes to go connect people in very remote communities where there's no connectivity. Because part of it is you pay a fee for the dish and then you pay a monthly subscription fee. So they're doing some work like this to go and do this kind of thing that's happening. You're also seeing, and this is the big disruptor that's coming right now, is that these services are starting to offer direct to device. So you don't need that dish, you could just use your cell phone. And you're seeing this happening in the United States. Starlink, SpaceX has been working with T-Mobile to provide this connectivity. And they need to get permission to use spectrum to communicate with these phones. They also need to equip their satellites with the radios that will transmit over the spectrum, but they're doing that. They've been launching satellites with this. They just got approval last month to go and turn on a trial of the connectivity in the United States to do this. They're working with other telecom companies around the world, and other telecom companies are working with other providers. Vodafone here in Europe just signed a deal with another company called AST Space Mobile that's putting up satellites. So this will be direct to your device without the need of a satellite dish, and it would give you telecom and also internet connectivity. So a very different model. It's being fought, of course, by all of the incumbent telecoms, by the other mobile providers who don't have those relationships. But this is, from a policy point of view, this is something that's happening. It's already happening in some spaces. There's some islands out in the Pacific that already have this enabled through another provider. All of this is going on. The other part that's happening is you're seeing some more launching of more satellite systems. China has started to launch their equivalent of Starlink. Well, they have two different constellations they may be launching, but they're looking to launch about 10 to 15,000 satellites into each of these that's going on. So you're seeing a lot of these different things happening. I mentioned some of the policy challenges along the way, but one is that each of these constellations has to go through a set of approvals. And this is a curious part, and we talk about the multi-stakeholder model and how all this works and the pieces. There's actually nobody in charge of who gets to put LEO satellites where. The ITU, the International Telecommunications Union, tracks the geostationary satellites. They allocate slots for geosatellites because due to some physics and other stuff, there's around 1,400 spots that you could have around the Earth. So the ITU allocates that. But they don't allocate LEO orbits and slots. Instead, what happens is each national telecom regulator goes and allocates the altitudes and frequencies, et cetera. And then that all bubbles up to the ITU for kind of record keeping and coordination. But it's an interesting aspect of the current world that all of these things are launching, but they're all under the kind of the national regulators who are sort of agreeing with each other on what's going to happen. So it's all a grand experiment. Then those user terminals, they have to be approved for use within the country through typical consumer equipment kind of policies and pieces like that. And then these ground stations, you need to have permission to go and connect down to a ground station to go back out to the internet in some form. All of these things need permitting and need licensing and all of this, which is why you've seen, for instance, OneWeb, which is another constellation that now it's owned by a company called Eutelsat in the EU, but they have their satellites up there already, but they're struggling to provide connectivity because they don't have the licenses for ground connectivity. So there are people at these organizations whose job it is just to go into each country and try to negotiate with the regulator what kind of relationship, what will we be able to do. And often in many countries, the incumbent telecom companies are fighting this because they don't want the competition. And so they're pushing back and making it challenging for some of these systems to go on. A couple other different things that are happening in this space is, next. Okay. Let's see if we can, it's not, we're not advancing again. I think you have to have focus on that. Okay, yep. Oh, okay. The other big thing that's the challenge that's happening right now for the space is that there's only one company that is consistently launching satellites, and that's SpaceX, launching rockets. So far this year, they've launched over 120 Falcon 9 rockets that have had their satellites on them. The other competitors in the space, such as Arianespace, they've only launched one rocket this year. ULA has launched one, which is United Launch Alliance. Blue Origin has not launched a rocket yet. So the challenge that this whole space has, quite literally, is that there's only one company that's actually getting the rockets up there. And this is a challenge because all of these other providers are, they have no way to get their satellites up into space. So I'm going to just kind of talk a little bit about, there's some resilience questions. There's a lot of spectrum kind of issues happening that are going on around, and you'll see about WRC, the World Radio Telecommunications Congress. There's a lot of this issues around spectrum sharing, what goes on. There's also the ITU has some standards that are going on that they're looking at. So there's a lot of different things happening within the UN space. And we also, one of the questions we had here was about access during, in regions of warfare or restrictions or things like this or shutdowns. Technically, you could go and turn on this kind of access anywhere in the world. Legally, you can't. There's treaties, et cetera, that all do this. Now, sometimes that can be ignored in some cases. Recently, SpaceX, or last year, they had turned on the internet access over Iran. Iran did not let them do that, but they did anyway, out of pressure from other organizations and pieces, so that people could be able to use it. Well, that created, Iran, of course, has filed complaints within the ITU and other spaces, but this is a space where it's a challenge with that. The other challenge is that if you're using these systems, they transmit, and so you can't just, they can be seen by other people. They can be found, so it's not like just a passive observer. It's actually doing that. So I think I want to wrap it up here with just a final piece to say there's a host of other things. There's space debris that's going on right now. There's environmental issues. We have real questions around all of these satellites have about a 5-year lifespan. And so then they burn up in the upper atmosphere. We're not quite sure whether that's a good thing or not. When you're at some point, when we reach capacity, we'll have maybe 40 or 50 of these burning up a day in the upper atmosphere. I don't know. We don't know whether that's a good or bad thing or something. So all of these, and the rocket launch is associated with that. There's a big impact on astronomy. These can block a lot of the different, some of these systems are huge. You'll see a picture here. This is about the size of in their new configuration. If you think of a basketball court, that about half the size of that is what one of these satellites will be. So they're pretty huge. So they go and cover a lot of space in that. So there's astronomy concerns, there's climate or environmental concerns, there's space weather. There's a lot of other different questions that we have around this. And the main piece is that these are things that we all have to figure out. And I'll leave you with a final note, which is just to say that there's a lot of people who want to launch into LEO right now. And let me just give you this one chart here to end. There's, I think, if I read this correctly, at the moment there are plans for about 555,000 satellites that people have suggested that they would launch. Not all of those are going to happen, right? Okay, you've got to manufacture them, you've got to launch them, you've got to do all that. But the point is, there's a lot of people who want to get into this game, want to be able to provide this access. There's all sorts of different countries playing in this, lots of different places. So it's a big space and a lot's going on in that. And I will leave you with one aspect, which is to say that with the new US administration and the proximity of Elon Musk to what's going on with the new administration, I'm expecting that a lot of what they're looking at will be greenlit, they'll get the go ahead to go and do it, which will mean SpaceX will probably launch, it has plans for 30,000, possibly 40,000 satellites that will be going up and some other pieces and much more of this directed device. So with that, I'm going to say thank you very much. And we can stop sharing this screen and give it over to the next presenter.
Thank you very much, Dan, for this wonderful presentation. I'm wondering if there are any clarification questions, either in the room or online. We can allocate about a minute to anything that needs to be clarified.
Are there any questions here that people have before we go on? I'm not seeing.
If not, I'll just say that we can summarize all of this as it's all a grand experiment, in your own words. It's something I'm going to use in the future. It's all a grand experiment. As you were saying, there's huge potential for connectivity innovation, but also a high concentration in the market. There are questions related to standards, to the danger of potentially weaponizing this technology. There are environmental concerns as well as concerns around issues we haven't explored fully yet, from astronomy to bird behavior and so on and so forth. And with about 500,000 LEO satellites in the making, we can absolutely see this rising up on the policy agenda. So we'll now turn to an academic perspective.
One second, Roxana. We do have a question here in the room, so let me give this to somebody here.
Yeah, this is Sam Grasic from ICTP Italy. I had just one question. I really like your presentation, but one kind of aspect I'm actually wondering is what will happen with these remote communities? Because if they will start to rely on this connectivity, let's say one day something bad happens and we get a bunch of space debris, all these things falls down. I mean, what worries me that governments might have less incentive to kind of start to build and deploy and push the connectivity to these really remote areas. So I'm kind of just wondering about your perspective on this.
Yes, and that's one of our concerns, is just that this is truly can be, especially for the remote communities, this can be truly life-changing. We've got any number of stories of people who have been able to go and participate in the modern world through this. But yes, if we become very reliant on that and we don't have any other way to provide that connectivity, then if there is some kind of major issue with space debris or with solar weather, space weather, we don't understand all of the aspects there, then it could become a situation where all of a sudden we're losing that. So there is this warning that it's awesome, we can get great connectivity out of this, but we have to think about the fact that if it's the only path, and one of the worst cases we could see is that if the systems that are currently being deployed, you have the biggest players are SpaceX, okay, with Starlink. They're the biggest one. Then you have Eutelsat with their OneWeb constellations up there now. And then you have Jeff Bezos' Amazon with their Project Kuiper, which they're trying to get launched, but they're building the satellites. They're doing all that. They're going to have one that's the size of SpaceX, Starlink right now, and their kind of thing. So you'll have a number of Western companies that are primarily controlling this space. And it is a question, if we wind up with a lot of terrestrial internet service providers winding up losing out on profitability, and we are all using space-based internet, and it's in the control of a few corporations and maybe a couple governments. The EU just announced they're going to launch they got a plan to put together a system by 2030 or so. So yeah, that is a concern we have. Now, I mean, the reality is, right now, even if they're in low orbit, you still get better speed and lower latency out of fiber. So if you can get fiber connections, you're going to get a higher speed and also asynchronous. It'll be both download and upload, and a lower latency. So that's kind of your best case. But you know what? There's also people in many parts of the world who found that their fiber infrastructure was wiped out in floods or other things like that. And so some of those folks are saying, hey, maybe I should have, something, Starlink for backup or something like that. But it is a question, and I think it's a global concern that we need to make sure that as much as we embrace this for some things, we make sure we have other plans too. Yes. Roxana, just tell me when I need to end the questions.
Sorry, this is fast. I wanted to say yes, and also the concern that if these are like private companies that governments, as they move towards e-government, are building systems around, and then somebody decides to turn off the internet, or they're also providing service to like a country that they're having, issues with. Like, that's also very interesting.
Yes. Who's in control of the internet access? Go ahead.
Okay. Mine is on ground stations. Yes, for this kind of system, one ground station can cover even a continent. What will be the impact on internet exchange points and the original intended need to monitor traffic?
So, yeah, good question. So one interesting aspect is that some of these ground stations are in fact being located near internet exchange points, because you are able to connect into all of those different networks. If you're not aware, an internet exchange point is where a whole bunch of other networks interconnect and agree to share traffic. So that's what an IXP is. It's a place where they all join together, often with just shared peering agreements, and that kind of thing. Sometimes these ground stations are being located near data centers, so that you can be able to have quick access to cloud computing or to other kinds of capabilities that are there. But your second point comes in, and this is where some governments are being, if it's going to somewhere else, then who is in control of the monitoring or whatever is going on? And so some governments who want to monitor or impose certain monitoring around that, are reluctant to open up to these systems because they want to have control over what is seen in their country and that type of thing. Now, we don't know what the licensing agreements are because that's all, not available in the public. But there is certainly a speculation that if I'm going to be approved, if I'm a LEO provider and I'm going to be approved to operate in a country, the country may impose certain requirements on the use of spectrum that say you must have a ground station in my country or something like that. Again, one challenge is we don't know a lot of what happens. It's a kind of a black box. We know that TCP/IP packets go into the Starlink network and they come out the other side. What happens in the middle and all that, we don't know. It's a lot of mystery around that because it's a private network, basically. Yes?
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. It was very informative. First question is basically regarding the capacity, because we saw some of the deployment and it was limited to 100 something megabit per second. If we are assuming having a large island, then this 100 megabit per second will not be enough for them to operate. Maybe if we increase the number of satellites, then we increase the capacity. This is the first question. Second one is basically regarding the business model, how it would be in the future. So for example, Starlink gonna operate their services with local operators, mobile operators, or they will do it by their own and spreading all the internet connectivity all over the world. And I don't know what will be happening in the future, so that are we getting rid of these mobile operators?
So, and Roxanne, I'll wrap up with that one there. So
Thank you.
And the AV gentleman, if we could stop sharing that screen that's up there, that would be great, so that the next person could come up with that. So the two questions, one on the capacity. This is actually why Starlink, SpaceX is in the process of trying to launch more satellites, because right now they have about 7,000 satellites that are up there right now. But they're looking to they want to grow to 42,000 satellites. That's their filings right now, largely so that they can be able to provide more capacity and higher bandwidth and all of that. They're also looking to bring some satellites a little bit closer to the Earth, down almost into the very low Earth orbit area, so that they'll be able to get lower latency and higher capacity. And the third aspect is that when they get their Starship, their large rocket, to be able to launch things, they're going to be launching what they call their V3 satellites, which will have a much higher, they'll be larger and they'll have a higher capacity and higher ability to go and do this. So they're looking to dramatically grow that infrastructure. As far as that business model one, that's one of the open questions because, for instance, Starlink has very much a direct-to-consumer model, and that's been their model. In some places, they are working with mobile operators in some places, and especially now for the direct-to-dial component that's there. Other providers like OneWeb are primarily working with mobile and other retailers and others, so their business model is more of a wholesale working with that. Like I said, it's a grand experiment. We don't know how this is all going to end. So it's going to be a lot of interesting times ahead of us. Over to you, Roxana.
Thank you so much. It's wonderful to see such a vivid conversation in the room already. And many of your questions already touched upon governance challenges. And this is what we are going to address with our second speaker now. Dr. Bella Bernam Akalib-Gur is a lecturer at Queen Mary University of London and an associate research fellow at the United Nations University Institute on Comparative Regional Integration Studies within the Digital Governance Cluster. Berna, you have the floor.
Thank you, Roxana. You can see my PowerPoints and hear my voice. Yes, it's all well. Okay, so good morning from London, and thank you very much for the kind introduction and for moderating this panel. Now, it is always a privilege to contribute to the IGF. Of course, it's much better when it can be in person, but this year, unfortunately, I cannot be there due to conflicting personal commitments. Nevertheless, I am glad to continue our discussion on satellite broadband from an internet governance perspective at IGF 2024 as well. Now, as we all know, satellite technology is not new. Telstar 1 was the first active communications satellite, and it was launched all the way back in 1962. Now, many more had been launched since then. However, with the emergence of mega constellations and the broadband quality connectivity they offer, there's a renewed discussion on a wide range of issues relevant to this technology. Now, some of the most urgent questions overlap with the contemporary debates on internet infrastructures and the current geo-economic and geopolitical tensions. Now, one company, Starlink, the undisputed current leader in this domain, ignited these discussions. There isn't any strong competition yet, so most of what we discuss is based on its very short past. Okay, so going back, okay. Now, I have been working on a research project focused intensively on international law and policy aspects of satellite broadband since the beta testing days of Starlink, which was a bit longer than, it was a bit longer than 3 years ago. Now, many in the industry in those days, they were asking whether this time this project could be realized. Because in the past, in the 90s, other mega constellations were planned. Teledesic was the most famous. It had promised to provide fiber-like connectivity. And the project was abandoned only for commercial reasons. Around the early 2000s, a lot of constellation projects had gone bankrupt. So the early investors in Teledesic, they just decided not to go ahead. And one of the main investors in this project may be of interest to the audience online, was a Saudi Arabian company. Anyway, so it has been possible for us to conduct this extensive and long project with Joanna Kolesa, my research partner, Roxana mentioned, with the funding and support of the Internet Society Foundation. So when Joanna joins us, maybe she can talk a bit more about what we had done so far. But today I will present I will limit my presentation to only one aspect of this project, which is data governance. And it is one of the two issues we receive most questions on. If you're wondering what the other question, what the other group of question is, it is the environmental risks of these constellations posed to the low Earth orbit environment and the Earth. Just as Dan mentioned, it is a very important topic, but I will not talk about it today. But I have to say, I want to mention that we take that issue very seriously, and we propose in our research that all decisions concerning societal, economic, and political benefits of this technology to be balanced against its adverse impact on environment, space safety, orbital sustainability, and astronomical impact. Now, if you want to learn more about what we had said on these issues and some other questions, please visit our website. Now, Dan gave a good explanation of mega constellations and the orbits, but I just want to say that the low Earth orbit is a very valuable but limited natural resource. And why is it valuable? Because of its proximity and because it is, as I said, a limited natural resource. Now, it is utilized not only by mega constellations, but other satellite services, including Earth observation and scientific research. The famous International Space Station is there. So because of the ITU's first come, first served system, and with the emergence of these mega constellations, the available space for the newcomers is shrinking fast. So to ensure allocation, all the countries that have the financial, technical, and industrial capacity are rushing to put their constellations in this domain. And so this competition is a big aspect of the mega constellation discussion. Okay. Now, again, Dan's talk and mine overlap a little bit, but I would like to mention the legal definition of the mega constellations. Now, we know now that constellations consist of multiple identical or similar satellites designed to operate as a network through shared control for a common purpose. And SpaceX has been very successful, not only because of its launching capabilities, but also because of its mass manufacturing capabilities. In response to this exponential increase in satellite filings and satellite deployments in the LEO, the International Telecommunications Union also updated its regulations in 2019 and provided for the first time a legal definition for LEOs. This is the only international law definition that exists, so I would like to read it. A constellation applies to all non-geostationary satellite systems having more than one orbital plane, where the mutual relative position of each orbital plane and each satellite within its plane is important. It means that all these satellites, they work together as one system. Okay, so what inspired us to do this project? It was pure fascination and hope. We knew that infrastructure development stood in the way of closing the global digital divide within and between countries. In some regions, there was no business case to invest in terrestrial infrastructures, whether because these regions were sparsely populated or located in inhospitable terrain. So minimizing the need for terrestrial infrastructure seemed the perfect solution in these areas. There's also the case for increasing the resilience of existing infrastructures in times of conflict or natural disaster. We have already seen a few examples of this in the last 3.5 years. So the first step for us was to see whether the domestic and international governance systems were conducive to the use of the mega constellations by the communities on the wrong side of the digital divide. We have to remember that the developing world has a legitimate interest in broadband connectivity to stay abreast with the rapidly changing digital ecosystem. In recognition of its enabling role for all 17 Sustainable Development Goals, connectivity has sometimes been referred to as Sustainable Development Goal 0. Now, the Digital Acceleration Agenda recently corroborated this claim, indicating that 70% of all 119 Sustainable Development Goal targets will benefit from connectivity. With a view to supporting satellite broadband technology to serve the best interests of the developing world, we analyze whether the legal frameworks applicable to satellite broadband service providers to see if they were fit for this new infrastructure and to see whether they address the problems that we associate with cross-border internet connectivity. Now, what are these regulatory frameworks? Any company offering satellite services must obtain landing rights from each jurisdiction in which they want to provide their services. So Starlink, if Starlink intends to provide services in the United Kingdom, it has to go to the UK authorities. These licenses and permissions can change from country to country and will depend on the business model of each service provider. Does it want to provide services directly to consumers? Does it want to provide services to existing telecom service providers? Does it want to install a ground station, but nothing else? The range of licenses, the cost, and the requirements will change for each business model and each country. And each state is free to decide this for themselves as long as these frameworks do not contradict the international commitments they have undertaken. So the spectrum assignment should conform to the ITU radio regulations, whereas the importation of user terminals will be expected to conform to its commitments under its bilateral, regional, or international trade agreements. Now, data privacy and data security are among these concerns, and a foreign service provider is expected to comply with the requirements of domestic authorities. In its broadest sense, data security focuses on maintaining the confidentiality and integrity of data and protecting against threats like unauthorized access, use, disclosure, disruption, modification, and destruction. Data privacy, on the other hand, involves the ability to share data consensually with clear expectations about the context and scope of sharing. Both concepts are fundamentally linked to privacy, personal data protection, and intellectual property. So they also relate to internet access as a right, as meaningful access requires secure connections and safe navigation. Now, digital data security and privacy are perceived to have a cross-border dimension. In response to the growing cyber risks and threats, countries worldwide have implemented domestic regulatory measures that govern digital data flows, collection, storage, processing, often requiring data localization. Now, global companies that control and access data must comply with these regulations. Satellite broadband service providers are not exempt from domestic requirements and must adhere to the regulations of the countries that they operate. I'm sharing the privacy page from Starlink's website. As you can see, there are additional links for the EU, the UK, Mexico, and Brazil. It has recently been reported that they agreed with India's data localization requirements as well. When you look at the availability map, these are not the only jurisdictions in which Starlink has been able to obtain landing rights. The others are either content with the general privacy commitments of the company and do not require jurisdiction-specific commitments, or there are other arrangements in place. Now, this fragmentation is clearly difficult from a market access perspective, but it is clear that Starlink is willing to commit to complying with diverse legal requirements. These practices are likely to set the industry standards. Though it seems very difficult in today's global dynamics, aligning regulatory approaches through regional or treaty-based initiatives could have reduced the regulatory burden on the emerging satellite broadband market and enhanced these measures' effectiveness. But I do not see that happening soon in the next couple of years. Now, I will end my intervention by briefly talking about the data governance issue, digital platforms, cloud services, data this is a PowerPoint that shows the satellite infrastructure's place in the overall internet infrastructures. I thought it could be informative, so I'm sharing that as well. And in that context, I want to talk about digital governance. And our digital platforms, cloud services, data analysis, and processing technology businesses have accumulated immense funds and influence, global influence, as a result of their global reach to data. The concentration of these companies in a few states, as well as resulting in global imbalance benefiting from data resources, has raised concerns about the exploitation of countries that merely provide data and rely on others for digital technology, access, and services. This concept is known as digital colonialism, and it is understood to expand the already existing digital divide. Now, the deployment of LEO satellite broadband services is also evaluated in terms of their position in the global data value chain. And there are questions if they have the potential to worsen the problems labeled as digital colonialism, as I just mentioned. Now, we argue in our research that if a common understanding of data governance in the context of satellite broadband is to emerge, transparency in data use and flow patterns of this technology will be essential. If satellite broadband technology is to contribute to sustainable development, authorities and users will expect their concerns to be addressed and debated openly. We argue that this would be best achieved through a multi-stakeholder process. And with this, I end my presentation. Please, we can discuss, I can take a few questions here, but also you can reach me through this email if you have further questions after this panel.
Thank you so much, Berna. Very insightful presentation. I'm sure there are lots of questions. May I suggest that we keep all of that for the final discussion? And we go now to our third speaker, who has kindly agreed to join us from the US in the middle of the night. Huge commitment to the IGF there. Jane Coffin is no presentation. A lot of you will be familiar with everything she has done in the past 30 years or so. She's a seasoned executive and internet community expert who has been working at the Center of Connectivity and Infrastructure Development, Policy and Regulatory Strategy and International Development for many years now in different parts of the world. So we're very excited to hear your remarks, Jane, before we go into a conversation with everybody online and in the room.
Thank you so much, Roxana, and thank you for everyone for this panel. And it's very exciting to be with you. I should say good afternoon, good morning, good evening, because I know people are beaming in from around the world. I just have to give a quick disclaimer that I'm speaking in my personal capacity. I'm not speaking on behalf of any entity, and nothing I'm going to say draws on non-public data. All the data is public or from my own experience. I'm going to come, what I'm going to say is more from the practical, is as practical as you were hearing from Dan and Berna, but from a different perspective. And it adds another dimension to the technical, the policy regulatory, but also the more practical policy regulatory perspective that needs to take place on the ground, I believe, in a country when you're assessing something like looking at licensing or bringing LEO connectivity into your country. There's a huge dynamic here with respect to the need for a holistic collaborative approach across the multi-stakeholder ecosystem. And that can be done, of course, through mechanisms like governments working across different ministries and different entities. As Dan and Berna were both mentioning, there are the technical aspects, so you need the technical expertise. There's the legal, regulatory expertise that you would need. And if you don't have it, you can draw on others who've been through the process. And you need that policy expertise, but also the practical, how do you do something on the ground in a country? How do you get it done? Where do you start? And I often like to say that when you start to have that practical focus, you really have to start to lay out a feasibility assessment and approach to how you would assess a LEO in your regulatory framework in your country. What would you do? Where do you start? And then what the impact is. And Berna's mentioned the environmental. Dan has spoken about technical. There's also the question of how are you going to integrate a new type of technology into your current infrastructure ecosystem? Where does it fit? Does it help with redundancy and resiliency? What are the economic implications? And it's really, I think it's useful to lay this out. And a way that you can find out more information about how that's been done before is to read the paper, of course, that Berna and Joanna have put together. But there are other guides out there. There's one on satellites and communications by Dr. Whitney Lohmeyer, more from a technical perspective, that might be interesting. It breaks down satellites in general. It's also taking a look at other countries' filings and proceedings. If they put out a notice of public rulemaking, or if they've done what's called a notice of public inquiry, where they're just gathering data. And those are really useful tools from a practical policy and regulatory approach. Ministries use them all the time. UN agencies use them all the time. Regulators do. And I think what I would just say is that because we've heard that this is a grand experiment from Dan, that's a great phrase. When you're looking at this from a regulatory perspective, there are some very hard, fast rules on the I2R side, which Berna mentioned earlier. But if you're looking at this from the more holistic across government approach, you do need to be flexible. If you think this is only going to take one proceeding, I think that you could take a look at what other governments have done and realize that it's as iterative as we move into the system of having more of these constellations and mega constellations, as Berna noted earlier, in the ecosystem. And I would quickly just mention from that overall landscape approach, when you're looking at what to do and those feasibility assessments, these have been run by in other contexts, for broadband mapping, for example, in other countries. There's lots of data out there on how to run a feasibility assessment or to do a notice of public inquiry to gather that data. And it's a normal tool, I just want to stress again, and pulling in that information is also extremely useful to you as whether you're a regulator, policymaker, or civil society, just trying to figure out what across the multi-stakeholder ecosystem is relevant to you. It's also really important to think about your neighbors. If you're a landlocked developing country, I'll take a country that I visited several times, which is Kyrgyzstan. They're triple landlocked. And so as a country in the middle of many other countries, there are border issues. There are issues of, can I work with my partners nearby in order to see what's good regionally? And looking across the region from an economic perspective and what's doable. Research, taking a look at, again, not only the paper that the colleagues have written, Berna and Joanna, but others out there. There's something called LeoCon, which is an interesting group of people that have come together. There's the Internet Engineering Task Force looking at standards and other organizations looking at standards like the ITU. So you can broaden out your information. You can take a look at all of the resources cited in different publications, the paper in particular. I know they didn't ask me to promote the paper, but I really think very highly of the paper. And Dan also has one. He didn't mention a document he'd put together in the IETF, which is also super helpful. Where you can also find good global information is working through the ITU development sector. There's some questions looking at different types of connectivity on the ground and redundancy and resiliency and what that means for your country. From the technical community perspective, I mentioned the IETF. I'm sure there are others out there. You just want to do a survey. And that's where that notice of inquiry can be really interesting, or notice of information. I mentioned the ITU. There's UNOSA, there's JSOA. There are other governments out there that have run these processes themselves. So take advantage of those processes to inform yourselves. There was a conference just recently there in Riyadh, I believe. It was the Connecting the World from the Skies conference from the 25th to the 26th of November. So last month, there's good data that's coming out of that event, I believe, and lots of good experts there that participated globally. From a collaborative governmental approach, and Berna had mentioned this earlier, but I'll just say this from my personal experience, you really need to know what the trade and customs authorities are thinking on customs duties, right? And I used to say this when I worked at the Internet Society, that promoting the internet is wonderful, but keeping it in jail in a customs warehouse is another thing if your equipment isn't certified. So take advantage of other countries having gone through processes, look at what they've done, run your own inquiry process, because that will give you a lot of data, and it will help you think about those cross-governmental sort of vectors that you would want to create. It's more of interconnection across government agencies versus networks, but that's also a good thing too, because you're going to want to sync up and make sure that other parts of your system, your governmental governance system, are working well together. Also I'm not going to touch on some of the data sovereignty issues because Berna hit on those, and that is not my expertise, but I would just take a moment also to say that from a funding perspective, these are expensive systems. And so if you're looking at working regionally or in your country, there's some really good projects that have come to light recently. The ITU has something called the Digital Infrastructure Investment Initiative. I know a lot of the development financial institutions, which are the Islamic Development Bank, the African Development Bank, the Asian Development Bank, the Inter-American Development Bank, and others, and the IFC and the World Bank, they're all looking at how do you start to fund more infrastructures, speaking of redundancy and resiliency, so not just one, but what does it take to look at funding large ecosystemic projects? And it's worth noting that you have a role to play on the ground when it comes to those sort of feasibility assessments yourselves of what can the country bear if it's a loan or a grant, what can you take in, and also perception of risk. Berna had talked about digital colonialization. There's also the importance of debunking or sort of taking apart the concept of risk when you're looking at investment. And this is something I was looking at in a different life, different job, but you've got to take a look at what that means from your own perspective when you're talking to investors, and you have to have a lot of data. And that is yet another reason for looking at all the great research that's out there, doing your own research and educating yourselves, but also looking at the proceedings of other governments so that you can see the different resources they've used in order to create a better, more informed process in your own country. I'm going to stop there so that we can take other questions, but I wanted to just say I'm coming at this from a practical approach, but it's a cumulative practical approach. And if you look at how connectivity and from a policy and regulatory perspective, successful programs look at that technical, economic, the legal policy, and the practical. And we can't forecast all of what's going to happen, but you can get very well informed and draw upon other data that you can bring into your own policy and regulatory ecosystem. So thank you very much. Over back to you, Roxana, for questions from the audience. You bet.
Thank you, Jane, for zooming in on the know-how, but also the know when and know with whom, because these are equally important questions. And as Berna also outlined before, there are so many different patterns that can be explored in this, so many different country experiences, so many different paths that we might be able to engage with. And it has, on the one hand, regulatory, legal implications, technical implications. But you brought into the conversation, Jen, the question of risk. And there are obviously financial risks, there are investment risks, there are also assessments of risk that you can do on the ground. But something that has been on my mind throughout the conversation is the question of cybersecurity. So what do you do with the risk of cyber attacks? And going beyond just establishing that baseline of sustainable funding and sustainable connectivity, what happens when there are disruptions to that? And I think we might just have into the room now just the right person to talk about this very briefly. Ioana Kulesha has been able to join us. Her name was mentioned since the beginning. She's a convener of this session, but also co-wrote a number of papers with Berna on the topic. She's a tenured professor of law and teaches international law, internet governance, and media law at the University of Łódź in Poland. Joanna, are you able to jump in? We'll see if she can be unmuted. We might need some technical assistance.
Roxana, we're just pulling
now
her
we
up
have
there.
her. We have her. Yeah. I see that she was able to unmute.
Okay.
Dan is working on that.
We have a mic, and the camera has not yet been enabled, but I'm glad to speak. I also see we have a few questions, a question coming from the audience, which is amazing. I'm more than happy to use the camera once it's enabled. It's wonderful to see everyone. Thank you so much for all the presentations, and I apologize again for not being able to join you from the very beginning. Thank you so much, Roxana, for your skilled leadership. I always get very excited when cybersecurity is mentioned, also
Joanna?
with regards to, yes?
You can turn on your camera. There you go. Perfect.
No, it works. Okay, I can see you. Great stuff. That's how excited I am to see you guys. Thank you so much again. So just to intervene briefly, I am mindful of the time. Thank you, Dan. Thank you very much for your on-site assistance. The cybersecurity, I believe, is the flip side of everything that Berna kindly, skillfully presented. We've been looking at data. Data in Europe primarily means personal data, and it means privacy. It means GDPR compliance that Berna was kind to discuss in detail. But the flip side of data governance is cybersecurity. So I feel like it might make sense to put it on the table before we enter the Q&A session. Roxana rightfully highlights risk assessment. That seems to be the consensus among states. We focus on risk assessments. We build them into legislative frameworks like the NIS and NIS2 in Europe that includes satellite connectivity. But there's so much more to be said about cybersecurity. It is the question of investment. What equipment do we invest in? The conversation Berna and I have been having around LEO started with 5G. Are there lessons from 5G with regards to supply chain security we could apply? It seems as if 5G caught at least Europe, but not only Europe, a little bit by surprise. We knew we had to have it, but we had little policy with regards to how we select the providers. It seems these lessons are now being repeated with LEOs. We know we want them. It's just a question of who is going to provide them. There is heavy funding, both in Europe. Just the latest headlines indicate the budget allocated to IRIS². And Europe is pushing hard towards, this was just mentioned by Jane, digital sovereignty. We call it technological autonomy here. We would like to have our own LEOs. In the report that was kindly mentioned, we would think about this as our LEOs. So LEOs that are funded and controlled, and the data access is exclusive to those who manage them. But if you look at the contemporary providers on the market, they are bound by national laws on data access. This could be the national cybersecurity policy that obliges service providers to store data locally and enables governments to have a peek into those databases. So particularly when developing countries are thinking about using LEOs, these are definitely policy considerations to be included. And one theme that I believe is coming to the foreground of these discussions is also quantum computing. It seems as if China is investing heavily into the quantum to make sure that the provision of LEO services is more efficient. This might be the cutting edge of innovation that will be added to the heavy investment in LEOs and the services that will follow. They are a part of the One Belt, One Road initiative. So we just might see the discussion around LEO's sustainable development and data, including data access, have a very strong cybersecurity component. Again, mindful of the time, noting the questions already from the floor. Thank you again so much, Roxana, for your skillful leadership. Let me know if I can assist with the Q&A, but I'm more than happy to follow your lead here. And thank you everyone for contributing and for joining the session. Thank you.
Absolutely. I think we'll move right into the questions part. So let's go to the room, and Dan might need to help us with passing around the microphone so we can hear online. But let's start the conversation. Please feel free to also put your hands up online so we can see the questions coming in.
Is there a question here? Oh, no. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Vlad Ivanets. I'm this year Internet Society Youth Ambassador. I think just yesterday, Europe has announced its IRIS program, and they plan to invest like 10.5 billion euros into launching their own satellites. But there will be like 290 of them in comparison to 7,000 that Elon Musk has, and China has like thousands of them. And this program will it is like aimed at 6 following years. So with this amount of satellites, do they really able to compete with the private sector? And with the agency they have, like to create the regulations and like to prevent private companies to be presented in Europe. Do you think that the sphere it can be regulated to that much that a private company will be kind of limited from being presented in Europe, for example? Yeah, and how do you think has more potential to win this space war, I would say, private companies or governments at the end?
Anybody who wants to take that, or?
Should I say a few words, or Joanna? Okay.
Go ahead, Berna, go ahead.
Okay, so I'll just say a few words, and maybe Joanna would like to add another point. So the Iris Square project started as the motivation for the Iris Square project was to also have a secure space-based connectivity for the European governments. But then when we saw the regulation proposed at the Commission, they also talked. The regulation also talks about the competitiveness in the global commercial the global market of the European Union companies. And so you mentioned how does the European Union choose these companies that it will work with? There's a strong security component as to how these companies are selected. So, for example, one European company, one French company, it became a shareholder in OneWeb, which is a UK-India venture. And so the European Union was skeptical as to whether it should work with that company because it compromised. They thought there could be a compromise as to their security requirements. So when you look at the US, there's I mean, I'm not an expert in US law, but from what I've been reading, the US also have very strong security measures as to its space sector. So there are import restrictions, there are export restrictions, and there's a lot of secrecy around the Starlink's technology, and there's a lot of secrecy around any type of space technology. So this is a competitive market, but the competitive market is very much divided between along the borders of the states. And so I think the implication of this would be the states that lack the technology, that lack the expertise, would be unfortunately left behind, or they will remain on the user side of the LEO technology. But there may be different opinions on this, but this is what I have been observing throughout our research.
I make 2 cents. I would strongly agree, whereas I think there is an analogy to be drawn between this sector of the market and the discussion we've had in Europe around platforms, where there was also the question of whether we can regulate companies. Europe takes this challenge through, we call it co-regulation. So we invite platforms to the table, we have codes of conduct. You could call it social responsibility of business, but it's a little bit more than that. You could compare it to that scenario, but I think, as Berna rightfully mentioned, the governments will likely want to have the upper hand on this, particularly because of the cybersecurity component or the cybersecurity angle. In Europe, through regulation, it is NIS2, but it's so much more. But if you look at China, which will likely have a very attractive offer, particularly for developing countries, the government is having the upper hand on all of these technologies. So as much as I like the European co-regulatory approach to building consensus around internet-related policies, I think the governments might want to have the final say here. And one component, which I have not heard yet mentioned, but I'm just going to bring back to the discussion, is multi-stakeholderism. It seems like we have had this platform, like the IGF, developed to make those decisions. Because of cybersecurity concerns, I don't think there is a multi-stakeholder platform for the specific component of infrastructure that is being decided upon right now. So that is an interesting path to follow. I think it just complements your question. How should we make these decisions? Is the multi-stakeholder model appropriate? Is there a place for multi-stakeholders to chime into the debate around LEOs, or will it indeed be handled exclusively by governments, and not even international law, but probably more national law, with Europe as the exception, with a strong EU framework? Thank you so much.
I think there's also an interesting element with the IRIS2, the announcement that was there, in that it'll be interesting to see what the business model is and what they do, because the reality is their satellites in the plan announced yesterday are not going to be able to, or not going to launch until 2030, or the first parts of that. Now, there's a bunch of open questions because the winning consortium included two companies, Eutelsat, which has the OneWeb constellation, and SES, which has its own constellation in the medium Earth orbit, and also has some geosatellites and is in the process of purchasing Intelsat that also has a number of geosatellites. And so it's a consortium of companies that already operate in there. So there's a lot of unknowns as to what they'll use. Can they use some of the OneWeb satellites to get some of this connectivity up quickly? I don't know. I mean, it'll be interesting to see where this goes, because it will take them at least through 2030, so another 5 years. And in that time, you're going to have Starlink continue to launch thousands upon thousands of satellites. You should have Kuiper launching, Project Kuiper out of Amazon, and more. So there'll be a lot of competition in there. Now, on the other hand, as you mentioned, Joanna, and this is a lot to do with European security and European sovereignty of control of this. And so it may be that a lot of the business model is funding through the government entities and the other folks who are using it in some form. So we'll have to see. I think there's a lot of questions still to be known. I mean, I welcome more competitors in this space. I think part of what we've seen that's made the internet so successful over the 30 years is that it's a network of networks with a lot of competition and pieces in there. So I would welcome it in the space-based space as well. We'll have to see. I don't have any other questions in the room. Oh, I have one more, but I also know you do have somebody online if you want.
Yeah, maybe we can go to the question in the room and ask for technical assistance to unmute the participant online. Like that, we get a continuity of questions and we address them together.
Okay, let me. I'll give this to you here. And
well, hello everyone. Just a moment. Okay, hello everyone. First of all, thank you very much for this panel. My name is Alan Veloso, and I'm actually from the Brazilian Space Agency. So I've been following up these discussions. I'm a technical advisor there of international cooperation. I've been participating of some UN forums as well. And maybe my point of speech here is just an intervention to say that I'm as a researcher, I totally agree that we need a multi-stakeholder platform to discuss all these questions, all these points. From a government perspective, however, we have just approved our new bill in Brazil that is addressing some concerns in space sustainability, and this is a point that in the end make in the middle of a dilemma. How can we assure the universality of connectivity, and at the same time guarantee that we are not polluting our atmosphere, that we are following some guidelines that are addressing sustainability issues? And this is a concern that we have there in Brazil, and our policy that will be regulating these matters is still under development. But it's nice to see that forums like this, the IGF, are maybe the main arena that we must have and pursue to discuss all that. And that's it. Thank you very much for this panel. And yes.
Thank you so much. I said we're going to couple two questions. So we have one more that will come from the online space, and we have Advocate Nosifo Nandipa, who might be able to unmute now.
So,
please, you have the floor.
Actually, Roxana, I was just informed that I guess we are not unmuting remote speakers. They are to type their questions in the chat, and then we can read them from there.
We will do that. Okay. Thank you very much. That was not clear from the beginning. We do have another question that came in the chat, and this time it's from Chennai, India. Professor Gopal is asking the following. In the internet world, much of the action is not felt, remains invisible. Is there any methods to make one conscious of potential risks, I guess, at the intersection of privacy and cybersecurity, from what we can't really see and touch as such? Who would like to address any of the two questions?
I'm glad to start us off, letting our co-panelists think. Thank you so much. First, I think it was more of a comment from the Brazilian participant than a question, but I do strongly feel about the point you were making, sir, in terms of this being the time to have the discussions and having them in the multi-stakeholder format as the IGF, also having them at the ITU. But I think the point of this specific session, the idea that has guided us in this work, is to raise awareness also among the individual users of the internet. Usually, particularly the younger generation, does not really care where the internet comes from. They just kind of want it quick and efficient. This might be also the default thinking of some governments. So I strongly identify with your point, highlighting the need to have these informed discussions now before the space is over-polluted or polluted as a result of the new space race that we are witnessing. And with regards to the question from Gopal, I'm going to go back to the multi-stakeholder model again. I see some of our ICANN colleagues both in the room and in the chat. Maybe the answer to make this sufficient is to go back to the one world, one internet motto that Dan mentioned, and go back to the technical community to make sure that they handle all the data according to the same principles and standards. I don't think I have a good answer legally, other than saying, well, you know, Europe solved it with GDPR. We've invented this brilliant piece of legislation that's now implemented worldwide and protects data, particularly of individual end users. But I know that that might be a statement that resonates very well in Europe and not so well outside of the EU. That would be my immediate response. I'm more than happy to hear what my co-panelists and our distinguished moderator have to add. Thank you.
We just received a question from Advocate Nosifo Nandipa. Can I ask it now, and then we collect other thoughts on all the different comments and questions we received? So this is a question that refers to Africa. What are the implications of this development for Africa? What will be the criteria for African service providers to participate in the platform? Is this not further disintegrating the internet and its infrastructure to the detriment of the deep rural that are still unconnected?
So I would just put out that there are quite a few African governments that have already taken a look and licensed certain LEO constellation service, Nigeria being one of them, Rwanda, Kenya, and so on. And there's data out there that where you can find that information. But there's a great opportunity with, as I had mentioned earlier, taking a feasibility assessment across countries and regions. You could even work through the African Union or the African Telecom Union, the Internet Society, the Association for Progressive Communications. They're all taking a look at connectivity on the ground. And there are a lot of other multi-stakeholder organizations, as Joanna has mentioned, from the civil society and other side. They're very interested in connectivity infrastructure in general. And so in particular for certain countries that have geographic challenges, there are quite a few. If you think of the DRC, or you're looking at a desert country like Namibia or Algeria, there's lots of opportunity for looking at how to bring in more redundancy and resiliency in your infrastructure. So it would be a potential mix of different connectivities, because you don't want single points of failure. The other thing I would highlight is that many African countries, I'm on the board of a nonprofit called the African Internet Exchange Association. Many countries have internet exchange points in Africa, in the islands and across the entire continent. Those are very important parts of internet infrastructure that can connect up with, say, LEO systems or fiber. But I would just say there's lots out there. There are a lot of people looking at this, and the other governments that have licensed the LEO constellations that are currently active would have information. And I would strongly promote the notice of inquiry approach from a governmental or a regional perspective to pull in more data on any of the questions that have been asked, but in particular on the importance of infrastructure, regulatory policy, sort of confluence, and multi-stakeholder.
Yeah, I was just going to say that to the question around Africa, I mean, right now, if you look at the map that's deployments, Africa is still unconnected, and it's the part that it's not available, and that has a lot to do with that whole regulatory, the licensing of spectrum that I mentioned at the beginning. You know, they have to go through all of that to get it licensed. The ground stations, the consumer equipment, the spectrum allocations, the uplink and downlink. So it's a lot of work to get it licensed for each country, and so that is a lot of the work that they're doing. And so I think if somebody wants to see what's the opportunity for telecom operators in there, part of it is working with the regulators to see what can be done to get the licensing accelerated. And then I do think this whole direct to dial is a whole new area, and I would expect to see that not only SpaceX but also AST Space Mobile and some of the others will all be looking to partner with telecom companies to give them this added access. And so that creates a whole new layer of interesting policies and things that have to be thought through. But that would be one opportunity as that all comes online. Roxana, we did get a message here that we do need to wrap up in this session. So we do need to go to some sort of...
Yeah, indeed. We see a few more questions coming in online, but I think this will be for a follow-up discussion. And I'll hand over to Joanna just for the wrap-up and conclusion.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Roxana, and thank you, everyone. I believe that the last two interventions are a great wrap-up to the session. I'm thankful to all the participants online in the room, particularly to our panelists and to our moderator for gathering around this roundtable in a multi-stakeholder format, sharing their expertise. I feel like we have a lot of potential and capacity in the room. The last messages focused on Africa and the potential it brings to the table with regards to connectivity are the perfect takeaway message in terms of the capacity being there, being built. I'm certain I speak on behalf of all of us. The questions can be directly addressed to any of the panelists. Do feel free to reach out. All the contact information is on the IGF website. We're easily reachable online and offline. So thank you very much for being a part of this discussion. We've designed this session as a conversation. We would like for this to be carried on among different stakeholders. So please treat this as an invitation to a conversation to be carried on. As Jane indicated, having an assessment of regulatory capacity in a country, in a region, the potential of technologies with regards to data. I'm thrilled we have Roxana with us, who's an ANISA expert on cybersecurity. So all the aspects that were just merely flagged during the session are conversation starters. So my message would be to invite everyone to keep this conversation going in a multi-stakeholder format, but also on the ground locally with your governments, with your regulators, and with civil society. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you to the panelists and to our moderator. Enjoy the IGF and let's keep in touch. It's a wrap. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
difficult do we expect in here? Because I saw already that it's really difficult, yeah, to gather attention. Yes. So I hope that there is at least somebody watching us.
Yes, there are some people online, but you never feel them, right?
Yeah.
And the mics are already turned on.
No, you have to turn on. It's on, yeah.
And I should turn on the others.
Yeah.
And on the screen will show the. If I speak here, they can hear in the. Okay, perfect. I will test. And the channel 4?
Channel 4.
Hello, I'm just checking that the participants online, Sarah Nicole and Mr. Mamata, could you kindly unmute yourself so we can just quickly test your internet connection and that you're able to be here with us?
Who are all the speakers who's
Sarah Nicole and Raymond Mamata, could you kindly try to speak? You should be able to open your mics now. Sarah and Raymond, are you able to speak up?
when he entered, I would.
Yeah. Sarah, we unmuted you. Could you try to speak up?
One.
Yes, I hear you, but I don't hear the Zoom call. Can we use a chat on Zoom to talk to them? Can I ask them to speak up? Everyone who's here, thank you for joining us. We'll be starting in a few minutes. We're just making sure our speakers online are able to connect.
Hi, can you hear me okay from the room?
Fantastic. We hear you, Sarah. Great.
Perfect,
Thank you
thank
for
you.
joining us.
Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you to those who are online. This is an open forum session, number 40, on governing the future internet, focusing on Web 4.0 and virtual worlds. Even though anyone in the room may also need to wear headsets in order to hear us over the background noise, and if any of you wonder what's going on online, it's just that it's a relatively open room. My name is Pierce O'Donoghue. I work for the European Commission in DG Connect, and we're very happy to sponsor this open forum on issues which I will just speak about briefly, and then we have a great panel which our moderator will see us through. Over a year and a half ago, at the beginning of last year, the European Commission adopted a communication on virtual worlds. Some of you know that as the metaverse. We didn't want to get into branding issues early on, so for us it's virtual worlds. But it's very much some of the components which will make up Web 4.0, moving from the on-screen or on-headphone immersion to full immersion, to virtual presence, to extended and virtual reality, and to 3D surround sensory experiences, and which are not just for entertainment purposes. It's not just people playing video games with 3D masks on. It's of course a massive number of applications in the industrial, social, health and other areas. The Commission is very interested in the challenges which these technologies will have, of course, on society, on the services delivered over the internet, but we also have to look at the impact on the internet technology, internet functioning itself. And that's really why we wanted today to focus on one thing which we in the European Commission said we must look at. It is the governance of Web 4.0, the impact particularly of virtual worlds. And what I want to stress from the start is that we want to do so in a multi-stakeholder process. We are not in the business of building new fora. We are not in the business of creating new structures. It's rather we could have picked other technologies to have the same discussion, whether it's blockchain, obviously artificial intelligence, while we'll all be talking about quantum. How does that impact on the current multi-stakeholder process? And what lessons can we draw from the multi-stakeholder community as to how we need to adapt the current processes, including and particularly the IGF itself? What will be the impact on ICANN, although they will of course be leading as well in those technical discussions? And what else, particularly what new stakeholders do we need to bring into the discussion? And that's very much why we are here launching this discussion here at the IGF. We hope to have good input into the next IGF in Norway, and not as a sidebar, but as part of this consideration, and why we really appreciate everybody's input to this discussion. No, it's back. As you all know, we have the WSIS +20 process at the end of next year, and we believe that that process should be looking not necessarily at architectures, because we believe that the current architecture is the right one, but actually looking forward. What are the new challenges that the multi-stakeholder process needs to address? What does that mean in terms of stakeholders? What configurations do we need? How does the IGF and other fora need to adapt? Starting from the technical layer, we have representative from the IETF in the room, all the way up to the service layer, the applications layer, and then the governance principles as such with regard to protection of the individual and society and other securities. So these are issues which we wish to hear from you. This will help us in our thinking, but also we feel should help to give a good input collectively to the WSIS process and build then the basis for work beyond next year in these fora for actually working it out. And here we rely on your input. We of course maintain the same values that have driven collectively our work in the past on internet governance. Maybe I could say digital governance, but that in itself is a political discussion which we won't get into today. But it is really to ensure that as these new technologies come on, that those principles of open, secure, inclusive and accessible internet technologies remains the basis for all the work that we do, and that we actually are able to anticipate challenges. There will be, not least the fact that new technologies are moving so fast, and we have to keep up with that. Others may otherwise step in. In the past, we've had various bogeymen in the internet governance world. At first, it was the bogeymen of the huge global company controlling everything and everybody. More recently, it's been the bogeymen of governments and states who want to control the internet and control their citizens on the internet. Whatever about those rather stereotypical extreme cases, what we do know is that the technology is itself presenting us with challenges, and we need to talk about it. We need not be afraid of discussing it, so that we are actually ahead of the curve. With that, therefore, I am very happy to hand over to our moderator for this session. Thank you for being with us. That's Barbara Kudzmanaite, who will now present herself and the panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Piers, for the opening remarks, and thank you for initiating the session. Hello, everyone. Thank you for everyone joining us in the room and those connecting online. I hope you can hear us and be with us throughout the discussion. So we indeed, with the increasing maturity of technologies enabling virtual worlds and the evolution of the internet towards Web 4.0, it is important to kickstart this conversation about how we can ensure that this development takes place in an inclusive, ethical way, while also preserving very much the global and open nature of the internet, as Piers just reiterated. And I cannot wait to deep dive with my panel members to discuss these questions around approaching Web 4.0, what challenges that raises, and what opportunities that raises, and what also this means for how we approach the governance of the next generation of the internet and virtual worlds. So to kickstart, maybe a bit of who's who in the room here today and with us online. I am Barbara Kudzmanaite. I'm a research manager at BPMI, and we are supporting European Commission's work on this Web 4.0 and virtual worlds governance initiative. And If you want to chat more about what we're doing to support the European Commission, I will be very happy to talk to you also after the session and happy to answer any questions in that regard. And today I'm joined by a fantastic panel of panelists from across the world. So to start with us here in the room, we have Professor Toshio Obi, who is Professor Emeritus and Advisor of Waseda University, also Advisor of ITU Secretary General for Academia and Chair for CD Project on Silver Innovation. So several titles, and thank you so much for being us here today. Online, joining us, we have Ms. Sarah Nicole, who is a Senior Policy and Research Associate at Project Liberty, where she focuses on technical and academic governance frameworks. And next to me, I have sitting Mr. Israel Rosas, who's the Director of Partnerships and Internet Development at the Internet Society. Across myself, I have Mr. Rafał Kovnacki, who's the Director of the International Cooperation Department of the Ministry of Digital Affairs of Poland. So thank you for being with us here today. And online, let me check if we have joining us. We should have Mr. Raymond Silor-Mamata, who is the founder and president of e-Governance and Internet Governance Foundation for Africa. So I will just look a little bit at the screen to cross-check that Mr. Mamata managed to connect and is able to be with us here today. I see some shaking, so in case Mr. Mamata manages to come back, we will welcome him into the panel as well. And finally, we have Mr. Pierce O'Donoghue, Director for the Future Networks, Directorate of DG Connect, European Commission. So as a researcher, I have a lot of questions that I cannot wait to unpack together with you going forward. Maybe just a quick format on format. We'll have roughly 3-4 minutes per remarks, and we have some time at the end for questions for anyone in the room. We will have a chance to speak up, so please reflect as we discuss on any questions you might have. So to start, I would like to explore a little bit the why of the governance equation, why in the first place it's important to talk about the governance of Web 4.0 and virtual worlds, and how will emerging technologies that are also already quite maturing, like AI, blockchain, virtual and extended reality, but also quantum computing, as Pierce was mentioning, might reshape or influence the evolution of Web 4.0 governance. So to start, Rafał Kovnacki, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, the host, for having me in here. It's such a pleasure and honor to be the part of the panel with so many people all around the globe who are really experts in the field. So very concrete, to the point. From the point of view of the government, I believe any democratic government, internet governance nowadays is a kind of a stable but still evolving environment. With already well-established global institutions, and which is quite important, multi-stakeholder model, kind of strong one. That's why we are all here, and this is IGF is just the proof that we are already in the very democratic environment. So of course, it's nothing new, like to try for the very new occasion to manage or plan to manage the requirements for the new era of internet. However, of course, the advent of 4.0 internet, Web 4.0, it presents both challenges and, of course, the threats, the opportunities. And of course, we have a long list of questions whether the current system of existing internet governance is ready for this new, maybe not revolution, but evolution, so the next generation of internet. When we consider the previous internet revolutions we already observed, Web 4.0 can significantly impact, I would believe, that most of the aspects of our lives. Lives in terms of daily routine lives, domestic lives, but also in international sphere. So discussing and the urgency to discuss the governments is crucial. It's quite crucial just to steer technological development towards transparency, which is the first, inclusiveness, which is the second, and accountability. I believe those three are the pillars. So by anticipating technological changes, we should ensure that this evolution of the internet is guided in a way that it prevents internet, but of course most of all the users of internet, from being divided into different categories of virtuals users of different words managed by rules imposed by some entities, not guaranteeing the equity and not guaranteeing the equality of all the users and all the governments, all the stakeholders from all around the globe. So of course, when we think about opportunities, what Web 4.0 can bring to the world, of course, first of all, I think about education. So remote learning, even more developed one, training, medicine, entertainment, infrastructure development, and of course, which is quite important nowadays, so natural resource management. It should bring the positive. Of course, one of the very most positive opportunities is the creation of virtual twins of real-world objects, and it can, of course, improve operational efficiency, safety, and skill and development across various sectors, with medicine as the priority, I would say. But also there are many factors which are quite, maybe not pessimistic, but there pose threats. So first of all, we should try to make an efficient way to exclude the chance or the risk for any social exclusion. And of course, any disparity in access to information and education. It should be the priority for all the governments. We should try to establish new set of rules fighting against crime in virtual spaces with regards to all the new aspects of Web 4.0. Also, the use of, or misuse rather, of biometric data. Mental health issues also should be kind of an important for all the governments and all the stakeholders. When we think about addressing those issues, those threats, we need to have in mind, bear in mind that it requires a multi-sided approach. So it should include ensuring data security and privacy. It should enhance cybersecurity. It should be based on a deep analysis of societal impacts, and of course, which we can't forget, quite important, so to protect minors, so underage users. The evolution of Web 4.0, it will be likely influenced by emerging technologies, it's quite obvious, such as AI, blockchain, virtual and extended reality, quantum computing, which was already mentioned. So the governance of Web 4.0, it will need to evolve into even more transparent and participatory model than nowadays we do have. The example I can give is the integration of AI and quantum computing, which will raise ethical questions about surveillance, data use, and privacy. So governance framework, it will need to establish clear policies for protecting user rights, to ensure transparency, especially of AI systems, and to handle ethical dilemmas around automation. The governance of this new kind of internet will need to ensure that these technologies can interoperate seamlessly while maintaining user control over the data. Summarizing, because I wouldn't just to use over my time of 3 minutes. So Web 4.0 governance will need to be flexible, adaptive, and transparent. It should incorporate input from a wide range of stakeholders, and for sure it must balance the potential benefits of emerging technologies, the one I mentioned, AI, blockchain, XR, quantum computing, with the need, which is the most important, with the need to protect individual rights, privacy, security, in this very complex new digital ecosystem. So I would say that's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing your views. And indeed, we see with Web 4.0, it is indeed all about creating these really immersive real-time 3D environments. And already these days, we're talking a lot about in the forum as well about children's safety online. So of course, all of these issues extend to these very much immersive environments. You already alluded to some of the things of the what and the how. We will be coming back to those as well as we proceed with our panel. We'll just do a last check whether Mr. Rimon Mamata is with us, just to cross-check if we have him online. In that case, I will turn to my colleague next to me, Israel Rosas, from the Internet Society, to still take a look at the why question a little bit further, maybe from also this technical perspective, why we need to talk about governance of Web 4.0. So looking at evolution towards Web 4.0, Internet architecture. Hi. Hello? Unfortunately, it seems it's difficult to have Mr. Mamata with us. So then back to Israel Rosas, looking at the evolution towards Web 4.0, does the existing core Internet architecture provide a sufficient foundation to accommodate the needs and complexities of Web 4.0?
Well, thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank for the invitation. And I think this is the right way of discussing new topics in which we have the opportunity to have a voice in the conversation. At the Internet Society, we are following up with a lot of attention these developments. We understand the general idea behind what it is mentioned as Web 4.0, but we would like to know more details on the specific, like what kind of applications would be deployed. We've seen that in general, the Internet has been developed since the early beginning as a technology neutral general purpose network. It's this collection of networks, more than 70,000 networks interconnected, exchanging information. That core infrastructure has been flexible enough to accommodate needs all over the decades. We've seen the different applications, different services being deployed. And that's why we are interested in these debates, because as of now, it is really difficult to understand, for instance, what are going to be the border cases in which some of these developments we will need to be tackled from a different point of view in technical debates. In general, what we are seeing is that the Internet has a group of critical properties that permit that the Internet exists and thrives. And that's the key issue at play. Any new development, either technological, political, social, business, should be assessed to identify whether it impacts these critical properties of the Internet. Because in some cases, we've seen that there are some unintended consequences when some new proposals are being put out there. So I think this is the right configuration to have opportunity for all stakeholders to participate. We've seen that there are diverse mechanisms within the technical community to address new challenges. For instance, the IGF has open bottom-up processes where all people can participate, can propose new solutions, can test new solutions, receive feedback on the feasibility of these developments. So in general terms, we are interested in how these conversations are progressing, just to keep understanding better what are going to be the concrete implications for the Internet. So it's difficult to have like a concrete answer right now, but we are willing to keep engaged in the conversation, keep informed other stakeholders, but also hearing from other stakeholders.
Very much. So just to summarize in short, important to assess any new developments and their impacts on the Internet going forward. I will turn now to what I understand, and we have Mr. Mamata with us online. So I will also ask again this why question, but maybe more from the global community as well. Looking globally, why is it important to talk about the governance of the evolution towards Web 4.0? Mamata, looking forward to hear your perspectives. Unfortunately, it still seems there's an internet connection issue, so I will then move on to the what. So talk a little bit about the foundational principles that we can have in mind as we look to the future of the increasing immersion and real-life experiences. And we heard a little bit on why we need to talk about this. So I would like to turn to Sarah Nicole. So what we just heard of some of these challenges and opportunities you must keep in mind, and also the importance of doing this impact assessing the impacts on the internet. What do you see as some of the foundational values and principles that should underpin the governance of Web 4.0 and this evolution towards increasingly immersive virtual environments?
Thank you for the invitation. I hope you can hear me well. There's never discussion over the internet that do not encounter technical problems. So this is just the normal state of things. I generally agree with everything that's been said. So let me give you my 2 cents and push this a little bit further. So while we have hundreds of national, regional, international frameworks, foundational value that are fit for the digital age, or that are even prior to the digital age, like the Universal Declaration on Human Rights, we have always struggled to apply them effectively, and I believe we will certainly do so in Web 4.0 and virtual worlds. Every time there's a new technology breakthrough, we always ask the same question: how we should preserve privacy, transparency, accessibility, and so on. And this might be because the main issue lies primarily in the business model of the digital platform allowing us to interact online, and the lack of alternative business model as well. So I think that adding more values and more principle is not the exact solution and would not be constructive to this discussion. I'd rather think that there needs to be a shift and a rethink of how we're conceiving the place of individuals in the digital world by giving them rights and control over their data. And at Project Liberty, we believe in 3 things mostly. We believe that we should give people voice in the governance of the spaces they log into every day, choice over their individual experience online, expanded opportunity to manage also their data. And the third is a stake in the value created by their own data. And this might be the first step towards a fair data economy that is characterized by competition, innovation, instead of a few monopolies that are capturing people's data. In virtual world and the Web 4.0, the data generation will be even more important than in our current 2-dimensional digital services, as interaction will need to be seamless, we've said it, and there needs to be actual immersiveness. So this is therefore crucial to have this rethinking before we get into this very moment of even more extensive data collection. And for effective governance, we will need to have a new business model centered around data agency for individual. We need to think of governance and business model as going hand in hand. And this is the effort that we are leading at Project Liberty Institute by focusing both on governance and especially the governance of a protocol that we steward, an open source and decentralized protocol that is called the DSNP, the Decentralized Social Networking Protocol. It's a protocol that allows users to have more control over their data. We have over 1 million users on it now. And by focusing also on building a fair data economy, and we did that through a research effort with key leaders, including the latest Economy Nobel Prize, Daron Acemoglu, where we focused on 4 main areas of action: digital infrastructure solution, new business model, strategic capital allocation, and policy framework. So for Web 4.0 and virtual world to truly thrive, they must embrace the shift towards user centricity, supported by innovative business model that enable multi-stakeholder, bottom-up and transparent governance framework. But one last thing about this bottom-up and multi-stakeholder approach, I wanted to always highlight the European Citizen Panel on Virtual World that took place, I think 2 years ago. I was invited as an expert for a full day, and talking to over 150 randomly selected EU citizens that were asked to design the approach to virtual world. It led to recommendation, among which I believe there was 8 fundamental principles for ethical development of virtual world. And I believe these principles should be kept, as they were brought by all of us. They were brought by citizens that represent us. And I believe also that this concept of the citizen panel is key in the process of making policy and bringing ethics to digital innovation. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, for these very timely remarks. Indeed, one note is on the competition in virtual worlds, and maybe if I can summarize a bit, that we should also really focus on end users as users rather than consumers in these environments. And also mention of the citizen panel, indeed we have end users, and they should also drive the principles that shape these environments going forward. I would also now turn to Professor Toshiobi to further maybe elaborate a little bit on these principles that can guide this user human-centric virtual environments. We heard a lot of mentions of data, the importance of privacy. Could you share also a little bit more from your perspective and research? How might privacy involve in these more immersive environments, and how can we further protect the rights of the users of these spaces?
Hello. Who is speaking on? Thank you very much for a very interesting talk. But frankly speaking, I'm not European. So I'm Japanese, and I thank you for your attending Kyoto, Japan IGF last year. And whatever we are talking about the next generation of the internet, I think we are really concerned with the multi-stakeholders. My issue is very clear. And multi-stakeholder has two different aspects. One is the more so-called the government, business, civil society, academia issues. And another one is the more global issues like Europe and Asia and Africa and some other continent. And I'm talking about the later one because Asia is a very vast territories, starting from South Pacific to Saudi Arabia is Asia. So what we should do is Asia, we call the, in terms of the GDP, it's almost half of the world GDP belongs to Asia. Also population is also China, India, Indonesia, Japan, we have Pakistan. They have huge populations. So what we should cooperate with the European Unions. I think the Asia group need a platform to work with the European Unions. And you did in the Kyoto meetings last year. And this year we have a very interesting talk, so-called Web 4.0, 4.0. It's a quite important transition to so-called the metaverse in the future. So in other sessions, I listened to AI issues, and some other sessions talking about children's human rights on. So multi-stakeholder is really a big one. So this issue might be so-called European Union, EU-oriented programs. And I think Japan can, or Asia as a whole, might be very interested in working with you, the European Unions. That's one thing which I should say. And the second one is I'm the policy professor of the Japanese universities and policy advisor to NTT, which somebody told about. So between academia and business, we need more collaborations. Somebody said PPP. That's very good. And third one is the sustainabilities. And this project or program called Web 4.0 might continue as is sustainabilities for another 5-6 years to complete our missions. So please consider the Asia is a part of these programs and how we can work together. You know, that is my comment first. Okay.
Thank you very much, Professor Obi. I think this is actually a very timely transition more to the question of how we can work together on approaching this next evolution of the web and how we can work together to guide and approach the governance of these immersive environments. So I would turn back to maybe Pierce O'Donoghue to reflect a little bit on how can we work together in this multi-stakeholder approach to best address the governance needs of Web 4.0.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, it's by listening to informed speakers such as we have today. No, genuinely, this is the process that we have to go through. So I was actually very attracted to the brief model that Israel said that, first of all, we have to, with those who are informed but with different perspectives, analyze whether a given technology or a given advance is a risk or presents a threat, in other words, presents a challenge, to then best assess how we go about addressing it. And in that context then, listening very carefully to what Sarah had to say, taking the user very much into account and introducing, I know that these terms have been fought over, but what we would consider to be a human-centric approach. It seems a given that when we are talking about technologies which will be to the point of being invasive, they will surround the individual or have the potential to do so, and will not be a two-dimensional interface, but a 3D 360-degree interface, where, because of the nature of some of the technologies, it might not be possible to put on mute if you wish to have a private conversation, and where the sensors are not tracking you. There will be devices which look at biorhythms and other bodily measurements, as well as being able to hear your environment. So the nature of that technological advance, while we've talked about protection of data, personal data for a long time, it's a whole new thing, and therefore the human centricity, the focus on the user, giving control to the user, which I also heard from Sarah, is very important. And then it's a question, as I've said, of saying, right, these are the challenges, these are the principles which we have to either introduce or, in this case, with the human centricity, strengthen. And as I've said, not then design something totally new, but with those challenges, look at how we need to develop and advance with regard to the internet governance processes that we have. Are they appropriate? Are they fit for purpose? Do they bring the right people to the table? Do they put the right focus? And also, are we not talking about theoretical problems if, for example, it turns out that the technology is not a problem? Or, let's not forget, maybe we already have the solution. Maybe the technical community has provided a solution and we just need to know about it, and it needs to be properly implemented or properly mandated. It might be voluntary codes which, with the evolution of technology, have to become something that are more mandatory in order to protect the individual or protect society, and so on. So it's that ability to look around what we have and what we need. And I just go back, my conclusion to that point is, again, once more to stress that this involves talking with one another. Professor Obi, this is not a European-centric analysis. We are doing a work because we feel it's very important in Europe, but we feel that every region is challenged We will need to work together to address it. If we believe in a global internet, we have to have a global solution. And we hope to learn from what others have done. But I was nevertheless flattered that Sarah referred to the citizen dialogue that we have. That is, again, how we felt from the outset, before we even issued a policy statement as to how we were to address virtual worlds going forward. We entered into negotiation with stakeholders and citizens, and we will continue to do so. And we hope that everyone will engage in that process as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these remarks. I will start now a little bit jumping around to kind of explore further this question of how we can work together and how we can harness of us all being here today to reflect on this multi-stakeholder approach and how we can position this discussion within that. Sarah Nicole, I saw you nodding quite actively, so I will jump on that if maybe you have something further to reflect on and add to what Piers O'Donoghue was saying.
Yeah, I fully agree with one part of your comment, which is about sometimes the technology already exists. It's already available. The problem, and especially when we talk about virtual world and social media spaces, basically is the problem of network effect. The big players will keep on having the users because they just have everything already in place. And so whatever is the new digital innovation, and we've seen this with AI, these big players will keep on gathering the users despite having some technology that is more privacy enhancing and that could be better for users. And I think this is where policy gets into place. This is where framework gets into place of recommending, for instance, that future digital infrastructure should be based on open source protocols, that it cannot be proprietary. And I feel like as a general community, we've given too much importance to self-regulation by those big tech. And there was, I think in 2023, the White House voluntary AI commitment. And this is essentially letting these companies write the exam by which they will be evaluated. And the result is that today, most of AI system and large language model are still very opaque. They're still black boxes and there's no transparency and the audit is very complicated. And so it's the same for virtual world, right? There was back in 2021, this video by Meta to advertise for their metaverse, where it was the vice president of the division that was featured in this video. And he said, if you were to be harassed in the metaverse, well, we could give you superpower, like you could create a bubble so you cannot be harassed anymore. And I think this is the kind of comment that we precisely need to focus on and find alternative trust and safety framework for effective regulation, because we cannot let those private companies with mostly for-profit motives be in power for what they define as a public square.
Thank you for sharing. I think indeed the list of things we need to explore, we need to research, is growing increasingly long as well. I will turn to also Mr. Rafal Kovnatsky to maybe also reflect a little bit on this. How can we work together? How can we learn from each other, also not just in Europe, but also globally? How can we harness this multi-stakeholder approach to discuss virtual worlds and Web 4.0?
Thank you once again for the question. So I would like to thank Professor Obi just to mentioning that we are not only EU-oriented in here in this room. What I say, it goes beyond European Union. I'm proud to represent one of the member states of the EU, but what I really believe can answer the question, your question, should be also covering all the possibilities all around the globe from the governmental point of view. So I believe that this governance framework we need to establish, it should be based on clear rules. So I would once again emphasize how important is transparency, how important is protection of user rights, how important are both of them with regard to artificial intelligence. So we would like to, by law, but also by practice and by collaborative cooperation between all the stakeholders, answer to the need to face some moral, ethical dilemmas. Of course, at the moment we are we have been already facing those issues not only in EU but in many states all around the globe. Luckily, in European Union, we already established some legislation. Just say a few, like to some extent DMA, of course DSA, AI Act. So we already have got some regulation over online platforms, how to moderate their practices. And of course, with regard to moderation, it is really important to emphasize how crucial it is to ensure the user that with regard to artificial intelligence, they are not based, their situation is not based on the decision of AI itself, but they have got the right to appeal to the human being. So of course, this is quite important. I believe we should have the same protocol all around the globe, that AI is never the last resort. So there is always this right to appeal to the human being. I wouldn't mention, because we have no time, but only say a word that already we have trialed in many countries, not only in EU, but also in states of the United States, some procedures with within the judicial system. So we have the countries where you can just sue anybody and go to the court, and the court wouldn't hear you, but AI would hear you on behalf of the court. But still, in all those soils, you have the right to appeal to the human being. So I believe that this protocol is quite crucial. The other issue, quite important, is the integration of artificial intelligence and quantum computing. And in case of governance frameworks, of course, it will raise several issues, like devices which enable access to virtual worlds. They possess a huge threat as a new potential attack vector. So we need to bear in mind that with virtual twins, digital replicas of real-world objects, they are quite obviously new potential targets. So high level of cybersecurity based on private-public cooperation, private-public sectors cooperation is quite important. It's really essential, especially for the metaverse's viability. There is a lack of comprehensive analysis, I would say, unfortunately, on the societal impact of virtual worlds. I would say real-life societal impact, but it's really important to continue the works and research to investigate the addictive potential, which is the first threat, and specifically among vulnerable groups. Minors are, I would say, the target group number one. Which is also important. Virtual worlds must be supervised from the outset to protect all the minors for all the kind of usage. Some studies we've already faced with, the results of them indicate that already existing platforms contain numerous inappropriate contents for users under 18 with inadequate access restrictions and moderation. Of course, in EU we have more strict rules, but in many places all around the globe, it wasn't still applied. In case of data, okay, summing up, summing up of Web 4.0 governance, we will need to evolve towards a more transparent and participatory model because of the technologies and the nature of them themselves, and building on principles that address this risk and challenges of virtual worlds in Web 4.0 requires a multifaceted approach. So let me summarize with once again prioritizing data security, privacy, enhancing cybersecurity, analyzing societal impacts, protecting underage users. As crucial steps we need to go and establish all around the globe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will also turn back again to Mr. Israel Rosas. You mentioned this important point about internet impact assessments. Hearing what we just discussing what we just heard on the importance of this transparent and participatory approach, how can then the multi-stakeholder internet governance approach best address the governance of Web 4.0?
Well, thank you. I was pleased in hearing that this openness to go and discuss these topics with different parts of the community, because in some cases I believe that when we see some tensions and some opportunities, the trend is to jump directly into the solution mindset and come and try to gather all the stakeholders to discuss how to solve a problem and going ahead. But the multi-stakeholder approach also includes gathering the stakeholders to determine if effectively there's a problem or not, if effectively there's something broken or not, because in many cases, as you mentioned, there are already working solutions. And then it's easier to go, for instance, to the IGF and to see what are those building blocks that are working, why those voluntarily adopted protocols and technologies are voluntarily adopted, and to have that conversation. That's important. Because at the end of the day, we are defending these technical critical properties of the internet because they are the ones that are enabling that the internet is a force for good, that is available to adapt, to evolve, to accommodate new applications, technologies, services, no matter the name under they are like grouped. So in general terms, we are advocating for bottom-up processes with collaboration, with transparency, with accountability, with full inclusion of all stakeholders, because all of the stakeholders have a specific set of knowledge and expertise that is needed to inform these decisions. The technical community has a concrete set of expertise, but it's the same with the other stakeholders. And that's why it's important that these kind of collaborative, open conversations are still happening to assess the best way forward.
Thank you. Maybe to borrow from what Rafal was saying there, let's not jump to a revolution when maybe it's an evolution of things, and we can work with the stakeholders to discuss and identify approaches together. I will call back to Professor Obi as well, maybe to share a little bit if lessons, if any, on existing approaches and how we can work again to better govern emerging technologies in Web 4.0 and virtual worlds.
Yes, thank you very much. And since we have very limited time, 7 minutes, just I can say, as a professor of the universities, we need more attention to so-called the capacity building, human resource development for this issue, because Japan, China, India, Indonesia, ASEAN, and the Middle East, we call the Asia. Quite number of the population is behind, left behind already. So European Union group is your so-called the what you call the horizontal societies, very close to level of the humanities, and we Asia, from Japan, Singapore, or Korea, you see a quite high level of the well-beings, but we have more than 10 so-called the less developed countries. Like, I should not mention the name, but so how we can so-called the what called transformation to metaverse, or on the way is the Web 4.0. But we are confusing the concept of Web 4.0 simply because you had Web 3.0, and you have Industrial 4.0, and how they can link to each other for the future internet societies. That's Asian people is wondering, and I think Pierre might answer very quickly about it. And also, I really enjoy listening to how do you pronounce Rafal? Rafal, okay, yeah, about the future of the European Union itself, because Poland is the next presidency of the EU, and Norway will be next IGF. So it's really good time for European Union to consolidate or more attention to Web 4.0. So just I can say from a Japanese perspective, this is the best stage right now, the Saudi to Norway of the IGF. That's my final comment.
Thank you very much. We are running shortly out of time, so I would also like to turn to the audience if there are any questions in the room looking at Web 4.0. All right, we have 2 questions.
Hello, my name is Sandra Hoferichter from Eurodic, which is the European IGF. Not a question, rather a comment. When you talk about stakeholder inclusion, although I'm not anymore, I strongly suggest to involve youth in a meaningful manner. We just had today a very good session about youth participation, where it was mentioned that you really involve them by involving also drafting policy. And I know that it's sometimes hard because they are changing so quickly from one place to another. But I think it's worth the effort, because not because only if it's that it's their future. They might have a totally fresh look on all this and give a really good input on all these things, and might even come up with creative solutions that others might not think of.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Abdullah Al-Hamid from Intimid. I believe while we are discussing so many areas in Web 4.0 in terms of regulations or policies or strategies, I believe the private sector have already moved super forward in so many areas, including academia and research. So what we need to do is to pay more attention towards what's going on in the industry, capture those things, and then see how can we treat them similar to some other industries like the fintech and others. So Web 4.0 should be driven by innovation and youth. And we should capture those things and then see how can we really enhance the experience for every user.
Thank you. So the importance of innovation and youth involvement, maybe any reactions? And we have a final question as well. Yeah. All right, go ahead, and then we can maybe respond together.
Yeah, so I just had a couple of comments. First, I'm very heartened by what I heard in the panel, which is this human-centered focus on internet connectivity. But I'll say, as a member of the technical community, I have a number of questions, and I think that I'm really very much appreciate the multi-stakeholder consultation that's happening here. Do we really need to unpack some of the scopes here about what is the focus of what we're talking about? I'll just observe from the technical community, the word web and the internet are not interchangeable, and they mean very different things, and it's, it leaves me wondering, are other internet applications in scope here, or are they not? And then because we're borrowing words from the technical community about versioning the web, which is a little bit challenges, that typically involves breaking changes. And I hope what we're not talking about is we have an internet today and tomorrow we have a different internet, because typically when we involve the internet architecture, it's an evolution, because we certainly wouldn't want to risk disconnecting the 5 billion users already on the internet. We want to incrementally give them more capability and kind of more protections.
Thank you very much. Pierce, perhaps we can start with you.
Yeah, those are very good points. First of all, yes, when I talked about multi-stakeholder consultation, we want it to be inclusive, so including groups. The weakness that we've identified is particularly the barriers to representation of stakeholder groups from the global south and from developing countries, which we really must work on. But also then the point was made about industry innovation. It's the same thing as if there's a solution there already, maybe a solution which can be quickly adapted to a new challenge, then we should look at that and not reinvent the wheel. And finally, I will apologize. As I said at the start, we started talking about virtual worlds because there was a very large company which had part of the word metaverse in its name, and we didn't want to confuse people too much. We have played very fast and loose with Web 4.0. Partly because we wanted to differentiate from Web 3.0 the things that are going to happen, which maybe you, the technicians, will help us to understand will be absorbed into that architecture. There shouldn't be a break, and certainly we're not trying to break. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's what are the new challenges. So it's just to get understanding, maybe to grab attention as well, that we have spoken in these terms. But we have had serious discussions already over a number of years about, even though we thought it was part of 3.0, what hasn't been delivered under Web 3.0, but that's another conversation. So I'm very happy that we've got your attention because we really need your participation. Thank you.
If the organizers of the panel will not send very angry stares at me, I have a final question I'd like to ask from the chat. That was raised by Mokaberi from Iranian academic community. And it's a bit long, so I will try to read it in full. The existing internet governance system is not sufficient to respond to the policy issues related to data, domain name, safety, health, common infrastructure standards, and content, and requires the adoption of a comprehensive approach and a new architecture. So can the smart combination of a multilateral governance model plus multi-stakeholder consultation model be appropriate here? Can the model of the International Aviation Organization, for example, be a good example to ensure this legality, health, and safety of cyberspace in the new generation of the web? Any takers on this reflection? Maybe Israel, I'm looking at you. Yeah.
Just quickly, I don't know the framework that this person is referring to, but I think that we will need like an additional session to discuss whether the framework is working or not, because in general, governments are part of the multi-stakeholder approach. So I think it's like a longer conversation.
It's a longer conversation, I think a lot of which we're hearing around this week at IGF as well. So thank you very much for your responses. I see we have out of time, so maybe I'll just hand over to Piers on a final future-looking remark on the road ahead.
Well, thank you, Barbara, and thank you to all the speakers. Part of a process of consultation, and one which we hope to continue. So we look to your forward participation. And on that, a piece of unabashed publicity, but taking this process forward, do see as no, you're not hearing me? Okay. How is that now? Is that working? Professional work food conference. Cut off because of time. It's a conference on the 31st of March and the 1st of April in Brussels, which is on this exact theme. And we would really like to have as much participation as possible. We'll be examining the possibility for off-site participation as well. But it is really to continue and dig deeper on some of these issues. 1 hour is not enough time. Some big questions have been asked. So we really need to have a full discussion, which we then hope to feed back into the IGF in Norway. This is part of the multi-stakeholder process. This is not building new paths. This is to feed back in, as I said, intersessional work. So with that, just to say that we've put the issues on the table, but we need to listen to what others think as to whether they are the right issues and what are the possible solutions to them as this technology rolls out. Thank you to everyone. Thank you to the speakers, and thank you, Barbara, for your time. And I hope that everyone has a great IGF. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, exactly. We had to cut kind of the recipe for success, but it would have been a bit of a reiteration of things either way. Yeah. was a pleasure to hear everyone. Yeah, they tend to run over time, so it's not easy to know how strict the how strict it is. Thank you so much for sharing this out. Will you be joining us next year? I think it's going to be one of the colleagues. Yeah, because it's also engaging with your colleagues for the consultation that went into the committee as well. Yeah. I mean, you have a lot of hats because I've been reading some of the blog posts as well. You write each of the consultation, GDCA consultations.
Okay, yeah, nice to see you, and I hope to see you again somewhere. Maybe in Norway. Okay, thank you very much for inviting us.
Thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hope to see you soon. Thank you, Professor. It was a pleasure.
Pleasure to see you.
Yes, feel invited to join any of our events during the presidency.
Yes.
We are now in contact, so I would just send you the possible dates for you to save them. So okay, thank you. See you. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much for sharing.
Nice to meet you.
I don't think so. Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Michael. Sort of. Technically, I'm
Jumping in and out. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I was even reflecting, that we're talking about for
Many chances.
Following weeks now. I was told that it would be. Yes. Yeah. I'm not going to be in the room for that, but I will for the sessions, yes. The digital summit.
But also we do have formal fall. Yeah, let's be in touch.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Perfect. Okay.
It was really interesting to hear because when I mentioned about looking at, I think from the gentleman mentioned about looking at what's in the industry because industries are hit always and that's an interesting perspective as well. And I've kind of looked at the principles because I've started looking at the governance framework and governance, but where's the principles? The principles need to be there before the framework, right?
Right.
So that's where I went into and just wrapping
And
up.
government has got kind of the potential as empowered, the only one empowered, with legal backgrounds and legal effectiveness of our action that we can guarantee this governance model.
Correct.
So that's why no matter what, first this is the key. It must be stakeholder, multi-stakeholder, but at the very end, government must enact it. So that's why it should be from the very beginning listening to the voices, all the voices, and first it must be in symbiosis. Otherwise, it would be like killing
important just to be from the very beginning within the process. And unfortunately, 1 hour isn't enough. It should be like 2 hours, 3 hours, because also this is the occasion for myself and any representative of any government just to know what is the public opinion, industry opinion, tech opinion, and so on. Let's be in touch. I'm working, that one is in English, so it might be easier. I'm working for the Polish government as the Director of International Cooperation Department at the Ministry of Digital Affairs. So we are handling the issue.
Oh, all right. That's pretty good. Yeah.
So
Thank
let's
you.
stay in touch.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
It was a pleasure.
Mr. Kolensky, I'm Peter, the Director of the Council of Europe.
Wow. Very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Yeah. There is well, our colleagues told that I can grab you after the meeting.
My pleasure.
But I don't want to grab you because I see that.
Well, okay. I have
Thank you.
you still.
Because
My pleasure.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's that there is nothing special. I'd like to ask you to tell other than that we are the team, the council who are organizing the Polish business in the telecom and the information society area. We are in contact with Alexander and the team. So
Alex is the best.
And everything goes. I just want to reassure you that everything goes smoothly.
Perfect.
Yeah, of course, the council will be at the end of the presidency will be interesting. We are going to be.
But there's still informal one in March.
There is an. Oh yeah, that's good. Yeah, exactly. But
with the Euro deal.
I'm not sure. Okay, then because it's the former council. We are a team of four. So we are preparing it. Every respect. Are you big too? I'm sure you
The good speakers they have.
hello. What a great man. How are you, my dear? We see each other at IGF? Yes. Yeah, around the world. Yeah, and I'm so in depth with you because I was not in the news. No worries. I know you're a busy. No problem. No problem. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, but in the end, Mario. Yeah. Okay, but Zach will get in. Yeah. That is, of course. Nice to see you too. Hello. Tonight I will go tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Sorry. I leave but I don't need any. Yeah. I mean, for how long do you? I don't need there. 1 year. 1 year. Allora, I read your message after. Yes. No, it was too many people. And you know, Martin, he talked about what I would say. It was never to leave the discussion. And so many people. Because I was not no, but Daphne replied to me. No. She can and congratulations. You know Steve from the So where you went? What was so important Where's the real power? Exactly. Now we know. Oui, c'est sûr. Donc il suffit que je le contacte pour rentrer associé. Très bien, bah, voilà, bienvenue. Oui.
arriving at this region. Channel 4.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Thank you so much for joining us for this session and discussion on UNESCO's Internet Universality ROMEX indicators, the revised and enhanced indicators, which we launched this Sunday with a high-level panel discussion. We're going to have opening remarks and follow with a discussion from colleagues and experts from different regions who have the experience of implementing the IUI indicators. We don't have a lot of time, so I will proceed immediately to giving the floor to UNESCO's Assistant Director General for Communication and Introduction, who leads UNESCO's work on communication and information, including IUI ROMEX indicators. HG, Mr. Taufik Jelassi, please, the floor is yours to address your opening remarks.
It's working? Yes. Good afternoon to all of you, and thank you for coming to this session, which we are organizing on the revised ROMEX indicators, the Internet Universality indicators, and their contribution to advancing inclusive digital transformation. As Taufik mentioned, we had on Sunday afternoon a panel which launched officially the new indicators. This is for us very important, and I want first, before I proceed, to show you how the report looks like. And if you don't have your own copy, we brought with us a number of copies. So you can take your copy, but if you are traveling, this will add weight to your luggage. Therefore, you can connect to the UNESCO website and you can find the same report in English, but it will be soon available in many languages. So before I proceed, I want to thank some major contributors to this work, starting, of course, with the Brazilian Network Information Center, NIC.br, but also the Regional Center for Studies on the Development of the Information Society, CETIC.br. And we'll hear from a member of CETIC, Fabio Seni, who is here seated to my left. I tried to increase a bit his stress level before the session by saying, you are going to be a main speaker. He said, no, don't call me a main speaker. One of the speakers in the session. And he has first-hand knowledge. He has contributed to this work. I believe this revised version is very important because it does include to the earlier version, which we put into action back in 2019. It does include the new issues that were not incorporated then, such as environmental impact, gender equality, but also emerging technologies like artificial intelligence. So these are important developments that have happened since the initial version was put together. And I'm glad that we believe this is more relevant. Hopefully, this set of indicators, which are both quantitative and qualitative, are more useful, more value-adding to each member state. And let me here clarify something that I was asked about. These indicators lead to national digital assessments by countries around the world. And the initial set of indicators were used by 40 countries around the world. So that's our base, and hopefully now we'll have more countries involved. But this is not about coming up with a comparative study, and it is not about ranking countries along these criteria and these indicators. UNESCO is not in the business of rankings, nor of making comparisons about countries. UNESCO has been around for 80 years, that's 80. We provide guidances. This is a guidance, hopefully to inform policymakers and decision makers at government level, but also in a multi-stakeholder approach. to define the gaps they see through this digital assessment, and then to come up with the actions which will remedy to these gaps or will overcome the shortcomings. This is the purpose of these guidelines, and I think as we proceed, you should take them or consider them in this context. I mentioned 40 implementations worldwide, and let me give you some specificities here. We had 17 countries from Africa who have implemented the UNESCO Internet Universality Indicators. It's the leading contingent, Africa. 12 countries in Asia Pacific, 5 countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, 3 countries in Europe, and 3 countries in Arab states. So it's definitely the 5 corners of the world, but we hope, of course, to have more member states embracing this. We had 7 small island developing states, which we call SIDS, 7 SIDS, who have also completed their assessment. And I must say that the feedback we received and the lessons learned from these 40 implementations of the indicators and the related national digital assessments, the learnings have informed us in revising the indicators to know what worked best, what maybe needed to be revised, revisited, and I know the new set of indicators contain much fewer questions to make it easier, simpler, more comprehensive for the parties to carry out these assessments. So again, it's a guidance for national digital assessment, as I said, towards a digital strategy. And I want to mention here a region like the South Pacific, where these indicators have informed key priorities and supported the achievement or advancing on the achievement towards the Sustainable Development Goals. And these are among our objectives: how to reduce inequalities, how to bridge the digital divide, and how to foster economic development in each one of the countries where these were used. Now, when I mentioned digital divide, I mean a statistic that I'm sure many of you, if not all of you, are aware of. We have 93% of high-income populations connected online, while we have only 27% in low-income countries connected online. So you see the gap between 93% in developed economies and only 27% in developing economies. That's the type of digital gap that we talk about. And of course, how we can go forward, not only UNESCO brings a modest brick to the construction of a more equitable digital future, but we need to work together. So we call for more partnerships, more collaboration across different stakeholders, governments, civil society, academic research institutions, the technical community. This is very, very important if you want to achieve trust, inclusion, but also prosperity, since we all know that digital technologies are not only an important lever, but sometimes a unique lever for value creation and value adding. Thank you for being here. And now that I warmed up the audience, I think it's time for the speakers to take it forward.
Thank you very much, IDG, for your welcoming remarks and also highlighting some of the key and important issues that we're facing and the statistics or facts that IUIs have and are trying to address. I know, IDG, that you will need to leave soon to your next meeting. Thank you so much for joining us to welcome people. We'll carry on with the discussion, and I want to mention that we have key people here. Okay, Fabio, you look alone. I'll move towards you so that you're not lonely.
Also with the gender balance.
Yes, I think we have good gender balance. So we have key people here. We have Fabio Sene, who works for the cetic.nic.br. Fabio is an ICT survey project coordinator, and he's a senior specialist who has helped us throughout the IUI, not only for the revision as ADG was mentioning, but CETIC was the one to pilot the first IUI assessment in Brazil, and they have been instrumental in supporting and giving technical guidance to countries who are implementing the IUIs. We have my colleague Najib Monkni, who is bringing the experience of the Arab states where he implemented the IUIs, and also Africa where he still did the IUIs. So I'll allow him to elaborate. And I think the first time in the past few years we have two representatives from the South Pacific, and I'm very proud and happy that we've completed the assessments in 5 South Pacific countries, and we had the first ever sub-regional report on the internet development for the South Pacific, which did not do any ranking, as ADG said, or comparison, but it looked at common trends and learning experiences, and showcased the sub-regional priorities which can help the governments and other stakeholder groups to better advance their digital strategies, digital policies and actions, but also to help guide other international organizations and key donors to perhaps prioritize their support when it comes to the region. So this is the panel of the speaker, and before we go to the speakers, I just wanted to give a few very quick facts as a moderator. I would not normally do it, but just to say why UNESCO is doing what it's doing on ROMEX indicators. The simple answer is because UNESCO has the mandate to ensure the free flow of ideas, and ROMEX focuses, while it has indicators on technical aspects, infrastructure, it mainly focuses on the contents, on human rights online, open educational resources online, openness, accessibility, and multi-stakeholder participation, while also addressing cross-cutting issues such as gender equality online, safety and security, and a few of recent themes where advanced technologies such as AI and the environmental impact of the internet. Okay, it's not working, but these are the core principles. This is UNESCO's position on the internet. As I mentioned, the core principles that the internet should be based on, and these are the principles that were endorsed by UNESCO's General Conference. And while revising the indicators, we, as ADG said, we had the aim to gather the lessons learned and try and make revisions to ensure that it's easier to implement. The indicators are easier to implement, faster to conduct the assessment, and also take into consideration the ongoing processes and digital around the digital transformation. And here it's highlighted. Here are how the assessments look like. These are so far the published assessments, but of course we have many more, which you could, here ADG mentioned the countries, you can see the distribution. I will not talk about all of this for the sake of time, but I hope Fabio will mention a few of these things. But as ADG said, if you're interested, you're more than welcome to contact me. I'm coordinating the IUI work at UNESCO, and of course you're more than welcome to join our dynamic coalition and visit our website for further information and to read some of the reports. Now I would like to give the floor to Fabio. Fabio CETIC, as I said, has been key in supporting us throughout this pathway of implementing the IUIs and also revising the IUIs. I would like to invite you to speak about how do the revised indicators tackle the challenges, the emerging challenges, and address the gaps that were identified during the revision process since you conducted all these interviews and surveys and consultations with countries that implement it, but also with the wider public?
Thank you very much, Tatavik. Thank you all for participating. It's a pleasure to be here. For us at CETIC, it was we participate in the process of IY since the very beginning. So we were one of the first countries that conducted the methodology and also piloted this back in 2018-19, and then we were invited as a category to UNESCO Center to participate in this process of revision. Regarding your question, Tatavik, I think the process was designed by UNESCO and CETIC participated in the process as a highly collaborative and inclusive process. So we try to not only ensure that the multiple sectors participate in the consultations, but also from a regional perspective. So we try to consider regional perspectives in this. So several open consultations were conducted along with a survey, including all those. We tried to speak with all these 40 countries that participated and try to have feedbacks from the research teams on how they implemented the indicators. So I think this approach was critical in developing the new version. And the challenge here is to have indicators that are globally relevant and are still relevant in the new context, but also adaptable, flexible to a wide range of socioeconomic and cultural and political contexts that we have for different countries. So I would like to highlight at least two of this process. First, from a multi-stakeholder perspective, I think we try to engage different government, civil society, and also the private sector in the process. As that we had a few open consultations on very strategic multi-stakeholder events, such as the NET Mundial that happened in São Paulo in April this year. And also the WICIS forum that happened in Geneva, both of them counted on open consultations on the matter. And sorry, are you listening? And during this forum, we have, for instance, from the private sector, a lot of worry in concerns about emerging technology and also market trends that were considered in indicators. Is it going? While civil society, for instance, highlighted lots of intentions of investigating more the digital inequalities and human rights processes online. So we have to combine all these interplays and viewpoints to the review IOI. So it was considered in the process. From a regional perspective, I think it was also interesting to understand that we had to address specific challenges that we have in each region. For instance, from the global south, and we have lots of comments regarding still how to face the digital divides, the rural divides, the gender divides, and all the gaps in media information literacy in those countries. So I think we came out with more indicators that uses more or less the framework of the meaningful connectivity, or how to have a connectivity that really is useful to change people's lives, especially in the global south. While in countries that the connectivity was higher, we had more discussion on trust, security, and human rights. And we also benefit from the UNESCO discussion on information integrity or the governance of digital platforms to be also incorporated in this process, and this feedback was fundamental. We have lots of lessons from the 40 countries that already implemented the process. So we interviewed all these countries, and it's interesting to say that the indicators was relevant in very different countries, being from G20 big economies such as Germany, Argentina, and Brazil, but also to, as we said, in small islands and all the other countries. The indicators has proven to be very relevant. And in the end, I think we came out with a model that is more user friendly also. So we received this feedback from the field that we needed to have indicators that are more easy to implement in questions that are more straightforward to be comprehensive in the process. So I do think that these are the main, to say in a few words, the main issues, and then I can comment more on different aspects of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fabio. I hope we will indeed have time to have your impactful comments on the different aspects. But now I would like to move to Najib. Najib, you implemented the IUI assessments in Tunisia, in 3 countries in Central Africa, in Cameroon, in Burundi, in the 2 Congos actually. So it's 4 countries in Africa, and I think we've had very successful collaboration there from different stakeholders. But I wanted to invite you to actually speak about while we had effective communication with different stakeholders, what were the main barriers? So what were the success and what were the lessons learned in terms of the main barriers to effective collaboration between all these different stakeholders, government, civil society, and the private sector in Africa? And what are the barriers in this collaboration for Africa's internet policy development? And from your experience, how can this be overcome through multi-stakeholder approach, bearing in mind that we put so much emphasis not only on the findings of the assessment, but also on the process, which is truly multi-stakeholder and cooperative throughout the assessment process, which then leads to multi-stakeholder cooperation in implementing the recommendations. Please, Najib.
Thank you so much, Tatvik, for the question. Let me first of all congratulate all of us for this second generation of IUIs. I was pleased to support the first generation since the consultations, so since the adoption process of the IUIs and then their implementations in at least 3 or 4 countries. It was difficult also to implement them in other countries. We tried a lot, so that's why there is a lot of challenges, but there is a lot of lessons learned we can share also. So I think that integrating the IUIs into, and IUIs is the Internet Universality Indicators, at UNESCO we like use acronyms, into regional and national framework policy making processes can, of course, enhance effectiveness and inclusivity of internet governance and so on. And here we are not discussing the relevance of those IUI, but how we can use this framework and to change the reality, to improve the policies and so on. So I think there is a key word here, the ownership by all the stakeholders. This is very important at the national and the regional levels. So we have to work with all the stakeholders. They need to be aware about this framework and the importance of this framework. It's not a ranking between countries, and this is not very clear for many governments. So we have to work with governments, of course, civil society, academia, regulators, media, private sector, regional organizations and NGOs. And the ownership of these IUIs is very important. The process should be led by those actors, and they need to understand this framework and the objective and the purpose of the assessment, and then they could contribute to its implementation. So this needs a lot of actions. The first one is the awareness raising, capacity building, and the public awareness campaigns. It's very important, and even before conducting the assessments, because there is a need of understand this framework and its implications. So before even conducting assessment, it's very important to organize information sessions, workshops, training workshops, etc. The second key element for this ownership is the stakeholders engagement. And the stakeholders engagement is the engagement of all the stakeholders during the whole process, not at the beginning or during. So it's not easy to maintain this dynamic and create this dynamic among stakeholders and maintain it during 1 year or 2 years to prepare the assessment, conduct it, the data collection and analysis, and develop the recommendations, and of course implementing the recommendations, and I'll talk about that later. So this is very important, and we need to agree on the role of each actor before, during, and at the implementation phase of the recommendations as well. So it's important to do this mapping at the regional, but especially at the national levels with all concerned stakeholders, and under each domain and area, the right, the openness, access, etc. It's very important because we don't have specialists on all of those fields. So it's very important that we work with all of them and to get during the whole process. The third key element for this ownership and for a successful implementation is, and this is the most important component, the assessments, the data collection, analysis, and recommendations. This is very important, and we need to think about an innovative approach to better involve stakeholders at this phase. And we have also to showcase, transformative impact after the assessment is developed. So of this assessment, and it's important also to monitor the implementation of the recommendation in a participatory and inclusive manner as well. This is very important. This lead for the other element, the monitoring and evaluation. This is very important. It should be based on the performance indicators for each component of the ROM-X indicators to track progress and measure outcomes. And also we need regular reviews because we did some assessment under the previous generation. And in the meantime, there is improvements and developments. So it's important that we do a kind of regular review or updates of the assessment to reflect change and development and improvement. And it's very important for the national counterparts because it's also a kind of recognition about their efforts, that they are following this framework and they are advancing. So, and I think the regional cooperation, it's very important to exchange best practices. When we see, for example, the success stories, etc., it's very important. Sharing on successful implementation of IUI, it's very. We have to think also about some fora, for example, annual IUI forum or regional forums. Also, IGF also could be a platform to enhance this regional cooperation and this annual follow-up. Thank you so much.
Very much, Najib. Actually, I have a follow-up question, but very briefly, you mentioned you drew up on your experience in 5 countries, actually. I wanted to ask you, when it comes to the challenges of multi-stakeholder cooperation, do you see patterns of challenges that are relevant to any country, or the challenges in each country are rather unique? What's your take on this?
Yeah, there is some, we can find both. So we have some shared challenges or challenges where we find everywhere. The first one is the political will, of course, because if we don't have this high-level commitment, political commitment on that, we cannot advance on the implementation. And this is, the case of most countries. I try to implement the IUI there. And there is, for example, another common barrier or challenge is the effective collaboration between partners, and also the lack of trust. So, and the lack of between partners, I mean, it's leading to reluctance of engagement, of actors. And we have also sometimes a problem of a weak communication between actors. We have, in some countries, we have, very limited resources. And also sometimes the impact of civil society or there is the role of civil society, sometimes it's very limited. And sometimes also we find a kind of a shrinking civic space. So it's also very difficult to identify all the concerned actors and to work with them. So, and this limits the scope of the assessment and also the data collection and everything. Of course, another challenge, it's also common, is the fragmentation of the internet governance framework. So you have, pieces of and this is very difficult for the data collection. So the lack of comprehensive frameworks and processes for internet governance can also complicate the collaboration effort. So those are the main. It depends on the context of the country, but we found those challenges. With difference, of course, but we found them in all countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Najib. Now we'll go to another region, to the South Pacific, actually, where I had the pleasure and honor to visit to conclude the IUI assessments and see the strong willpower and cooperative approach to changing the country and driving the digital transformation forward. And Nanoya Simona, CEO at Telecommunications Corporation. Noya, you've been instrumental in not only in driving the IUI assessment forward, but in driving the digital transformation in Tuvalu forward. And by the way, congratulations on this huge achievement of finally having the undersea cable shipped to Tuvalu. This is a huge achievement, and I know you've had an instrumental input in this. I wanted to invite you to speak about the relevance, first of all, relevance of IUIs for small countries like Tuvalu and islands like Tuvalu. But also I wanted to ask you to reflect on your experience of implementing the IUI assessments and talk a little bit about how governments, from the perspective of telco, how could the governments better engage with all these diverse stakeholders, telecoms, private sector, civil society, and all the other essential actors to collaboratively create a more inclusive digital ecosystem and drive this digital transformation. Thank you.
Yep, thank you so much, Tadavik. Thanks for those kind words. Tuvalu just landed its first submarine cable, I think 4 days ago. And it's a milestone and a historic moment for our country. And coming back to your question, government in small Pacific Island countries, government is very important, and we need to engage government with private sector and other stakeholders, because it is critical for building more, like you said, more inclusive and sustainable digital economy ecosystem in the Pacific. And I would like to take you into how we see the IUI framework strategizing and guiding government in a few points I want to mention. Some of the points was echoed by our other speakers, which is a very important point when it comes to share ownership, because share ownership of digital development goals can really build that trust between stakeholders and get that working together. The other thing that I wanted to highlight here, a strategy that I feel, because we are small Pacific Island countries, we are communal based. community is very strong in our countries, and engaging local community and civil society is very, very important, and government should collaborate with civil society organizations and to make sure and ensure that digital initiative really address local needs. By saying how to engage, you have to engage community leaders. Government can improve digital literacy from a very at the grassroots level, accessibility, and take into account we value our cultures and traditions. So it's very important that we have that cultural relevance in this approach. The other point that I really want to mention is how to prioritize capacity building and skill development. We are very small in size, and we depend so much on partnership and private sector bringing that training programs and knowledge sharing opportunities to build our local technical expertise because of our remoteness. And we are very far from developed countries, and building capacity is a challenge. And I think on day 0, I talked a little bit on the challenges. In the Pacific, we have very, very unique challenges, and I mentioned a couple of them. And I think we need to prioritize how we can build that capacity and skills development. And the role of the government in that is very important. The other last point I want to mention, I will leave others to my colleague Selu. The other strategy that I feel that government should do is to drive innovation through local businesses. Government can really encourage entrepreneurship in SMEs, small and medium enterprises. I think the way to do that is to do startup-friendly digital ecosystem, because our small Pacific Island countries are, as I said, it's communal-based, and we are very friendly. So building that kind of a startup-friendly digital ecosystem can really, the adoption will be very, very fast, I would say. And one of an example that I would say, we just developed a mobile money solution just recently, and from experience and from experience from other countries, they said that it would take a long time to adopt a mobile app in such context. But in the case of Tuvalu, because our approach is different, and we like to do it in a more friendly way, because that trust is very much in our communities. So we promote that kind of inclusion and economic participation in that context. Thank you.
Very much, Noya, you mentioned these mobile money solutions. I hope I'll have time to come back to you to also inquire a little bit about this Tuvalu's ambition and project on becoming the first digital nation country, which is related to unfortunate environmental impact, which impacts small islands a lot, and Tuvalu is one of them, which is at risk. But perhaps you could think about that to say a few points. In the meantime, I would like to give the floor to Selu. Selu, I would like to actually build on what Noya said about values. So it was very interesting for me to see that, for example, some small islands, nations, countries have values listed or defined in their constitution. And so but I just wanted overall to talk about the similarities of the seats, small island developing countries, when it comes to the... Can you hear me? Yeah, I can. Sorry. Yeah, it's okay. Sorry, it's weird. So I just wanted you to, we know that there are peculiarities about different digital challenges, and also peculiarities of values, cultures, facets. I wanted to see your perspective on how do you think ROMEX indicators can help strengthen the digital development strategies for seeds, taking into consideration the peculiarities and values diverse challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Tatevik. Maloelele, I'm kind of struggling here. It's 2 a.m. in Tonga, so I'll keep it short and sweet. Firstly, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to share today. Just a little, because two of us is from the same region, so I'll just share quite a few from the experience of implementing the IUI's assessment in Tonga. I was part of the team on the ground in Tonga conducting this assessment, this national assessment for Tonga, and from a civil society organization, we conducted this IUI in Tonga. So a few pointers from there. We identified it as a toolkit for measuring Tonga's digital economy, playing a crucial role in strengthening and identifying where Tonga is digitally. Another indicator that we pinpointed was internet access at its weakest. This was data-driven, and so it was something that we highlighted, and it was good to share. As mentioned by Noya, it's community-based, so it was something good to share amongst Tonga to know and identify areas that we need to invest more in. The IOIs was specifically awesome because it was data-driven, and that was a bit difficult from a CSO conducting the IOIs. But one thing that we learned was, though challenging for us to conduct this, being a civil society, but government support was very crucial. And so amongst all this, there is the multi-stakeholder advisory board, and to make government chair, that would push everything easier for us. From small islands developing state in Tonga, the biggest thing that Romex can indicate is to share progress across the region, share best practices, advocate and monitor so that we could align. Most of us in this region are very familiar with risks. Earlier along the year, Tonga had Hunga Hapai volcanic eruption. This morning, there's a big tsunami earthquake in Vanuatu. So I think climate change and all that, these are risks that us in the small island developing states face every day. So cross-cutting and bringing Romex indicators into our region, we can easily just share best practices instead of Tonga doing their own and Tuvalu doing their own. Since we are kind of very familiar, very same, we can share and advocate more on this. Two more points. In my experience in implementing this IUI and having digital inclusion initiatives, as mentioned by the speakers earlier, is the multi-stakeholder approach inquires and tailors solutions to our region. So solutions are tailored specifically for us in the region. For example, us in Tonga, we've found some big success in involving community. So when you go down to grass level and involving community directly, you can shape technology policies there, and you can also deliver and conduct more around digital literacy, online safety, and connectivity. Just two challenges besides all this that I wanted to highlight during this program for us is one, the digital divide, and the challenge in aligning policies in our region with the fast-moving technology changes due to the gap around there. And one thing that was not mentioned was we found it quite difficult conducting this assessment and indicators and interviews the language, trying to indicate to the local communities in the Tongan language from a context that is mostly tech language or mostly international language. We had a little challenge there around interpreting to community level in Tongan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Selu. Selu, as she mentioned, she's from the civil society. She's a consultant on ICT, cybersecurity, and IT management, and she co-led the assessment in Tonga. Actually, I would have wanted to reflect on the implementation of the recommendations, but cautious of time, I think we've got only 6 minutes left, and I wanted to give the floor to each of the speakers to say for 1 minute any remarks, final remarks you have. Please, let's start with Fabio.
No, thank you, Tatavik. No, just to say that I really like what my colleagues mentioned about ownership and collaboration. I think these are two key words that I want to remind when using this. So this is not for ranking or for just classifying countries, but how to create a conversation that is based on sound principles. So that this is why to have it's good to have UNESCO on board, establishing main principles such as human rights, openness, and accessibility, multi-stakeholderism. I think now the process, and I would like to see the next steps in the countries that already implemented, to see, for instance, these new indicators on environmental impacts on digital, advanced digital technologies can be very impactful for the new assessments. And finally, I think I really liked also these comments on how to create a network of implementing countries and collaboration between countries. I think this is not planned in the beginning of the process, but naturally it came out as a key tool, and I think we have international fora and other spaces to keep this as a collaborative of different stakeholders and researchers that implemented the indicators. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fabio. Najib?
Thank you so much. Maybe I will. It's relevant for Africa countries, but also most of developed countries. I think ICT and artificial intelligence, they are among the most promising sectors. I mean, structured transformation in Africa and other developed countries, in terms of employability and in terms of contribution of funding and creating and of course the know-how of young, etc. So it's very important to use the AUI framework, but it's time to think about innovative approach and TOR for all those stakeholders to conduct this, to implement. So, and to discuss there and build the trust through the engagement of all those sectors before conducting the assessment, and after also the assessment is done, to implement the framework, the recommendations, and we need a framework for the implementation with the performance indicators. It's very important to monitor, and so we can also re-evaluate and update those evaluations. It will be easier for us to monitor this. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Najib. Noya, please.
Yeah, I will just have a few remarks. It's just that, leveraging the revised frameworks emphasize on resilience, affordability, and inclusion. And small island nations like Tuvalu and other Pacific Island countries can address this in digital divides and enhance environmental preparedness, because we are very, very vulnerable to climate change. I think the multi-stakeholder approach should combine with international cooperation to ensure that the small island developing states navigate the path for digital development journey more sustainably and inclusive in a way. So I think I'm thankful to the UNESCO for bringing that over to our South Pacific Islands. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Noya. These are all points that we could talk about for an extended period of time, but we have only 1 minute left, so Sel.
Thank you. I think just ending for me is the main indicator moving forward for all of us here is empowering people, safeguarding rights, and fostering collaboration. Malo.
Thank you so much to all of you for the discussion and excellent points raised. I hope we can carry forward the conversation and continue the conversation, including through our dynamic coalition. Unfortunately, our time is up, and I have to conclude by showing again our new indicator framework. And I must say that you discussed different challenges, new challenges and technologies, and in the revised indicators, enhanced indicators, we took this into consideration, like Fabio said, and it's not coincident that is now more inclusive of these challenges, and it's now Internet Universality Advancing Inclusive Digital Transformation with ROMEX indicators. So thank you so much again, and I should thank once again to all of you, but also special thanks to CETIC, NIC.br and CETIC.br for being with UNESCO throughout all these years, through the inception of the original indicators and also through the implementation of the indicators, and of course for the revision for the instrumental role. I would like to acknowledge the presence of Alexandre Barbosa here, who is the head of the Regional Studies on the Development of Information Society, so CETIC.br, UNESCO Category 2 Institute, and Fabio, of course, for our years of work, which has been a delight. And with this, I would like to thank the audience for coming, and I'm truly sorry we didn't have time for questions. You can catch us in the corridors now if you have any questions or any remarks to make. But thank you so very much for coming and being with us. Thank you so much.
Add responsible agile.
Oh yeah. Which channel are we? We are on full focus.
Hello, hello, test, test. Is it working? Everyone can hear? Can someone call my co-moderator, Olivier?
We can hear you online. It's been served.
Fantastic. Welcome, Vint. Welcome. Can anyone ask Olivier? We should start. So for our remote panelists, I don't know if you are seeing us. We are now starting in 1 minute.
We can see you. Or at least I
Fantastic.
can.
We can see you also now. We have you all on our screen. We have the agenda that Olivier so kindly shared with our remote participation team. We have the remote participants on screen. We are only missing Olivier, who is arriving. Finally. We were looking forward to your arrival, Olivier. So we can start. Do you want to kick the dance?
Just give me 1 minute. I just need to do one small thing.
So, do you want me to start?
Please, yeah.
Yes, fantastic. So, let me just start to introduce the panelists and introduce a little bit of the team, and then I will give the floor to my friend and co-moderator Olivier Crépin-Leblanc. So, our panelists of today, you can already see them in the on the screen. The remote panelists, and here with us inside panelists, we will start with Renata Miele, who is advisor at the Ministry of Science and Technology of Brazil, and also the chairwoman of the CGI, the Comité Gestor da Internet, the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee. Then we will have Sandrine Hersey, who leads the ARCEP, the French regulators unit on internet openness. Then we will have Sandra Mahanan. Is Sandra with us or not?
Yeah, she is.
Yes. So that work for the Unicon group and from Omefe Technologies. Then we will have Mr. Windsurf that needs a few introductions. He is an internet pioneer and also chief internet evangelist, if I'm not mistaken, also vice president of Google. And then we will have Ik Chan, pardon my Mandarin, who is professor at the University of Beijing and also leads work of the PNAE, the Policy Network on AI. And last but not least, we should have our friend Alejandro Pisanti somewhere. Sorry, there is also Wanda Munoz. Sorry. So do we have Alejandro Pisanti online? I don't see him.
Yes, he's online. I don't know whether his video has been enabled.
He's online, but he's not visible yet, but we hope he will soon. And then we will have also Wanda Munoz, she's already online, of course. And then last but not least, Anita Gurmunti from IT for Change. All right. Now let me just introduce a little bit of the topic and why also we have combined these two sessions of the dynamic coalition on core internet values and on net neutrality and internet openness, because we had very similar proposals for this year's IGF sessions to bring together individuals that have been working for, in some cases, decades on core internet values, and at least 1 decade on internet openness, net neutrality, and similar issues, to discuss which kind of lessons can be learned from internet openness and core internet values, if any, and can be transposed to the current discussions on AI governance and AI openness. We know very well that internet and AI are 2 different beasts, but there is a lot of things that can overlap. And to do AI, you need somehow internet connections and internet as a whole. And a lot of things that happen on the internet, especially most applications nowadays, rely on some sort of AI. So there is a deep connection between the two, but they are not exactly the same thing. And many of the core internet values or internet openness principles that we have been discussing for the past decade or so may apply or not. Some things may be more intuitive, like transparency. Transparency of internet traffic management, we have discussed this on net neutrality issues for a decade, is essential to understand to what extent the ISP is managing traffic, and is this reasonable traffic management? Is this blocking or throttling unduly some specific traffic or not? This is also essential to understand which kind of decisions are taken by this AI system we may rely upon for an enormously important part of our lives, from getting loans and credit in banks, to being identified and maybe arrested by police as criminals, or use our services with face recognition. So this kind of transparency, although different, be it in rule-based system or in a very intensive system like LLMs that relies on a lot of computational capacity and are more predictive than and probabilistic than deterministic. In both cases, we need to understand how they function, and is not something that, from a rule of law and due process perspective, we can accept to simply say, we don't know how it works. I understand that in many cases we don't know how it works, but this kind of transparency is essential for the counterpart for accountability. Accountability with users, with regulators, with society at large. And then we have a lot of debates about interoperability and permissionless innovation, which are the core of the internet functioning. But most of AI systems are not interoperable, and actually the most advanced are also developed by a very small number of large corporations, which may lead us to the kind of concentration that non-discrimination and decentralization that are at the core of the internet and at the core of net neutrality and at the core of internet openness aim at avoiding. And to conclude, also a very concrete example of how this concentration and the lack of net neutrality can even be put on steroid by AI to some extent. We have very good examples now. We have been debating zero rating and its compatibility or incompatibility with net neutrality for the past decades almost. And we know that in most of the global south, people access the internet primarily through Meta family of apps, especially WhatsApp. And the fact that now WhatsApp includes at the very top of his homepage Meta AI means that de facto most of the people in the global south, they have as an internet experience primarily WhatsApp, and will have as AI experience primarily Meta AI. Period. That is the reality of most of the people, which are sadly poor, and we only have that as an introduction to AI, and we also work to train for free that specific AI. So those are a lot of considerations we have to have in our mind to understand to what extent we can transpose internet openness principles to what extent we can learn lessons from regulation that already exist and to some extent may have failed over the past decades in terms of internal openness, and also which kind of governance solutions we can put forward in order to shape the evolving AI governance and the hopeful, maybe, AI openness. At this point, this would be the moment where my co-moderators, Olivier, would provide his introductory remarks, but I'm seeing him intensely speaking with our remote moderation team. So as the show must go on, I think we can start with the first speaker that we have on our agenda, that if I'm not mistaken is Renata Mieli. I think, Olivier, do you want to give us your introductory? Sorry, Renata. Olivier arrived again, and he is going to provide his introductory remarks, and then we will pass the floor to Renata.
Yes, apologies for this. It's Olivier Crépin-Leblanc speaking, and I've been running back and forth trying to get all of our panelists, remote panelists, because we got quite a few to have camera access, be able to be recognized by us and so on. So sorry for the running in and out, but thank you for the introduction, and it's really great to have a meeting of both organizations, both dynamic coalitions together for a topic which is of such interest. I'm going to give just a quick few words about the core internet values, because I'm not quite sure that everyone in the room knows about those. I see some new faces as well, and this dynamic coalition started quite a while ago, based on the premise that the internet works due to a certain number of internet fundamentals that allowed the internet to thrive and to become what it is today. And those are quite basic, actually. They're all technical in nature. And so if I just look at them, the first one is the point that the internet is a global resource. It's an open medium, open to all. It's interoperable, which means that every machine around the network is able to talk to other machines. And I'm saying machines. When we started, it was every computer. But now it is, of course, you're speaking about all sorts of devices on this. It's decentralized. There's no overall central control of the internet, short of the single naming system, the DNS. Apart from this, there's so many organizations that are involved in its coordination. It's also end-to-end, so it's not application specific. You can put any type of application at the end and make it work with something at the other end. So the actual the features reside in the end nodes and not with a centralized control of a network, and that makes it user-centric. End users have the choice of what services they want to access, how they want to access them, and these days, of course, using mobile devices, they're able to upload into or download into their mobile devices any type of application that they want to run, and they don't really think about the internet running behind the scenes. And of course, the most important thing, it's robust and reliable. It's to think that there are so many people now on a network which started with only a few thousand people, and then a few 100,000, and then a million, and then a few million, and some people back in the day thinking this is going to collapse. Well, it's still working, and it's still doing very well and very reliable, considering the number of people and the amount of the number of people that are trying to break it, the amount of malware and everything else that is on this. So it's pretty robust, pretty reliable. A few years ago, we also added another core value, which was that of safety. The right to be safe was one of the things that we felt was important to add as a core value. In other words, being able to allow for cyber measures to make sure the network itself doesn't collapse, and all sorts of ways to not content control as such, but to make sure that you are safe when you use the internet, and you're not going to be completely overblown by the amount of malware and everything that's out there. And that's something which I think we're quite successful in doing. All the antivirus software, all of the devices, all of the things that we now have on the net to make it work. These are very open values, and of course they're open for people to adopt. And of course, we have seen erosion of these over the past years. The openness of the network has been put to test on many occasions. There's also been, certainly as far as network neutrality is concerned, some traffic shaping and some things affecting the internet. But on the whole, it's still global, it's still interoperable, it's still got the basic values that we've just spoken about now. And whilst we are seeing an erosion, we're also seeing that it's quite well understood by players out there. So, and we're looking at various different levels. So the telecommunication companies, governments, the operators, the content providers, and so on, that we have this equilibrium, if you want. I can't say a sweet spot because it keeps on moving forward, but this equilibrium today, and we hope that we will be able to continue having this equilibrium tomorrow, that will make this internet both innovative, keep the innovation, but at the same time also make it as safe as possible and as stable as possible, because that's really something that now, with a network that is so important in everyone's lives, we need to make sure we have for the future. The economic implications and societal implications to having a broken internet are too big for us not to do this. So hopefully that's a message that's been well understood. But now we have AI. AI has come up and seems to have made an absolute revolution. And, you know, forget everything else that's happened before. We need to regulate. Or that's what some are saying. And I think, well, today's session is going to be looking at this. Do we need to regulate? Or can we learn some lessons from the core internet values and how the internet has thrived to be what it is today, and apply it to artificial intelligence? Well, let's find out.
So let's start with our first panelist, Renata Miele from the Ministry of Science and Technology. Please, Renata, the floor is yours.
Hello. Thank you, Luca. Thank you, Olivier. It is a pleasure to be here discussing this interesting approach about AI and internet. I'm very happy with this bridge that you bring to us to reflect about AI and internet and the core values that we have to have in mind when we talk about this new and pervasive technology. So thank you very much, my colleagues. I am going to bring some historical perspective and try to make this bridge between the core values that we have in Brazil to internet into AI. Well, long-term analysis of internet development shows that the internet mostly benefited from a core set of original values that drove its creation, such as openness, permissionless, innovation, interoperability, and others. The internet and its technologies historically fostered an interoperable environment guided by solid and universally accepted standards that enabled pervasiveness, shared best practices, collaboration, and collective benefit from a unique network deployed worldwide. Just as in other types of technology, the development of the internet was also based in academic collaboration networks with researchers that worked together to deploy the initial stages of the global network. Artificial intelligence has been seen as a game changer for a broad range of fields, from data science and news media to agriculture and related industries. In this sense, it's safe to start from the assumptions that AI will greatly impact society in several terms: economic, political, environmental, social, and many others. The harder challenge we have is to drive this evolution in such a way that positive impacts surpass the negative ones, with AI being used to empower people and society for a more inclusive and fair future for all. And the first step for that is to have a clear consensus on fundamental principles for AI development and governance. The Brazilian Internet Steering Committee, CGI.br, outlined a set of 10 principles for the governance and use of the Internet in Brazil. Our so-called Internet's Decálogo da Internet, provides core foundations for internet governance and is very much in line with the core internet values proposed by the IGF's Dynamic Coalition, in a way that we believe can be leveraged to also meet expectations for the governance and development of AI systems. Principles such as standardization and interoperability are important for opening development processes, allowing for exchange and joint collaboration among various global stakeholders, strengthening research and development in the field. In the same sense, AI governance must be founded on human rights provisions, taking into account its multipurpose and cross-border applications. Principles such as innovation and democratic collaborative governance can be also considered as foundations for artificial intelligence in order to encourage the production of new technologies through multi-stakeholder governance with more transparency and inclusion through every related processes. Same goes for transparency, diversity, multilingual, and inclusion, which can be interpreted in the context of AI systems development from the perspective that these technologies should be developed using technical and ethical, safe, secure, and trustworthy standards, curbing discriminatory purposes. At the same time, the legal and regulatory environments hold particular relevance for the interpretation that the development and use of artificial intelligence systems should be based on effective laws and regulations in order to foster the collaborative nature and benefits of this technology while safeguarding basic rights. It should also be noted that adopting a principles-based approach ends up generating more general guidelines, which can lead to implementation difficulties. However, this should be balanced with the need for each country to adopt AI governance to its local realities and peculiarities, in addition to granting greater sovereignty over how this governance should take place in terms of politics, economics, and social development. As a bottom line, we could think of AI development and governance as a priority topic for a more intense South-to-South collaboration, fostering the creation and expansion of research and development, as well as open and responsible innovation networks with long-term cooperation agreements and technology transfer in order to corroborate sovereignty and solid development frameworks for the Global South. It is important to not try and reinvent the wheel and draw upon good practices that already exists, such as the global articulations across the IGF and WSIS processes, or even more stable sets of proposed frameworks such as Net Mundial principles and guidelines that can orient the evolution of the ecosystem to be even more inclusive and results-oriented. Last but not least, existing coalitions, political groups, and others could be leveraged as platforms for collaboration within digital governance and cooperation as a whole, including in traditional multilateral spaces such as the BRICS or the G20. Brazil, for example, held the presidency of G20 in 2024 this year, and will do the same with BRICS in 2025. We believe that, in both cases, there will be good opportunities of fostering best practices in digital governance collaboration across different countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Renata. Wow, that's what a start. a lot of points being made here. I'll ask that we all try and stick to our 5 minutes, and because otherwise we'll run over. We could speak for hours on these topics. But next is Anita Gurumurthy, IT for Change, and Abdul Kader is. Are they ready?
Yes,
Anita?
I'm here. Yes. Can you hear me?
She's there, and she works. She can speak. Yes. Perfect. Go ahead, Anita.
Fantastic. We can hear you. Yes.
You can hear me, I hope. Yeah, all right. So thank you very much. I just heard that from Renata, and also note this wonderful point that Mr. Windsurf has made, that the internet is used to access AI applications, but operationally AI systems don't need the internet to function. I mean, I think we are making reference to the fact that in many ways, algorithms predated the internet or the internet-based revolution. However, the fact of the matter is, just like the intimate relationship between time and space, or space and time, we have a relationship between the internet and contemporary AI, which Mr. Cerf calls agentic AI. Allow me to be a little bit critical of openness itself, because I think when I open up my house, what I mean is everyone is welcome. But I think the ideas of the open internet and open AI do not necessarily map on to this kind of sentiment. So the term open internet is used very frequently, but it doesn't have an universally accepted definition. And that is because, as all of us know, and none of us needs an introduction about the geoeconomics of the data paradigm here, we see that the data collection has become pivotal when we talk about the internet paradigm, and it's used either to target ads in large proportions or build products. And only a handful of players with the scale to meaningfully pull this off. So the result is a series of competing walled gardens, if you will, and they, of course, don't look like the idealized internet we started with. And today's technology runs on a string, I would say, of closed networks, app stores, social networks, algorithmic feeds. And those networks have become far more powerful than the web, in large part by limiting what you can see and what you can distribute. So the basic promise of the internet revolution, the scale, the possibility is, well, I mean, I would say it's not plausible at this conjuncture. Alongside all of this, the possibilities of community and solidarity haven't died. Thank God for that, because we have the open source communities, there are open knowledge communities, and of course, all of these remain open and vulnerable, unfortunately, to capitalist cannibalization and to state authoritarianism. So that is a bit of bemoaning the state of the internet. And all of this points to an important thing, which is that instead of an economic order that could have leveraged the global internet for the global commons of a data paradigm, we now have centralized data value creation by a handful of transnational platform companies. And we could actually have had, as Benkler pointed out long ago, a different form of wealth creation. Now I come to the openness in AI, and I'm cognizant of the 5 minutes that I have. I think it's worthwhile to look at Irene Solomon's analysis of AI labeled open. What is open AI? We're actually talking about a long gradient, right? And everything is open. You can talk about open as if, it's one thing, but you could actually have something with very minimal transparency and reusability attributes. So that could also be open, and therefore open is not necessarily open to scrutiny. And the critiques that even other scholars like Meredith Whittaker mount against this paradigm is that we don't necessarily democratize or extend access when we talk about openness. And openness doesn't necessarily lower costs for large AI systems at scale. Openness doesn't necessarily contribute to scrutability, and it often allows for systemic exploitation of creators' labor. So where do we go from here? I mean, it's very sobering that GPT-4, for instance, when it was published by OpenAI, they explicitly declined to release details about its architecture, including model size, hardware, training, compute, dataset construction, and training methods. So here we are. What we need to do is restore ideas of transparency, reusability, extensibility, and the idea of access to training data in its politicized form. If we don't do this, then we will be lost. And my last submission here is to be able to politicize each of these notions and make them part of ex ante public participation. We need to turn to environmental law and look at the Aarhus Convention, for instance. We need a societal and collective rights approach to openness, whether it's the open internet or open AI. And collective rights, societal rights that do not preclude individual rights or liability for harms cost to individuals. I'm not precluding that, but we still need to understand what will benefit society and what will harm society. So we are looking really at a societal framework for rights, which is supraliberal, which doesn't just always come back to my product caused you harm, but really looking at the ethics and values of societies, of sovereignty of the people, as a collective. And here I think we should understand that there are three cornerstones in substantive equality: the right to dignity and freedom from misrecognition, the right to meaningful participation in the AI paradigm, not just in a model, and the right to effective inclusion in the gains of AI innovation, which is for all countries and not just a couple. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anita, for this reality shock and for remembering us that actually behind the label of openness or open, one has to look at the substance of things, and the very good example of OpenAI, whose practice and architecture is really antithetic to openness, despite having open in its own name, is something that allows us to think about the fact that if we want to have market players, very large one including, and multi-billion corporations stick to their promises, maybe some type of regulation is actually essential. And here is very good to then pass the floor to Sandrine Elmi-Hercy, because the RCEP has been very vocal and leading AI openness over the past years of implementation since 2015 of the open internet regulation in Europe. So it's very good to, based on the experience you had over the past decade, understand how, which kind of mistakes might have been done, which kind of limits may exist, and which kind of lessons we can learn to better shape openness of AI. Please, Sandrine, the floor is yours.
Thank you. First of all, let me thank the organizers of this session for this important conversation on how to incorporate Internet fundamental values in the development of AI. So I will focus this introduction on generative AI impact on the concept of Internet openness. So as we know, generative AI is a versatile innovation with vast potential across many sectors and more broadly for the economy and society. These technologies also raise several legal, societal, and technical issues that are progressively being tackled. But we can see that policymakers, notably at EU level, at European Union level, have primarily focused their action and initiatives on the risks of these systems in terms of security and data protection as seen in the EU AI Act. But the impact of these technologies on Internet openness and the potential restrictions this application could bring on users' capacity to access, share, and configure the content they do have access through the Internet have only started to become a topic of attention in the public debate now. And yet, generative AI applications are becoming new intermediary layer between users and Internet content, increasingly unavoidable. For example, a study published by Gartner this year predicts that search engine traffic could decline by 25% by 2026 due to the rise of AI chatbots. And aside from these conversation tools, generative AI applications and generative AI systems are increasingly being adopted by traditional digital services providers, including through well-established platforms like search engines, social media, and connected devices. From this perspective, we can say that generative AI could soon become an integral part of most users' digital activities, potentially serving as a primary gateway for accessing content and information online. So thanks to their user-friendly interfaces, generative AI tools open up new possibilities to a wider range of users. With generative AI, it has never been easier to create text, images, or even code. However, we must also consider the challenges and risks in terms of internet openness and users' empowerment. So at ARCEP, we have for a long time emphasized that internet services providers, the main focus of EU open internet regulation, are not the only players that may negatively impact internet openness, understood as a right for end users and users in general to access and share freely the content of their choice on the internet. In 2018, we published a report highlighting that complementary to net neutrality obligations, the impact of search engines, operating systems, and other structuring platforms on devices and internet openness should be tackled with appropriate regulatory replies. At EU level, the Digital Markets Act, adopted in 2022, has introduced new tools for promoting non-discrimination, transparency, and interoperability measures, addressing some of the problems raised by gatekeepers. But for us now, it is the time to assess the impact of generative AI on internet openness and users' empowerment. This is why we have started to work on the issue and already sent first observations to the European Commission from our experience on net neutrality. And we can already see effects of generative AI application on how users access and share content online. Just some examples, the transition from search engines to response engines is not a neutral evolution and could restrict the user experience, as the interface of generative AI tools offers users little control and agency over the content they access to, providing an ad hoc single response with often lack of transparency, no clear sources, and no ability for users to adjust the setting. We must also take into account the inherent technical limitations of AI, including biases, lack of explicability, and risk of hallucinations that are now becoming part of the digital landscape. And generative AI development also brings fundamental changes to content creation, which could impact how information is shared and the diversity and richness of content available online. Because as generative AI tools become primary gateways for content access, AI providers could also capture the essential part of the economic and symbolic value from content dissemination, which could threaten the capacity and willingness of traditional content providers such as media or digital commons to produce and share original content to the benefit of the economy and society. Why these developments are concerning, at ARCEP we are convinced, as other person around the table today, that we can create the conditions necessary to apply the principles of open internet to artificial intelligence in terms of transparency, users' empowerment, and open innovation. For information, we will publish next year a set of recommendations in that perspective and are looking for partners to work towards this task. And to conclude, a final word to say that we believe that we have the collective responsibility to shape the future of artificial intelligence governance in a way that secures its development as a common good, this means notably the adoption of high standards in terms of openness, but also pro-innovation, sustainability, and safety. So thank you again for the opportunity to be here, and I look forward to the discussion ahead.
Thank you very much, Sandrine, and thank you for sharing the perspective of a regulator. We now have a perspective from a business community, and that's Sandra, data scientist and analyst at Unicorn Group of Companies. Sandrine, you should be able to unmute and take over. Sandra?
We cannot hear Sandra. Can we check why we cannot hear Sandra? Sandra, can you try to speak again?
No, we can't. We're not hearing Sandra online either.
We're not hearing her online, so...
should we maybe... Sandra, can you do a last attempt? Yes, can you try to speak?
Yeah, there's a problem with her mic.
Yes, there is a problem with... while we try to solve this in the interest of time, let's move ahead to the next speaker, and then we will have Sandra maybe later. So, Windsurf, please, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much for asking me to join you today. This is a very, very interesting topic. I will say that AI and internet are not the same thing. And I think that the standardization which has made the internet so useful may not be applicable to artificial intelligence, at least not yet. What you see is extremely complex and large models that operate very differently from each other. And the real intellectual property is a combination of the training material and the architecture and weights of each of the models that are being generated. And those are being treated largely as proprietary. So open access to an AI system is not the same as access to its insides and its training material and its detailed weights and structure. So we should be a little careful not to try to equate the things that make the internet useful and try to force them onto artificial intelligence implementations. I don't think we're at a place where standardization is our friend yet. The one place where standardization might help a lot for generative AI and agentic AI would be standard ways, semantic ways of interacting between these models. Humans have enough trouble with speaking to each other in language which turns out to be ambiguous. I do worry about agents using natural language as a way of communicating and running into the same problem that humans have, which is ambiguity and confusion and possibly bad outcomes. Generally speaking, if we're going to ask ourselves whether we should regulate AI in some way, I would suggest, at least in the early days, that we look at applications and the risks that they pose for the users. And so the focus of attention should be on safety and for those who are providing AI applications to show that they have protected the users from potential hazard. I will also, I feel strongly that there is a subtle risk in our use of generative AI. Those of you who know how these things work know that the large language models essentially compress large quantities of text into a complex statistical model. The consequence of that is that some details often get lost. And so we have a subtle risk in our use of large language models where we may lose specific details, even though the generative output looks extremely convincing and persuasive because of the way it's produced. So I wonder whether we will end up with sort of blurry details as a result of filtering our access to knowledge through these large language models, and I would worry about that. I guess the last thing I would say is that accountability is as important in the AI world as I think it is in the internet world. We need to hold parties accountable for potentially hazardous behavior. The same is true for parties offering AI-based applications, they should be accountable for any risks that these systems pose. My guess also is that we should introduce into the training material better provenance so that we know where the material came from. This would be beneficial for websites in general, knowing where the content came from so that we can assess its utility and accuracy. So I'll stop there and thank you for your opportunity to intervene.
Very much, Vint. And since we are a bit pressed for time, we'll go straight over to Yik-Chan Shin. And while we're working out with Sandra how to get her mic working. So Yik-Chan, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you for inviting me. So I'm speaking from the PNI perspective because as you may know that we have a policy at IGF, we have an intersection called the policy level on artificial intelligence. So we did a report on the interoperability and the liability and the sustainability and the label issues. So yeah, first of all, I think I do agree with Wing Chef in terms of the infrastructure of AI. Actually, it's quite different from the internet because actually AI system and the users are supported and connected via the internet, but they're quite different because AI, including algorithm, data, and the computing power, technically, none of them must be unified or standardized. I mean, technically, okay? And also, according to our past experience, the interoperability of AI is extremely complex issue. So we have been working on the topic for 2 years, last 2 years, but it is really extremely difficult issues. So before I go into detail about the interoperability, I think there's two principles worth paying special attention. Because when I look at the question, you talk about the permissive innovation versus precautionary principle. So when we talk about the open internet, so basically we talk about permissive innovations. And I'm not sure whether this principle should be applied to the AI regulation because AI is extremely complex and there's some features, unique features of AI, for example, complexity and unpredictable, and also is kind of autonomous behave. So all these particular features make the AI quite harmful, if there's a risk. So whether we should allow this permissive innovation approach, which is applied to the open internet, because we know the history of internet is in the beginning is self-governed. But should we allow this apply to the AI system? I think we should be very cautious about that. Okay, but on the other hand, we do see there's some overlapping principle between the AI regulation, internet regulation. For example, so I think those values should be applicable to both systems. For example, like a human-centered system, okay, both AI and internet, inclusiveness, universality, transparency, accountability, roboticity, and safety and naturalities and capacity building. So all these values actually applicable to both systems. So in terms of the interoperability, which is my area, so I would like to say something particularly focused on interoperability. So first of all, what is interoperability? Interoperability, basically, we're talking about the capacity of the AI system in terms of machine, they can talk to each other, communicate with each other smoothly. So including not only machine, but also the regulatory policy, So they can communicate and work together smoothly. But this doesn't mean we has to, the regulation or the standard has to be harmonized because we can have a different mechanism to accommodate interoperability. For example, we can have a compatibility mechanisms to accommodate the interoperabilities. So therefore, first of all, I think interoperability are crucial for the openness of the internet and AI system. But AI system can be diverged as well as convergent, as I said, as I just explained before, because the system is quite different. It's not necessarily to be unified. So therefore, first of all, we need to figure out what area of AI system or even AI regulations or governance has to be interoperable. What areas can be allowed divergent, and respect the regional diversity. So from the PNI's perspective, so in our report, we identified several areas which could be, addressed at the global level, which need have the interoperable framework. For example, like the risk. The AI models risk categorization and evaluation, because we see there's a different approach to categorize the AI risk and evaluate. So EU have a EU approach, and China has Chinese approach. So even American the US just released their global standardization framework and mechanisms. So we need to have a kind of the interoperable framework in terms of AI risk categorization and evaluation. And the second is about liability. So we have a huge debate just over there about the liability of AI system and who should take responsibility and what kind of responsibility is criminal or civil. So this is we haven't have a global framework, even national framework in terms of, because there's a still debate at the EU level. At the national level, so liability of the AI model is other area which could be addressed at the global level. The third one, I think Winshift just mentioned about the training data set. So all these issues can be addressed at the global level. And so the other things, the last I want to mention is about how do we balance the regional diversity and harmonization needs. So we need to respect the regional diversity in AI governments, but at the same time can establish compatibility mechanisms to reconcile the divergence in the regulations. So there's different mechanism we can use, but it's the context dependent and so case by case. I think is my time up? So last things that I want to say is about the area we had to improve is a weak regime capacity of international institution in coordinate the alliance. So that's a kind of concept we call the weak regime capacity of the international institutes, which means we have a lot of the international institutes like ITU, IEEE, and the UN. But how can we?
Can I ask you just to wrap up in 1 minute,
okay,
because so that the others also have time to speak. Thank you.
Yeah. So the last thing is that we need to have some kind of the global institution which can coordinate different initiatives at the national level, regional level, and the international level in terms of the openness of the AI and the openness of the internet. So the GDC have not provided a concrete solution in terms of how to strengthening the multi-stakeholder in the AI governance, but leave to the WIS 20 to decide. So I think we should address this in the WIS 20 debate. I think I stop there. Thank you.
Fantastic. Let's try to see if now Sandra can be audible. Sandra, can you try to speak so that we can check? We are not hearing you. Can you try again?
How about now?
Yes, now yes. Perfect. Yes,
There
it
you
was
go.
the
I can hear
mic.
you.
Keep the mic close to your mouth, please. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry for the whole mix-up, and once again, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I'll try to be very short.
If you can keep the mic very close to your mouth, because literally we can hear very well when it's close to your mouth and not at all when it is 5 centimeters from your mouth. Thank you very much. We cannot hear you, Sandra. I'm sorry. Sandra, unfortunately, we keep on not being. I think it's a mic problem. So if you have another microphone where you are, I suggest you try to change it while we go to the next speaker, Alejandro Pisanti, because we are not able to hear you in this moment, Sandra. So Alejandro Pisanti, very old friend, not because he is old at all, but because we know each other since a lot of years. So please, Alejandro, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me well?
Yes, very well.
Thank you. Thank you, Luca and Olivier, for the yeoman's work you did to put this session together, and to all members of the Dynamic Coalition for the exchange of ideas. I salute also friends I see on screen. And I think I see Martin Botterman. I think I see Desiree Misolevich and Harald Alvestrand, probably getting that right. Briefly, because I'm going to be mostly responding as well as putting forward what I had prepared. The Dynamic Coalition was created to try to follow on these core values, which if you take them away, you don't have the internet anymore. If you take away openness, for example, you have an internet. If you take away interoperability, you have a single vendor network and so forth. And that's what we are trying to now extend or let's say to challenge how much we can extend it to AI. We have to be very careful what we call AI. In people's mind are the generative AI systems that start from text and can give you either more text in a conversational interface, or can give you images, video, and audio. But artificial intelligence is a lot more things. It's molecular modeling, it's weather forecasting, it's every use of artificial intelligence that we use for basically three purposes, which is finding patterns in otherwise apparently chaotic information, finding exceptions to information that appears to be completely patterned, and extrapolating from this. And we know that extrapolating from algebra, extrapolating from things that you only calibrate for interpolation is always going to be risky. So that's our basic explanation and concern for hallucinations in LLM systems. We have, second, one of the lessons we've learned for many years from this Dynamic Coalition is to separate the effects of the human and the technology, to separate the effects of human agency, human intention. Cybercrime doesn't happen and wasn't invented by the internet. It happens because people want to take your money or want to hurt you in some ways, and now use the internet as they previously used fax, post, or just try to cheat you face to face. Same for many other undesirable conducts. So we have to separate what people are wanting to do and how technology modifies it, for example, by amplifying it, by enabling anonymity, by crossing borders, and so forth. And same for AI. It's not AI that is doing misinformation. We have had misinformation, I think, since at least the Babylonians, and probably even before we had written language. But now we have very subtle and easy to apply ways to apply misinformation at a large scale. But we still have to look at the source and the intention of the people who are creating and purveying this misinformation, and not try to regulate the technology instead of regulating the behavior or educating the users to avoid them falling for misinformation. Third large point here is not trying to regulate artificial intelligence in general, in toto, but being sure that you are not, by trying to regulate what you don't like about LLMs doing misinformation, you don't kill your country's ability to join the molecular modeling revolution for pharmaceutics, for example. There's a recent paper by Akash Kapoor, which I think is very valuable for this session, which speaks of leaving behind the concept of digital sovereignty and replacing it with digital agency. Luca and I were in a meeting 2 weeks ago in New America in DC, where this concept was put forward, and it's a very powerful one, because what I extract from it is, instead of trying to be sovereign by closing borders and putting tons of rules, which are basically copied from rules from the countries which actually developed the technology and based on the fears, it's trying to be powerful, even if you have to sacrifice some sovereignty, in the sense that you have to collaborate with other countries, you have to collaborate with another academic institution and so forth, which, by the way, has always been the way of developing technology and academic research. There's a recent French paper, it came to my attention only yesterday, which speaks about de-demonizing. Stop demonizing artificial intelligence without, of course, becoming confident or overconfident but try to regulate and to promote AI. If your country is looking, if your legislators are looking to regulate AI and are not putting a lot of money into research and development and into, let's say, like Denmark or Japan have done recently, or Italy, putting together a major computing facility for everybody to use to develop AI, they are lying to you. They are cheating you because they are actually closing the door to the effects of innovation and condemning you to actually getting this only from outside the country in the end, in subtle and uncontrolled ways. How do we bring multi-stakeholder governance, which is another lesson from our dynamic coalition, to artificial intelligence? We have to find a way maybe to scare the companies with the fear of harder regulation, to come together with other stakeholders like academia, like the users, like rights holding organizations and so forth, as we did with, for example, the domain name market with ICANN 25 years ago. It's not doing an ICANN again necessarily, but it's extracting the lessons of how you bring these very diverse stakeholders together to a kind of core regulation designed for the type of system and risks that are present in reality and not only the imaginary ones. There has also been some talk about open sourcing, which is very valuable. The risks have already been mentioned, and one risk that has not been mentioned that we learn from this history of open source software is derelicts, software that is abandoned, systems that are abandoned, that are not maintained anymore, which are very risky because defects can creep in and never be fixed. And then these things become part of the infrastructure of the internet. We already have seen some major security events, for example, happening from unmaintained open source software, which was at the core of different systems. So the challenge here will be to avoid the delusion of one world government. We don't need a GDC. We don't need a UN artificial intelligence agency. We need to look more at a federated approach. And I think that this will be more approachable, more available. There's a better path to it. If we do, as for example, the UK has been doing, go by the verticals, go by the sector-specific type of regulation, which we already have, use all the tools society already has, like liability for commercial products, liability for public officials who purchase systems which work badly. It's as bad to purchase a system that does biased or discriminatory assignment of funds in a social security system, as it's bad to purchase cars that end up killing people in crashes because you don't have airbags. And that would be, thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Alejandro. I was going to remind you to wrap up, but you already did it yourself. Fantastic. So let's try to see if now Sandro has a new mic that can work. Let's try to see, give a last shot at Sandra's presentation. Sandra, can you hear us?
Yes, can
we can hear you.
Now?
We can hear you very well. Very well.
Finally.
Excellent. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm so sorry about the mix-up with my mic and all. I'm going to try to keep this very short. So I would want to come in from the angle of the business angle, so to speak. So I work with Unicorn Group of Companies, and it's an AI and robotics company. So I read one time that AI often reflects the biases of its creators, right? So we all know that AI response quality is a very huge concern. It's a huge concern because we have cultural biases, religious biases. Recently, I was in a religious gathering where religious leaders were trying to discuss the adoption of AI and the response, the concerning responses that AI gives, the erroneous responses and all of that. And we all know that AI responses are heavily dependent on the data quality fed into the model, right? And so the acquisition of such data is usually not cheap. It's very expensive. We talk about computing power, we talk about acquisition of data. These are very expensive processes. So my take would be to regulate AI, not really from the user angle, but from the openness should come from the aspect of the developer, the development angle, where we talk about the data quality, data privacy, security, data sharing protocols, operating in the market as an entity, interoperability, and and all of that. Yeah, that would be my take on it. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Sandra, for your perspective and for being so fast. Do we want to have our last speaker, last but not least, of course?
I think we'll have Wanda Munoz, who is a member of the Feminist AI Research Network in UNESCO's Women into Ethical AI platform. So over to you, Wanda.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. I'm delighted to be here. Thanks to the organizers for having me, and thanks Alejandro for recommending me to be here. I would like to take a somewhat different perspective from what has been shared so far, because what I like to put on the table today is my perspective as someone who comes from policy making and from human rights implementation. So my contributions come from this perspective, and I will also build on the results of a report from the Global Partnership on AI called Towards Substantive Equality in AI that I invite you all to review, and for which we counted with the amazing leadership of Anita. So I take the opportunity to thank her again for her contributions and to say that I fully agree with her intervention. So I will start by sharing a few thoughts on the issue of values itself, and then I will move to human rights. First, I like to share that I think the core values of internet governance have been very useful to have a common understanding of the internet that we want and that serves the majority. But arriving to the discussion when these values were already adopted and implemented for a while, I want to put it on the table that maybe we could benefit from analyzing these values from a gender and diversity perspective. And I think there's already a wealth of research from feminist AI scholarship in this regard. For instance, just to mention an example of the 6 core principles of feminist data visualization. I don't know if you are familiar with it, but I invite you to look for them, which propose values such as rethinking binaries, embracing pluralism, examining power, and aspiring to empowerment. And these are quite different from the internet core set of values today, but also complementary. And I think what I like from this other set of values is that they question social constructs, power, and distribution of resources. And these issues to me are inextricably linked both to internet and to AI governance, but still they are often left out of mainstream discussions. So that being said, I'll move to human rights. And here what I like to say first is that I like to give you a couple of ideas of how a few of us insist that human rights should be at the front and center of any discussion on AI governance, at least on the same standing as ethics, principles, and values. And I think maybe for some of you see it differently, but human rights are not just words. Human rights are actions, policies, budgets, indicators, and accountability mechanisms, which were already mentioned by Renata and Anita before. So in the context of artificial intelligence, human rights allow us to reframe the discussion on AI in different terms and to ask different questions. So let me give you 3 examples. Instead of saying that we must mitigate the risk of AI, what we would say from a human rights perspective is that when AI harms occurs, it systematically results in violations of human rights that disproportionately affect women, racialized persons, indigenous groups, and migrants, among others. And I'm sure you know of the many dozens or more documented examples of this that have affected the right to employment, to health insurance, to social services, and many others, which you can find, for instance, in the OECD AI Incidents Monitor. Another example, instead of saying that in AI governance we should balance risk and innovation, if we acknowledge that the benefits of innovation generally benefit a privileged few and the brunt of the harm is primarily for those already marginalized, from a human rights perspective, we would talk about the need for AI regulation to ensure accountability, remedy, and reparation when violations of human rights results from the use of AI. And I want to tell you that of this research we carried out for GPay, where we consulted more than 200 people from all walks of life, backgrounds in 5 continents. This is possibly the #1 demand that was documented in the report. And I also want to say I appreciated Jixian's perspective on the need for international norms, specifically regarding liability and accountability. And a third example is regarding non-discrimination. That I think, generally speaking, people understand non-discrimination as saying, I don't go out and say slurs to people in the street, right? So I don't discriminate. But from a human rights perspective, this is far from enough. What non-discrimination means is that you must take possible actions to avoid and to redress discrimination that already systematically exists in our organizations, in our data, in our policies, and this is particularly the case in internet and on artificial intelligence. So in a human rights framework, unless we take action, we are effectively perpetuating discrimination. Similarly, we could have a discussion about what a general notion of safety means, but unless we adopt specific actions to ensure the safety in the context of the vulnerabilities of specific groups, in each specific context, we will keep excluding those who are already more marginalized. And here, Alejandro, as often, I'm going to respectfully disagree with you when you talk about the need not to demonize technology, because I hear this once and again, and I really don't think it's a helpful term that is often thrown at those of us who are pointing out the risks and harms of AI. So I think we are doing this from the documented impacts and from the evidence, and trying to raise the alarm to at least start bringing into reality. Speak about AI governance. What is at stake has the potential to change the core of how our societies function. So I fully agree with Anita on the need for a societal and collective rights approach in addition to a human rights one. And to me, this cannot happen without regulation. So thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Vanda, for bringing these really very good and intense, thought-provoking points. I think this is a very good way to open our discussion now with the floor. We have good 20 minutes to speak. Also, let me share with the floor that one of the intentions that we had when we started to design the organization of this session was to try to distill some core elements maybe that we could put into a report, a joint report for next IGF. We know very well that in 6 months before next IGF there will be very few things that we could do in terms of outcome, but a joint paper on what could be the elements for an open AI ecosystem or something like that. So if you have any ideas, if you can help us guide us, identify what could be these core elements, or if you have any other reflections on what has been said, we have 20 good minutes to discuss this. Feel free to be punchy, provocative, while of course diplomatic and respectful. Just raise your hand and our mic will be given.
And Luca, if I could add, there are sometimes some panels at IGFs where everyone agrees with each other, and I was really pleased to see various viewpoints and some panelists not agreeing with each other. So that's really good. And I by the way, if you all as panelists also have points to make about each other's interventions, and please go ahead. Now, if you're online, you can put your hand up in the Zoom, and we'll be seeing this. And of course, if you're in the room, then put your hand up, and a mic will fly in your direction or maybe be brought over to your direction. Does anyone who wishes to fire off?
Who wants to start our collective exercise?
It's a lot to digest.
Yes, I see. Are you, Desiree, are you stretching or raising your hand? Okay, let's break the silence with Desiree.
Hi, Desiree. The question, thank you all for your very rich intervention. There's a lot to take in, and although I don't know the title of the session, whether really focusing on the core principles of AI, this is a dynamic coalition working group on core principles of the internet. So I'm really glad to see the differentiation that the AI is not the internet, confirmed by some of our panelists. And then we also had heard that the AI is building this intermediary layer, like user interface between these structures. So I think it's important to see the AI as just as something being built on top of the existing infrastructure. And my concern is really that we will end up with the internet that is even fuller of deep fakes and disinformation at this current stage, and that trying to have a sustainable internet where we need to be really careful about the capacity that we have in the society in running the internet and getting bits of information through the network. Should the layers of the network, be looked separate and protected? And what I think I'm hearing, and I'd like to have a confirmation, is that AI being built on the top should really be regulated at the AI layer, and not to go deep down into the internet infrastructure as such. But then there are arguments that some networking parts will be using AI as well. And so how do we see this, regulation being played out? And what is the core principle here? Is it still net neutrality, that we're stupid about the bits that go through the network? It just raised a lot of, questions in my mind.
Yeah, thank you, Desiree. We have Anita online who wants to react, and then we've also got Vince having put his hand
So
up.
let's take Anita and Vince reactions, and then we go around the floor again.
I must apologize that I wasn't responding to the point from the floor because I wanted to come in earlier. So is that okay that I go in now?
Yes, please go ahead, and then we'll have Vince and then Renata.
Yeah, it's a minor point. It may be linked to what was just observed. I think that when you talk about the internet and the innumerable struggles in our own regulatory landscape, and I recall my organization and it's the good fight we put up for net neutrality in relation to our telecommunications authority. The way the idea of non-discrimination inheres in the network is very, very different, I think, when it comes to artificial intelligence. I think AI is primarily linked to truth conditions of a society, and you're really not necessarily prioritizing non-discrimination. I think that's somewhat of a technicalized representation of data and AI debates. And what we're actually doing is using discrimination and social cognition in a manner that you can use data for social transformation. So there is a certain slippage there very often. And in fact, in our joint work with Wanda, we actually said that we might sometimes have to do affirmative action through data. So we really have to be cautious about conflating non-discrimination on the internet with principles for responsible AI.
Thank you. Vint?
And literally just thinking on the fly here about AI as another layer, as the interface into this vast information space we call the internet. First of all, Alejandro's point that machine learning, it covers a great deal more than large language models. His mention of weather prediction, for example, it resonates with me because we recently discovered at Google that we can do a better job of predicting weather using machine learning models rather than using Navier-Stokes equations. But I think that we should be thoughtful about the role that machine learning and large language models might play. One possibility is that they filter information in a way that gives us less value. That would be terrible. But another alternative is that it helps us ask better questions of the search engines than we can compose ourselves. We have a little experience with this through the use of what's called a knowledge graph that helps expand queries into the index of the World Wide Web and then pull data back. Summarization could lose information. That's a potential hazard. But I think we should be careful not to discard the utility that these large language models might have in improving our ability to ingest, analyze, and summarize information. So this is an enormous canvas, which is mostly blank right now, and we're going to be exploring, I'm sure, for the next several decades.
Renata?
Just a point. Of course, AI and the internet are not the same thing. They are different. But in my point of view, we have some challenges that we are facing regards how to address the risks of AI and the impacts on society are pretty much the same in terms of the need more we need more transparency, accountability, diversity, more decentralized and democratic, not only internet but AI. And we need to focus also in how AI are impacting the internet and how people interact with internet. Now we are in a situation that, for example, when you do a search on Google, you don't have more a lot of links to click and interact with the content of the link about something, how to cook a cake, orange cake, for example, because the artificial intelligence brings the results and you don't need to click anymore. And in a lot of times, the results are not accuracy and have bias, and this is are impacting the internet, how we experience it. So there is not the same thing, but one impact other, and we have to have in mind that the core values we need to have to regulate the AI in this actually moment needs to be into account this transparency, this accountability, liability, and so on that we need, neutrality and other core values that we had to internet.
Yes, I think in terms of internet governance, we have these core infrastructures, which we all recognize has to be public good, even global public good. So this is no problem. So we are continually be regulate separately as a core infrastructures. So but AI system, I think, is more on the applicational level. But there's a issue I think many people already touched, especially in terms which is cybersecurity, because the AI actually. Put a lot of the because it caused a lot of the problem in terms of cybersecurity, because it make the internet more vulnerable, towards the cyber attacks. So that is one areas, with, just like my colleague said, they have a mutual impact, especially in terms of cybersecurity. In terms of the AI may help enlarge the dangerous harms towards the internet stability. I think that is one area we have to put focus. But there's another impact which needs to take a long observation on the impact of the AI on the internet and the core infrastructure of the internet. Yeah.
Right, let's get to Sandra, and unless there is anyone else with an urgent comment or question, we can then wrap up. Sandra, please. Can you speak again? Because
can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to quickly react to what I think 2 speakers ago. She made mention of a concern about having erroneous responses, because some way, somehow, AI just summarizes the feedback from searches, which was one of, I think I totally agree with her, which was one of the points I made earlier, that these biases are, whether we like it or not, AI is here to stay. And then these biases are really concerning. They are concerning because we would agree that there are really big wigs in the business, and they get to, I don't want to say control the narrative, but for lack of a better way of expressing it. And then the small players, no matter how accurate they are, don't get to really I don't know, access is really low because the big wigs have occupied the market, which means that responses automatically or people automatically go there. And then what happens when the decentralization is not really happening? When it's not really decentralized, when people are not really getting to, there's other players in the industry are not really getting to people are not really having access to those other players. And that is why it is really important, I think, that regulation should really come heavy on the side of the development or the developers or the models themselves.
I think that now, as we will be kicked out of the room in 2 minutes, it's time to wrap up and to thank and the participants for their very thought-provoking comments and presentations. I think we have illustrated very well the complexity of this issue and also the interest of then trying to keep on having this very productive joint venture for next IGF to present the result of what could be a very brief report on the elements that can enable an open AI environment, as it was suggested also in the chat during the session. We will make our best effort to distill the knowledge shared over an hour and a half into.
I think the mics are giving up on us.
Yes.
Try this one.
Yeah. No, it's a sign that we have to wrap up. And so thank you very much, everyone, and we will do our best effort to consolidate everything we have learned today into this report. Thank you very much.
And I should just add, if anybody is interested in joining both the dynamic coalition of network neutrality and the one on core internet values, then come to talk to us and we'll take your email address and name and we'll be very happy to have you on. And thanks again to all of our panelists, and really great job. So thank you so much.
Thank you again and congratulations for the session.
Thank you.
Outstanding.